right, here we go. Welcome, everybody. The Elite Classic 2, hosted by EGC, and I'm here today, Crackety here, together with one and only Dr. Dapson. Dapson, how are you doing?
Good, good. Excited for another round of hype games as there was quite a bit of some excitement yesterday. Had four names make it on through, and we will get to see who can be the next step on in today.
Exactly. This is the last chance now for players today in order to qualify for the Elite Classic. 16 players so far have already qualified. 4 more will make it through today. So definitely a lot on the line for these players here today that we've got across 4 different pools. So 4 players will make it. And it's going to be a lot of nail biting there.
Yeah, and I mean, even just now looking at the pools, I was going through it, and there's more than just four names that I think should make it. So it always that always means we're gonna have some names left on out, but some good games to have the deciding factors of who makes it on through.
Exactly. Just like, as you said, going over the brackets, we got some really strong players here. We got Divine, Kaiser Johann, Valdemar, Core, Lash is in there. We got Garneth, Give You Anxiety, 3D Cat, Urk is there as well. And yeah, just overall, some really strong players. Also, CSO, who I thought actually yesterday after he beat me, I thought, okay, CSO looking really good. Maybe he's going to make it past Magic, but in the end, didn't quite happen. Instead, he'll have another chance today to make it to the through the qualifiers.
Yeah, he's one of those names that obviously I would say has picked up in popularity here in the recent couple months, really coming on and bursting through the scene. And I feel like he's one of those names now that people are definitely scared to go up against. It's not one of those names where you feel like you can just kind of breeze on by.
Exactly. I mean, I lost yesterday to him, but I gotta say, I mean, the dude beat Marine Lord in the Slapfest, right? So definitely somebody to look out for, just to make it hurt a little bit less what happened yesterday.
Oh well, I mean, whenever you say someone beat Marine Lord, they're gonna be you can kind of hang on to that forever. I even still see Magic being mentioned all the time about taking down Marine Lord at Wololo. So if
Oh,
that's still
he'll
being talked
certainly
about,
mention it enough.
exactly. Speaking of Magic, he was one of the names, like you said, made it through yesterday against CSO. Kiljardy was another qualifier from yesterday. Avely took down Divine
That
in
was
a
a big one.
yeah,
Yeah.
that was a wild series, and then Baltoon was able to make it through against Garnath as well.
Yeah, absolutely, sir. Baltune has been also grinding a lot. It's somewhat difficult on the ladder to like know who's who, since a lot of people are using like different names on their accounts, and they try to hide it a little bit. But there's a Swedish account that's relatively high up on the ladder, and yeah, safe to say that Baltune he's been absolutely grinding it out on the ladder as well.
Ah, okay. You uncovering some hidden Smurfs over here that may not be fully known yet by some people.
All right, and look at that. We've got our first set ready to go for us. And yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. We got Valdemar versus Cisco to start off. So, Valdemar, I don't think he's going to need a lot of introduction. One and only the kid making it on here in the first game. And he's going to be playing against Cisco. Now, Cisco might not be as well known to a lot of you, but he's been a streamer. He's been relatively active in Age of Empires 4 and recently also getting coached by Core. So, definitely it's going to be an interesting one. I can already see our starting map here. It's going to be on coastal cliffs and real IU bits from Valdemar versus the Delhi Cisco.
I feel like these are actually two of the civs I've seen a fairly bit picked on coastal cliffs. Obviously, this map, there is water in the picture, but that is a little bit deceiving as it is not quite the map where you're going to be taking water. Stone's a little bit further away from your base, and I feel like that's one of the key things to think about as well when it comes to coastal cliffs.
Yeah, multi-TC expansion definitely gonna be rough here. The stone is super far away, and I think you only get like one stone that's like in the back, or rather not exposed forward. All the other stone I feel like is pretty much in the middle of the map, usually on this map. And yeah, so most civilizations that rely on like multi-TC expansion, like China, Abbasid, maybe even English, but English on 1TC, we've been seeing them a couple of times in Coastal Cliffs as well. All these like kind of multi-TC civs, they kind of fall flat on Coastal Cliffs. Instead, it's usually a lot of aggression that we see there. And yeah, Ayubids and Delhi, definitely some very aggressive civilizations here. I'm looking at it right now, though, and from what I've seen recently, I gotta favor the Ayubids in this one, mainly due to their unique unit, the Desert Raider. That's like one of the best counters that you can have in the Feudal Age against the Ghazi Raiders from the Delhi.
Yeah, and I mean the Desert Raiders just feel so hard to deal with. Obviously, the Ubits they get a couple of them for free with their military advancement wing, but it's that kind of hybrid camel archer desert rider unit where they have the sword and the bow, and it just feels like you have to have multiple units to deal with them. And again, a Ubits is getting them out for free.
Yeah, getting one of them out like every 2 minutes, you you do the math down, and it's like basically getting 90 resource per minute worth of units for free. So definitely a very, very nice age-up choice there for the Ayub. It's definitely going to be the one that we'll see from Valdemar. I have no doubt that it's going to be a military wing with the free Desert Raiders coming out for him. Cisco, though, I mean, the Delhi, they can also get the Tower of Victory, 15% additional attack speed on your archers. Nothing that the Ayubits really have really matches that. There is the what was it, the Mameluke's blessing, or like the buff that their units get whenever they kill a unit. But in these big fights, I don't really think that really matters too much usually.
No, the only time I really feel like that's the most useful is when you get a couple like quick gulams out in Castle Age, and you're able to start hunting down some villagers while they're running away, and it's like, yeah, you're not able to run away anymore. But we'll see how this game kind of starts uncovering ourselves in a little bit. Well, what do you think about the map draft, Civ drafts or Civ drafts, I should say, as we've seen a little bit of a kind of higher importance when it comes to Civ picks, bans, things like that.
Yeah, so looking at it overall, Valdemar, he's got the Mongols, the Abbasid, and then the English left on his side. I think Abbasid is definitely more of a comfort pick for Valdemar because Abbasid in general in the meta right now, they're not that strong, really. I guess they got a little bit of a buff recently with the siege adjustments, just being able to make siege on the field really, really quickly with Mangonels now needing 3 shots from Springles to get taken down. That's been like a little bit of an indirect buff for the Abbasid. Overall, though, I wouldn't rate them too highly, but definitely comfort pick for Valdemar. He's really, really good on them. He plays them a lot, and military wing 2TC definitely still a strong strategy with them. On the other hand side, Cisco, Malians, China, and Juji. Those are some really, really strong civilizations as well. I think China versus Mongols is probably one of the best matchups for China. And then Malians versus English could be an extremely one-sided matchup potentially for the Malians.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those that if you just end up getting the wrong Civ matchup, you kind of do just feel like you were left out to dry a little bit. Also, feel like him snagging over the Chinese away from Valdemar. I feel like it's another one of Valdemar's somewhat comfort picks. Able to get the Chinese who are viable on a couple different maps and has both Chinese and the variant of the Chinese.
Yeah, having both of those civilizations there immediately. I mean, it's Juji, I feel like kind of fell off recently. They've received a lot of really heavy nerfs, but overall still a pretty solid civilization overall. I think you can definitely play them with 2TC or like all-ins, but their tempo isn't as strong as they used to be. It looks like we're just about to jump into our first game now in this best of 3.
Yeah, enough of that. Here we go. Going into game number 1 of the day, we have Cisco versus Valdemar on Coastal Cliffs, Delhi versus Ayubids.
This is not your average Cisco. This is Cisco Megalo that we've got over here. All right. Yeah, Coastal Cliffs. We can already see it there on the map. It's like a really, really squished in version of Dry Arabia. You can see there's a lot of water on the map, but as you mentioned earlier, that water isn't really accessible, separated with that really, really tall cliff there. So players, they're going to have to like make do with the remaining space that they've got on this squished in version of Dry Arabia. You can also see, as we mentioned before, stone really, really far away. So early TC expansion, probably not going to be on the menu here.
No, it's really going to be, Delhi's main goal, capture the sacred site, start that tick, get the free gold going, and just either use that gold to trade on up, go up to Castle Age, or just full on make 100+ units in Feudal Age and all in, which I have seen, I saw twice yesterday, actually.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a really, really valid strategy. I mean, Delhi, I mean, they're also really, really aggressive in the feudal age. I think probably like the best civilization for like all ins in the feudal age at the moment. And Ayubids in general are also like a really, really tempo-focused civilization. Get a lot of tempo in feudal age, in early castle age as well. Getting that early siege out. Also having it's kind of interesting how the Manganique kind of changes a lot of the matchups. Because Mangonels, sure, they do a good amount of damage to buildings, but not that much. Then you get the Manganique out. If your opponent's going for like early farms or anything like that, you burn them down super, super quickly with the Manganique.
Yeah, if a Ubids is getting a castle on any sort of even ground, even footing with one pretty solid for himself. We're about to see the military advancement wing clicked up, I assume, in just a second. There we go. Valdemar clicking on up. And Cisco will, I'm assuming, drop the Tower of Victory as well. Not a Dome of the Faith and Jeweler here when you're wanting to be more aggressive.
Exactly, and it is going to be that military wing reinforcement. So we're going to be seeing those 3 Desert Raiders coming out as soon as the age up hits. Here we go. Tower of Victory. That's going to be the choice here for Cisco. Definitely makes a lot of sense just having that extra attack speed on your units, meaning that in these big, large engagements, having your archers fire a lot faster is going to net you a lot of additional DPS. Looking overall at the Sheep, I mean, not that Sheep is really too important for these civilizations, since both of them are berry civs. Valdemar sitting on 11 alive sheep, 1 sheep carcass. On the other hand side, Cisco, 12 live sheep, 2 sheep carcasses. So looking a little bit better here for Cisco. Means that he won't have to move out that early on in the game. And looking at the food spawns overall, Valdemar has some good walling potential, but without walls, both of the steer spots are going to be very much exposed.
Yeah, and obviously we know Delhi, being that aggressive civ, they're going to be wanting to send Ghazi Raiders out and about, constantly roaming throughout the map. I assume Cisco is going to end up pulling off a gold here with the next these 3-ville drop-offs. Usually you'll see 1 extra scholar produced, and then it's all wood, all food into just full-on production buildings, military investments, and Valdemar sending 5 villagers over, not building a lumber camp, just doing it. Looks like a long drop off of the stone. So I'm assuming this is going to be arrow slits into an attempted fast castle play.
Yeah, it looks like it. So this is interesting. Valdemar with the Ayubids is going to go for that fast castle. That has been nerfed. Still, though, the nerf hasn't been too consequential. It's still a very, very good wing to age up with. Is, however, going to mean that he doesn't have a lot of additional bonus other than that. I think it could also, instead of being the advancement wing, it could be one of the other full cost wings. So options that we have there would be the one where you get like 3 dervishes for free. Or my personal favorite, the one where you get 8 villagers for free and you also get plus 100 food on your berry bushes. Can we take a look at Valdemar and see how he's been gathering from the berry bushes so far? Because if he splits up his villagers onto different berry bushes, okay, yeah, it's not gonna be the economic wing growth for him. Because if you go for the economic wing growth, then you're gonna pay a lot of attention not to fully deplete your berry bushes, as the food is actually gonna be applied as soon as you age up, even if you've already gathered a little bit from those berry bushes.
Yeah, just leave 1 food left in each bush, and that is good enough. It will add an extra 100 onto each of those. But this is where we are tracking the first Desert Raider, and I actually don't see Cisco Scout tracking this too well, so we'll be surprised here a little bit with the first couple shots. I'm just pulling off of berries back onto the sheep at home, which is exactly that key benefit of starting on the berries.
Exactly, and now Ghazi Raiders are going to be coming out for Cisco. Not the best unit to make against the Desert Raiders. Still, though, they are somewhat effective against them, as the Desert Raiders do have that permanent range tag on them. They do take bonus damage from Horsemen.
Yeah, and I believe this is kind of one of those where, you know, it feels weird building a stables first with Tower of Victory, but you want mobility, you want map control, and that's exactly what Cisco's doing. He knows how important it is to try to delay this faster castle play that Valdemar is clearly trying to do, and he is going to go hit the berries as soon as he can.
Meantime, Paraslits is going to be coming in. Berries almost depleted here by Valdemar, so already very efficient when it comes to the gathering. We see here Desert Raider switching to the melee stance. Still a lot of damage, though, from the Ghazi Raider. Villager isn't going to go down. Ghazi Raider has to pull back. He can get healed up. Doesn't pull him back in time. That hurts a lot. Losing a Ghazi Raider early on in the game like that, especially since you can heal them back up with your Scholar.
And now the archery range has come out. You are correct. Not going to be the quicker culture advancement wing. It is going to be looking like it's just a straighter fast castle, but not advancement fast castle. Most likely growth going to be my guess.
I don't think it's Grove, because then he would have played with the berries differently. I think it's going to be the one where you get 3 dervishes immediately. It's going to be weird because he won't have map control immediately, but I think he can relatively easily just get a couple of camel lancers out and take map control with that. No, it is going to be Grove. Okay, that's surprising to me, considering how he played around the berries there earlier. He's going to be missing out on 600 food then.
Yeah, he's got 1 at least left, but yeah, that is a lot that you're just giving up for yourself. I mean, especially when we were talking about the sheep, he had 11 or 12 sheep at the very start, could he easily grab. Trade going well for Cisco this time, even though it feels bad taking some of that extra damage. He did pick up one of those Desert Raiders and will not have to be annoyed by that any longer.
I'm asking myself right now what Valdemar is going to do as soon as he hits Castle Age. Is he just going to play the economic route? Because Sacred Size, from the look of it, might definitely go over to the way of Cisco if he doesn't immediately make like either Camel Lancers or some Ghoulems. I think Ghoulems might still be the best choice here for Valdemar, just because you can't counter Ghoulems in the Fuel Age. Well, not directly at least. The Ghazi Raiders do somewhat well against them. Oh, Ghazi Raiders have to be careful there. Loses one of them. Second one is gonna survive though from the looks of it. Ghoulems you can't really counter directly, but it is gonna be the Camel Lancers from the looks of it. Those you can counter directly with Spearmen, even while you're still in the Feudal Age.
Yeah, the key benefit for Cisco, at least for him, is he should be grabbing these sacred sites, which immediately is going to be some gold income for himself, making up for that little bit of villager deficit he'll find himself in once Valdemar's Castle Age completes.
Like that, he's also immediately walling up those sacred sites, so even if the Camel Lancers do go out, they won't be able to immediately decap any of these sacred sites.
Still roaming out and about, wants to make sure that Valdemar isn't, moving out for those relics right when Castle Age does hit. Needs to get some vision of which wing it is to know what to expect and how to react.
Yeah, wing is going to hit Valdemar's house though, so villagers aren't going to spawn immediately. We'll have to build another house for them to spawn. Oh, looks like he hasn't realized yet. This could hurt him. He's not getting the villagers out. He's at 34 out of 40 pop right now, but he needs 8 more population. There we go. Now house is getting dropped. Okay. So 3 villagers,
this
5
isn't just
villagers
house,
on those
though. This is like mega house. This is 8 villagers that you've been missing for, 20 seconds, it feels like.
Yeah, but they're going to be popping out now. There we go. 8 villagers coming out immediately. And Valdemar, he still has a lot of food under his TC, right? Can we take a look at how many sheep carcasses are still remaining right now for Valdemar? Actually, not that many on him anymore. He's down to 4 sheep carcasses. He'll have to move out to food soon. And look at that wall from Cisco coming out at the front side. Camel Lancers, though, coming out as well. If this wall goes up, like, Cisco could, theory, completely box Valdemar inside his base. But he's going to need some Spearmen really, really soon if he wants to be able to do anything against these Camel Lancers.
Yeah, and honestly, if I'm Valdemar and I see that little tiny attempted raiding party from the Ghazi Raiders, I might just turn right around, clear that path up, but it does allow Cisco to complete these walls in between those front wood lines with the archers. You can't forget he is Delhi, so that is the military units that are able to do that, and quite annoying to deal with as Valdemar.
It is, 100% is. Still, I don't see any Spearmen yet from Cisco, and that might actually hurt him. Archers actually getting rallied to the wrong point on the map and are getting taken down now by these Desert Raiders. Cisco, 11 archers right now. That is not nearly enough to deal with 4 Camel Lancers. And is he actually going to go for the fight? That is not a fight that he can take. Doesn't even have +1 damage yet. Granted, Valdemar doesn't have any upgrades either on his units, but look at that. Ghazi Raider getting shredded immediately. And now the archers, they got to run. Finally, we see some Spearmen in queue.
He pulls the board, at least. That's going to do more damage than the archers are, I feel like, at this point. But Valdemar, reinforcements coming in, and the front red little blob gets absolutely cleared. And Cisco's going to be at this point where he's going to find himself stuck in Feudal Age now. Valdemar's going to run across the map with this mobility and should be able to clear up this tiny little raid. And Cisco will find himself struggling to gather resources.
Food is going to be an issue for him. Grant, he is now finally getting Spearmen out, but imagine if he had like 6 Spearmen out already. This would have been a complete non-issue for him.
Couple more of the archers left out to dry. You can't forget with those the Camel Lancers, they have a much longer charge distance, and they do more damage the longer they charge.
Yeah, now Valdemar adding in his own archers. If he gets to Golden Age 2, by the way, which I don't think is going to be a long time away for him, he's going to be getting plus 50% research speed. So getting all the necessary blacksmith upgrades in, getting the veterancy on the archers in, it's barely going to take any time.
Yep. And
Oh,
this
the
is what I was
villagers!
talking about. Right as Cisco, he needs to move out for food, just as Valdemar having to move out for his second berry. Cisco wanted to move out for deer, and villagers are going to pay for that.
Spearmen do save the last couple of remaining villagers, but yeah, that's going to be another dead villager. Now, I mean, not only is Valdemar getting plus 8 free villagers with his age up, he's also killed a lot from Cisco.
Yep, starting to get picks here and there, and more importantly, picked a lot of that military blob and did not allow Delhi to get that mass up, which is usually where we'll see Delhi at this point being at 40, 50 units.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to head that way. Cisco right now, he's having a lot of downtime with his food income, down to 80 food per minute right now. Definitely needs food. Oh, the villagers are idle on the deer. They're not gathering at all right now. Oh yeah, this feels like I don't see right now how Cisco can come back from that. Yeah, I mean, look at the army value, 3 to 1.
That's not even enough to make villager production, much less start massing up army or even equalize the castle age. Valdemar circles right back around for the deer again, and this is just a really feels bad now if you are in Cisco's position.
Yeah, Cisco, he just bought a lot of food again with the gold that he had gathered passively so far. But it feels like he's not going to be able to get like a lot of production out now.
And then Valdemar's archers now come into play, and just like in a blink of an eye, Valdemar 14 archers because he's been nonstop producing while Cisco's been idled, and so has that big tanky front line, forces the spears to come up. Archers are going to clean up the spears, and the camel lancers get a quick surround, and the archers are still tickling all of the units from Valdemar.
Yeah, behind that, veterancy on the archers is coming in as well. No more frontline. Spearmen have all gone down, and now the camel lancers are going to be free to snipe down all of the archers, all of the villagers. Cisco's base now completely exposed. And yeah, that's going to be a quick first game, and looking pretty solid here from Valdemar.
Yep, choosing the Ayubids and not going for the, you know, some of the old days, but just still showing how the Desert Raiders can take the map control early, put your opponent on the back foot, and give yourself a clean castle timing.
To be fair, looking at the resources here, Cisco wasn't even that far behind at all, actually. I think if he just made Spearmen faster, like really early on in the game, he would have definitely been in a much better position. I think you don't need more than like 5 archers at the beginning to be able to deal with the Desert Raiders, since chances are Ayubids don't actively make those Desert Raiders. They only get them passively, and then they only get like 1 every 2 minutes. If you have five archers, you definitely have enough to deal with them. After that, you should probably just head into spears. If you see the stables that came out from Valdemar.
Yeah, and you can see that military dive at like the 9-minute mark. He was rallying the archers across the map when camel lancers were coming out, and just like you said, didn't have any spears to actually protect that mass that he moved forward with. But still, first game, you could still see the positives from Cisco. I'm sure he'll jump back with Core for some coaching up on that on a replay. But that's just game number 1. We got another one in store for us. It's Cliffside, and we're gonna see a little bit of a Mongol versus Mali though.
This looks like a pretty good draft there now from Valdemar, not choosing to go for English. That would have been a really good matchup for Cisco. Instead, Mongols feel like a pretty damn good civilization to pick into Malians.
Yeah, that was my exact thought. I was like, oh, Cisco getting the mollies pulled out, you know, very strong civ. And I'm like, yeah, but that's one of the worst civs that you want to be going up against, mainly due to just obviously everyone's main goal playing against Mali is to deny the cow boom, and the best way to do that is killing the pit mines and burning the houses around it. Well, that becomes even more of a snowball for the Mongols, who get that raid bonus every single bounty burn.
Yeah, instead of creating like a cliff between the players worth like 25 resources, every time the Mongols burn down a house, it's going to be a separation of like 75 resource between the two players, because the Mongols, they get plus 50 resource, and the Malians, of course, they lose out on 25 resources and also the build time on the house. So definitely like Mongol early aggression feels very rough for Malians to deal with.
Yeah, and a lot of times, like what like some people will try to do is the Malians will just go ahead and drop a barracks in the Dark Age and try to start massing up Donzo, which sound great, but Donzo are pretty expensive. They do have that spear throw, but you're paying full resource price for every single one of those Donzo. Meanwhile, Mongol, they're playing to their own strength. They got the Uvu, they have double production from that stone.
I think usually in most cases, it's probably better to just put a single outpost on your like next to your pit mine, like right next to it, so you cover all the houses and the pit mine as well. And then you can just park the scout there as soon as the spearmen come in. And that's probably the best way to deal with it. Other than that, like if you invest into a barracks immediately and you get the donzos out, it feels really rough, especially since the thing that you want to do first usually versus spearmen is get archers out, but you don't have that option in Dark Age. So my personal opinion on this matchup is just rush up to the next age, get a single outpost out, park the scout inside, and for most of the time just ignore it until you reach feudal age.
Yeah, doing the Dark Age response is actually just playing exactly into what your opponent wants you to do. They want to delay your cow boom, delay all your passive resource gathering. Well, that's exactly what you're doing by staying in the Dark Age and not getting your Mansa Quarry, not getting your second pit mine, and more importantly, not producing any cows.
Exactly, exactly. Just gonna be a minute left roughly until we'll jump into our second game of this first set. And fellas, if you enjoyed the first game that we've got here so far, feel free to, if you have it, of course, leave a Prime sub here on the channel as well, as it does help out a ton. All of the production here in the back for EGC definitely does take a lot of resource. So every little bit of support definitely very, very much appreciated here on the channel.
There we go. It is always hype to have any sort of support, whether it's subs, whether it's just viewers y'all watching, whether it's the good old Patreon, or I even saw some things about a potential Kickstarter in the works down the road, and who knows if that'll end up coming to fruition or not. But I saw something about a good old land if as one of the goals there. So I mean, if that is, I'm all in for it.
Yeah, an EGC land, that's definitely something to get excited for. And yeah, countdown is ticking. It's going to be an exciting game number 2 now. I mean, Mongols vs Malians. I think Malians could probably still play this one really, really well. It's going to be exciting to see how Cisco's going to deal with the Mongol aggression early on.
Yeah, there's a lot of different kind of gold veins on this map, but I do feel like half of them are kind of very centralized, very easily pressured. So that's going to be one of the keys is where Mali's golds are positioned, everything of that sort. But enough talking. Let's see it. Let's get on into it.
All right, jumping into our game number 2 any second now. And here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Cliffside, and in the color yellow, we got Valdemar spawning in as the Mongols. And on the other hand side, we got Cisco in the color red playing as the Malians. And yeah, I mean, Valdemar with the Mongols. Let's see, immediately going to be placing the Uvu. Looking at the spawn here, actually, what is that spawn for Valdemar? Where's his starting gold? There's a slight bit of Valdemar's main TC and his starting gold.
I
He
feel like
might
it's
just
always
as well
weird.
go for the middle.
I feel like it's always weird, like when you end up seeing the Mongols spawn. It's like, well, he initially was close to this gold. He decided to roll his TC a little bit further forward, I'm sure, and that just made the gold look a little bit out of position for himself. But as I was talking about, a lot of middle golds, and if he's the one being the aggressor, especially in Dark Age, then sure, might as well take a middle gold or one that's more forward potentially.
Yeah, I feel like we're definitely gonna have to see an outpost at some point coming in for Valdemar on his gold, because that is really, really exposed. If there's any aggression coming out from Cisco, that could become really dangerous. But there we go. Barracks is getting dropped on the Uvu now. So typical Mongol early Dark Age aggression is what we'll be seeing here. Cisco, on the other hand side, looks like he's not really respecting that Dark Age aggression too much so far. We're not going to be seeing a barracks drop. We're not going to be seeing an early outpost. Instead, it's going to be the full 6 houses from the looks of it.
And I mean, to me, this is not good. Look at we were all focused on Valdemar's gold. We're like, oh, look at Valdemar's gold, so far away from his TC. Look at Cisco's, not his first gold, which is forward, close, like almost closer to Valdemar than him. Look at where his second and third golds are. They all get denied by one single tower, and then if he wants to go for other ones, again, that one single outpost probably gives him vision of it. The other safest one is, as Vodka highlighting, in the southern side by the sacred site that is still kind of like wide open and has a direct line from Valdemar's base. So this does not feel like a good Molly spawn by any means. No back golds, no kind of real safe ones behind.
Yeah, also somewhat interesting. Cisco, he actually didn't go for the 6th house. He has the 25 wood still in the bank, but now first couple of Spearmen are going to make their way over. Are they going to target down the pit mine or the houses? They're going for the pit mine. Not the biggest fan of that choice, especially as the Mongols. You do want to get more bounty as early as possible, I feel like. It gives you an earlier age up as well from the gold.
Yeah, I'm one that putting pressure onto. Oh, this is what Cisco had planned. Then it is not the Manticore. He just is saying, all right, I'm going to protect that first gold with the Saharan Trade Network.
This is where the core coaching comes in. I've seen core react to this Mongol early aggression like that quite a lot. So yeah, I think it makes sense here getting the Saharan Trade Network up. It's gonna definitely protect your gold there. You already immediately have the emplacement. Villager also make sure that the pit mine isn't getting burned immediately. And I think, yeah, the Saharan Trade Network is going to go up in time. So all these 5 spearmen, they're not going to achieve anything here. And Valdemar, at the same time, he also didn't go for an early outpost. He started gathering up a little bit of wood for it, but then he stopped. Without the early outpost, the aggression is going to stick around for too long here at the front side.
Yeah, I mean, while it looked really bad at first, it kind of seems like Cisco will be able to stabilize here and not have any of the houses burned. He should be able to save that pit mine. Yeah, raid bounty will go over, but the pit mine should stay up.
I think Cisco can still, like, save it, like, right? Yeah, it's not even signed to get burned. Valdemar realized that he won't be, like, he would lose spearmen.
Yeah, so a win overall for Cisco. Valdemar obviously still sitting in the Dark Age, about to be able to drop his own age up, but I wouldn't be too surprised to see get a little bit of extra passive gold.
Yeah, I think Valdemar, he's just gonna age up with the. I don't think it's gonna be a deer stones. I think on this map especially, you can definitely go for silver tree. You usually have some really good trade potential on this map. With all the cliffs as well, it feels like there are some really good natural walls that you got there for the Mongols. So early trade typically pretty strong here. And there we go, Silver Tree is coming up. Cisco on the other hand side already in the feudal age. Starts getting some eco upgrades as well, as you do get a lot of gold Malians just passively. Granted though, he is in theory 2 villagers lower worth of income than he would be if he went for the other landmark. Oh, spearmen making their way over to the house. Looks like there weren't any resources that went over, and yeah, they can actually attack that one house outside of the range. It's so tricky sometimes with the range there. Yeah, the spearmen aren't actually in range of that landmark, so no damage actually being dealt here to them. They'll be able to take down one of the houses.
Yeah, Cisco needs to get up that archery range, get some ranged units out and about to push those spears on away.
Cisco, he's going to repair the house, and Valdemar's going to be like, oh yeah, you repaired that for me? Thank you, man. I'm going to get more bounty now.
Yeah, that always feels bad, especially it was just like one extra torch throw after the repair, and house ends up going down. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get to the other house that is over there in the corner, but instead, Valdemar just falls back a little bit, and it's going to go around to the other side.
We're now getting some archers out for Cisco, but at the same time, Valdemar, he already built his stable. Valdemar round reach feudal age, and Keshiks immediately going to be in the queue. I'm not sure if those are double produced. I think they might have been double produced Keshiks. Could take a look at that at some point. Spearman chasing after the scout there. Oh, they're not double. Oh, Valdemar's actually double producing traders from the looks of it.
Okay.
Else, there's no real reason why he put the next to. Yeah, it is going to be double production on the traders.
Okay, so really investing into at least. What I wondering is this going to be one of those like kind of puppy paw builds from the past where you'll double produce 2 sets of traders and then you'll move the silver tree and like that's it, and kind of invest more into just protecting those first 4 traders for their first trip, and then you can go castle or just kind of have that extra eco bonus going forward to match Molly's passive gold.
Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that happening here. Now also some Javelin throwers coming out. Valdemar building that archery. He's also building another market. Valdemar right now building a second market. This makes me feel like this is just going to be a really greedy boom game. Even cancels the archery range. Keshik
Yeah.
is getting spotted.
Forget everything I said about the two. Making a market now would totally nullifies everything I had said. Again, though, Cisco moving out a little too far with some archers like he did last game, and you do not want to be taking the fight against cavalry with only ranged units.
Yeah, it feels like Valdemar's just gonna giga boom this game. At the same time, Cisco dropping 3 more production buildings, so going up immediately to 2 barracks and 2 archery ranges. He's got a lot of villagers left on wood, though. I don't feel like he can sustain production here. And at the same time, Valdemar greeting with double market trade product. Wait, why is he going to the wrong market? I mean, he could trade to this market, but the other one is.
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know.
Gold. You sure you know what that 7 gold?
Yeah, sure. Oh, okay. Now he's gonna pack up the new market that he just built and put it to the edge. Did he get the mobility upgrade yet from the Uvu? I wonder, because that market, yeah, the market looked relatively slow. Yeah, he doesn't have it. He could get it.
It's a super cheap upgrade. It usually ends up being worth it, as you're moving around a lot more than just that market over the course of the game.
It's pulling the boar on the traders.
We had a little bit of some scout surfing over there, and the boar gets pulled onto the traders. Honestly, even a little damage to those traders over time does end up hurting. Nothing's worse when you have a couple when you have a couple wolves in the trade line, and then all of a sudden you look back and like all your traders are sitting at half health after a couple trips.
All right. I mean, he did some damage to one of the Keshiks there. Right now, I mean, Cisco, he's making Army a little bit blind, like he's still making javelin throws. If he just scouts the base from Valdemar, then he knows that right now all he needs is Dunzos, just pure Dunzo mass, maybe even some Musafati warriors. Actually, Valdemar just now rebuilds the archery range. First couple of archers are going to be in queue. So mainly just needs Dunzos for now if he wants to start pushing out in the market. It's about to approach the corner.
Yeah. Cisco never ended up building that forward wall, never ended up investing into a second pit mine, most likely because all the gold locations are so poor for him. But that is one of the things that really does feel bad right now for Cisco. He's only got 2 cows at the 9-minute mark.
Can we also talk about the cattle ranches here? Because they look a little bit oddly positioned right now. We got them on opposite sides of the TC, which is going to make it a little bit awkward if he wants to go for the Grand Falani Corral here.
Yeah, and even if he wanted to place it on the east side where he has those first couple cattle, there's another set of berry bushes that really blocks out another set of cattle ranches or where the Grand Falani Corral is going. And now we see the updated trade route of being 86 gold.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of resources coming in here now for Valdemar. Yeah, a couple of trades are just about to hit there. I'm saying that, but it feels like a couple of them only carried 7 resources there. Yeah, I think on the one remaining trip that they still had, they still only carried like 7 resources. So now for the next one, though, they're going to be bringing a lot of extra resources. But at the same time, raid coming in from Valdemar. 2 villagers already went down to those Keshiks. Might be a 3rd villager now. Villager stopping, actually. 3rd villager, 4th villager goes down. And I got another villager. He saw a lot of villagers there.
He saw the raid. He reacted to the raid. He just didn't react enough. He didn't pull the villagers all the way home. And 4 Keshiks did fall for that. But at this point, Valdemar's got 17 extra eco, the 5 vills he took down and the 12 extra traders that he probably has behind this. So those Keshiks will be replaced in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, at the same time, also an issue for him is he has so much wood in the bank right now and nothing really to spend it on right now. Definitely needs to get more units out. I would love to see him just take all of the villagers from wood, get a couple of cattle out from the cattle ranch, and just eat. Just go to town on those cattle and just get a lot of food and come in. It looks like Valdemar, after all, like losing so many Keshiks, he's immediately going to go on the aggressive again. And Villager, not going to be protected here. Might lose his life to a single Keshik now.
Yep, and the Keshiks are pushing back forward. I mean, this feels like Cisco, he never made that re-macro decision off of the wood. Like he dropped a bunch of production, but then he doesn't need more and more wood unless you're mass producing archers and still needing more production. Still doesn't have the second pit mine, while Valdemar is just full steam ahead, has the trade fully online, and is making all the extra resources into economy. Looks like he's getting the raid bonus upgrade going on right now too.
Yeah, makes me feel like it's just going to be full all-in feudal age aggression. Right now, as well for Valdemar, I don't really see a reason for him why he needs to go to Castle Age. He can just buy resources right now, invest a lot into military, and potentially just overrun. Just go for the overrun. I think he has enough quality of units that he can make with the Keshiks in the feudal age to do that. You can already see his army value like skyrocketing right now.
His gold per minute is at 1100 gold. Oh, it just dropped a little bit because of the trade route, just difference when it drops off. But it was at 1100 gold per minute. That's almost more resources than Cisco's getting overall when it was the time that I looked. And it's just absolutely absurd how much that trade is now starting to return.
Yeah, it looks really rough. And now a second mid-pit mine has been built once the walls have been completed. More walls coming up right now for Cisco, but he's definitely not in a good position right now when it comes to the economy. Can we take a look at how many traders Valdemar has out? I think it was 13 earlier. If it's getting to 15, yeah, it's 60 now. So he unlocked the last bonus. Now it's 30% more resources for every single one of these traders. These traders, it's like they're like worth 2 villagers whenever they come out. So Valdemar, in theory, not 18 villagers or eco units behind, it's more like 36.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where the snowball just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. I felt like it was kind of funny when Keshiks first got introduced to Mongols. Everyone was like, yeah, they're just not, they're going to be a worse knight. Like, why would, no, those aren't that great. And it's like, no, the key that you're forgetting is that Mongols actually has something to spend their gold on in feudal age, because this is where they're getting a ton of gold, and they didn't used to really have anything to spend it on other than upgrades and buying and trading in for other resources. But now that they had the feudal age Keshik, it just really allows them to invest more into this feudal.
Players keep maxing more and more military, but it looks like Valdemar is now actually shifting into Castle Age. Nice enough resource for that. Kurultai is going to be coming up. The question is going to be if CSO can make enough units to buffer up against that. We're now seeing some Musafati warriors coming in as well. Sorry.
Hey, it's okay. I've been seeing the questions in the chat. It's easy to mix it on up. Don't you worry.
It's the names, man.
Oh, it is definitely an easy confusion. And as you mentioned with those cattle ranchers, I can't imagine
it's
where
weird.
he would put the grand.
Yeah, next to the TC, but it's not going to hit them all, right? Like,
I don't think it would. I think it would miss those front two that he has, but maybe he can just drop a ranch later on if that's the game plan. But I think Cisco's got a little bit of bigger problems to worry about. He definitely saw the traders way early on, and he hasn't denied any of those traders since he saw them, and he has no idea how thick this trade route has turned into be.
Yeah, and now it feels like it's go time. Age Up comes in. Valdemar going to be pulling the Kurultai further ahead next up, and yeah, I mean, all these units under the Kurultai, it's like they're already at like semi-veterancy status, and once they get the veteran status in, they're going to be at like veterancy plus. They're going to be doing a lot of damage. Just because the main army is going to arrive now. Javelin throw is still going to be doing a lot of damage to these archers, nonetheless. The base damage means that they can also pick off the Keshiks if they're not careful.
Valdemar doing the
status hits.
Yeah, I was about to say Valdemar doing the smart thing, and he said, let's not take a losing fight. Let's just wait 15 seconds. Don't be impatient. Let the veteran upgrades come in, getting his, it looks like wedge rivets coming in, and that is when after he will go ahead and do the dive that he was planning.
Can we talk about the resources? Cisco floating almost 1,000 wood at this point in the game. Just kind of hurts. It definitely hurts, because these are resources that if he had them on like other resources, he could be really close to going up to Castle Age himself here. Instead, Kurultai is going to try and deploy. Spearman block it for the moment, but Kurultai eventually probably is going to deploy. Archers, baiting out the Donzos. Donzos do take the bait. A lot of them just went down. Only 8 Donzos remaining compared to 7 Keshiks, and now also Man-at-Arms are going to be coming in.
Yeah, and those men-at-arms are really going to be that unit that doesn't have an answer by most civs. It does by Cisco with the Malians, can start making Musafatis, but you can't make Musafatis into Valdemar's mass that he has out right now.
Yeah, it's also so many archers. They also do really well against the Musafati warriors. Army trades places with the villagers inside the outpost. The outpost with the emplacement doesn't do enough damage against all of these Keshiks with +2 armor on them. That's 6 armor that they've got right now. Slowly but surely, I mean, the Keshiks are going down, but the army from Cisco is going down way quicker than that.
Yeah, that's
And
the
with
point
that,
where you get
yeah.
+2 armor in and you dive TC. GG gets called Valdemar with a clean 2-0 victory to move on to the next round.
GG. All right. Clean 2-0 victory here in the starting best of 3. This was only the first set, though. Maybe a little bit unbalanced when it comes to the matchup. But as we're going further and further into these brackets, into these sets, it's going to get a lot more even and a lot harder for these players going forward.
100% going to be the case. We're gonna get some updates, see what series we have in store for you next. You can see where the villager count, doesn't really tell the full story of this game. Once we flip on over to the economy count, you can see how early on Valdemar was just able to get that lead, and it just gapped Cisco, and that lead turns into the military later on, turns into upgrades, castle age, everything of the sort.
Yeah, I mean, look at that military count at the end. That really hurts. All right. So, I mean, that's going to be the first set here that we've had. Valdemar clean 2 versus Cisco. Now we're going to be taking a look at which set we're going to be covering next here. See a lot of recommendations at the moment. Looks like it might potentially be Legalis versus Happy Cat, and that's also going to be an interesting one. So Happy Cat definitely rings a bell, and there it is. I'm 99% sure I remember that player from AoE2.
I know Happy Cat from somewhere as well. It's on the tip of the tongue. I'm sure maybe someone from chat who's, Twitch chat all knowing is going to pop up. Someone, come on, help us out here a little bit. Um, but Legalis, it's another player out there who I streams. He plays a ton. He's been in a bunch of tournaments. He's, on ladder consistently. So definitely another pretty known player out there.
I just got T90 in my head right now saying Happy Cat, and I'm like, I'm so sure that I heard T90 say Happy Cat multiple times to the point where I'm quite certain it's not a meme, it must be a player name.
There we go. Well, I want to say yesterday he might have gotten I want to say he was in Divine and Aveli's bracket. I'll go ahead and get it pulled up. He ended up he beat M7, who I know is as a decent player as well, and ended up getting taken down by Aveli, who qualified. So losing to a player who qualified on through, not ever going to be a bad thing to talk about, as it happens to plenty of us.
Exactly. Looking at the draft already that we've got going on here right now, first map is going to be on Gorge. Civilizations for Legalis. We got Japan, Malians, Juji's Legacy, and the Ayubids. All right.
Thank God Stoic helped us out with who Legalis is from Lord of the Rings.
it's not getting much easier considering how he writes his name sometimes.
Oh, true. But looking at the civilization choices for Happy Cat, it does seem like he is more of a. I mean, other than the Mongols, it seems like he's more kind of the boomier get to castle age type civilization play, whereas Legolas is kind of all over the place with his choices, has a lot more of a balance in between.
Yeah, and we're seeing Malians coming out immediately for him against the Order of the Dragon. All right, that's going to be an interesting one as well. Order of the Dragon, it can be played in a lot of different ways. Some people like to play them very, very similar to the HRE. I think a 2TC playstyle definitely fits them fine. And in a matchup against the Malians, I think 2TC definitely works. However, at some point, you definitely need to go for Castle Age because your army kit, or rather the units that you can make in the Feudal Age, there's always a counter from the Malians against them. You make men-at-arms, they Malians, they make Musafari warriors, they got the best spearmen with the Donzos, and the javelin throwers are a really, really good tool against the gilded archers as well.
Yeah, I mean, I will say Order of the Dragons, they've come a long way from when they were first announced and they were the bottom of the barrel. They definitely are have some solid points to their overall gameplay, and maybe can have some place, but Mali just feels like they have all the tools in the toolbox against them.
All right, jumping into it straight away. There we go, everybody. Happy Cat versus Legalis. Legalis spawning in color green here as the Malians. On the other hand side, Happy Cat as the Order of the Dragon. We're here on Gorge in a beautiful Saharan desert biome that we've got going on here right now. It's gonna be interesting. We do see that Dark Age barracks.
Dark Age Barracks Spear is going to come out and about right off the bat. Legalis wants to scout it out, and he not only will scout it out, he'll get a good little extra benefit in taking a sheep, which Gorge is one of those maps that I've seen multiple players just forfeit because of sheep spawns. So we'll see if that has gotten cleaned up a little bit. We'll see how much of a balance there is there, but at least Legalis knows that the spears are on the way and knows that he needs to react to that accordingly.
Yeah, I'm looking at the scouting right now though for Happy Cat. I'm thinking about Order of the Dragons. They vacuum up resources. The villager is gathering 28% faster. Sure, you got a couple less of them, but nonetheless, you'll definitely need a lot of food under ATC. Very, very similar to how the HRE can like really vacuum up those resources out on the map. And making Spearman early on in the game as OOTD is also really expensive on your food economy. Only having 3 sheep right now on the TC with the scout being on the opposite side of the map can end up very rough. But now, there we go. Spearman out on the map, immediately hitting that pit mine. The gold spawned very far forward here for Legalis.
Yeah, and it's not only the Spearman. It is going to be a villager accompanying him to most likely build an outpost over there and kind of set that line, draw that line in the sand and say, hey, you're not coming on over here. Again, just kind of similar to last maps that we've casted with Molly. With Gorge, not only is your golds typically pretty far out, your secondary food locations are very far out as well. So the outpost will have multiple benefits throughout. Villager coming out to repair that pit mine pretty early on, but already getting hit with insufficient
He
wood.
tried. He tried. Oh, that's sad. That's the most sad villager I've ever seen. Like, he arrives, it's like, I got no wood.
He's like, wait, what'd you want me to do again?
More orders?
All right. Well, at least with this one, the pit mine should end up going down eventually as the outpost goes up. Happy Cat drops off some sheep, so does not end up getting idled. But as you were saying, I was definitely worried for him for a good little bit there. Villager, let's see what he has game planned after that. I'm wondering if he's going to go try to... I don't think I would go ahead and go for another gold. I would just go on home. Okay, I was about to say, he started running to the east, and I was like, where is he going?
Something that I could have seen him doing was potentially like just maining like a mining camp or a lumber camp somewhere on the right-hand side. Just have a villager there relatively early. Get some vision in potentially at some point in the game as well. And just overall, like, have something over there, maybe a proxy building, anything like that. Be a little bit sneaky. Instead, villager is going to make his way back, and Happy Cat should soon be able to age up as well. At the same time, Manzikori for Legalis is going to be coming in within the next 20 seconds.
Yeah, and so the thing is like, I've seen so many players just ignore this first tower for a good little bit. They'll move out, they'll secure other resources on the map, and then wait for the right timing to actually be able to take this outpost down.
Yeah, one thing, or rather one issue that I see here with these kind of like OTD tower rushes, knowing firsthand, is your spearmen are so expensive, it is difficult to get enough of them out in order to fill up an entire outpost. So this outpost for a long time is going to do very little damage, so it's quite easy to just, for example, get textiles immediately and just burn it down with villagers.
Yep, and could see exactly that. But for now, a scout comes, joins in with the spearman, wants to officially take down the pit mine, so no more gold production from that, but will at least have a slight replacement with the Manticore.
Yeah, houses, though, are now going to be on the menu. I'm wondering what the follow-up is going to be here from Happy Cat, whether it's going to be immediately horsemen, some archers potentially, or whether it's just going to be a straight-up follow-up into Fast Castle. That could be an option, but we are seeing the archery range now.
Yep, archery range, first production building. Wheelbarrow is on the way for Legalis as well, so just getting a little bit of some eco upgrades. You can see he's not too worried about this tower for the time being, and just, again, waiting for the right timing. Another house, or I guess the first house should be taken down in just a little bit, but mine work coming to a close in the next couple seconds as well, so feudal ages by both players.
Yeah, right now, Legalis, he's just chilling. He's definitely not bothered by it. He's now getting a lot of archers out. So I think the correct response here would be horsemen now from Happy Cat. The issue is that then he can just go into Donzos, and that's still not a very fun matchup for the Order of the Dragon. Oh, look at that. He snuck a villager out. He's immediately going for that second pit mine. I like that. I like that play.
Yeah, and just ignore the first one. You talked about how much of an investment it actually is to get multiple units out other than that first spearman, or, especially if he would have built a second outpost, that just would have delayed Happy Cat's feudal age way too much. And so Legolas knows this and says, all right, I'll just move out, sneak on out, drop a few houses over on the massive gold vein, and get a pit mine started there.
Right, H-Up came through for Happy Cat. He's also getting his own wheelbarrow right now. We see villagers also moving from him over to the deer very early on, so maybe this is going to be a transition now into fast castle age. It would make sense, right? Like, he caused delay with the outpost, with the one spearman there, the pit mine that has been built by Legolas. There's only 3 houses there, so it's going to take a while. Yeah, I guess Legolas, he wants to get a ram out in order to take down the one outpost without any emplacements on it, with only like 1 unit inside.
I mean, that's just a lot of resources, and if I'm Happy Cat, I'm really happy with that, actually.
Yeah, I agree. Like, Happy Cat can be a very happy cat here at the moment. Like, this is so much delay here that he's caused, like the investment to the archers. We're even seeing some javelin throws coming out right now. Meanwhile, not a single cattle has been built, not even a cattle ranch.
Yeah, and just you hadn't really had a lot of the gold to be able to do so. He spent the gold on wheelbarrow, spent the gold now on double broadaxe, and next I think will start to come the cow production. But at that point, okay, well, I was Happy Cat. All of a sudden, it looked like he was accruing up a lot of resources, and then in the blink of an eye, he's dropped his stables. He starts to produce a gilded men-at-arms and getting the golden curious upgrade.
You know where the resource went? Into 2 units. It's 2 units worth, man. They're so expensive. It's kind of ridiculous, man. What the? He was like halfway up to castle age. He was halfway up to castle age, and then 2 units get queued, and he's all the way down again.
Yeah, if I see the ram, I'm like, all right, great. You just wasted so many resources, and that makes it even easier for my castle.
He wants more. I mean, rams have been nerfed, right? So if he's getting like the 3-4 units out right now, he should be able to take down the ram before the outpost even catches on fire. The question is, are the units going to be there in time? Horsemen should arrive relatively soon now.
The men-at-arms is there.
Yeah, okay, never mind. The outpost is going to go down. Ram is taking some damage, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Horsemen also arriving now. Yeah.
Horseman. Hello?
Horseman.
I think the villager at least got spotted, so I'm wondering if Happy Cat at least maybe makes the realization that there is now a second pit mine on the eastern side, and it kind of looks like he's starting to go over there.
Yeah, he found the other gold on the map, so now he knows, okay, wait, something's fishy here, and there we go. He's going for it. He's going for it, but Legolas got the Musafati warriors in queue, got the Donzos in queue. He's already getting a really, really strong army out, and this is where the issue kind of comes in for the Order of the Dragon. Imagine if Happy Cat just didn't make these units, he would already be going up to the next age.
He almost has Castle Age again, and I'm wondering, is this just going to be 2 units? Or is this actually going to be Castle Age this time?
It has to be Castle Age, right? Like, he can't just afford making more units. Musafati Warrior should be doing some damage here. They're skilled at Cuirass, so at 30% health, he's going to take a lot less damage, but until he gets there, the Musafati Warriors absolutely shred these men-at-arms. Yeah, Gilded Cuirass now comes in, takes a lot less damage now, but is still going to be on the retreat. Other units are coming in as well from the sides, but they're not going to help that men-at-arms too much. It's actually crazy how tanky it becomes once he starts glowing there, but is still going to get taken down. And those are some heavy losses here for him. These units are so expensive.
And he has decided on Castle Age now. Drop off, he needs 3 more food and he can go ahead and start his castle, but I just feel like you've lost your timing of it. You had a lot of control. You had maybe the opportunity to secure 2 relics without even, having contestation from Legalis.
Yeah, and it's also starting to get a little bit rough now, because what's the unit that he's going to be making? He's making archers right now. He doesn't have any upgrades for the archers currently. Now, granted, he has the Mindwork Palace, so it's not going to be like too hard for him to get Pierce Armor and Pierce Damage upgrades. But this still feels like a bad unit choice. He can get Scale Armor on them. That way, his archers get +3 Pierce Armor. But that doesn't really do a lot against the insane amount of bonus damage that the javelin throws do to your archers. Big Mine gets rebuilt.
Yep, and starting to snag that gold. So this is really where we will start to see a lot more cows come out. Ram's still alive over on the wood line, just chilling in
When
case
did Happy
needed.
Cat kill 3 villagers? At some point, Happy Cat killed 3 villagers.
I know he kept that horseman there and circled around with it. I'm wondering if it went and maybe delayed the wall for a little bit. It must have been that horseman.
Yeah, I mean, some unit must have gotten 3 kills there, because right now Happy Cat, with the Auto of the Dragon, is only 2 villages behind. And granted, his workers are 28% more efficient.
Oh, I know Legalis, though, circled around with a scout and spotted out the deer, luckily enough, though.
Yeah, they're getting pulled away.
Happy Cat has a outpost on the other deer, so he sees it and just is easily able to react to this ahead of time. Horseman circles around to the woodline yet again, causing some good delay, right as he has already gone up to castle and getting some of those important upgrades that you were talking about.
Yeah, we're getting veterancy right now on the archers as well as the men-at-arms. I'm still not too convinced overall. Like, the army composition is just really, really difficult to get enough archers out to where it matters. It's probably still like the only really choice that he can make right now. First couple of prelates are also coming out. Outposts, though, under 5 villagers have to hop inside that. Should have enough archers, though, to make sure that Legolas has to run away.
And once those prelates are able to snag the relics, that is really where Order the Dragon can finally start to come online just a little bit. You know, they are very cap strapped early on for resources in general. You know, all their units are so expensive. All their but I guess they do work quite a bit harder. But that's where Molly, when you have the counter units, it becomes that much better for you.
Archers focusing down the sofa here. They are already veterancy, so they're doing a lot of bonus damage now against the infantry. Look at that, just so few units, but they're really rapidly taking down the Donzo and the Musafati warriors here. Has to be careful though not to lose them against the javelin throws.
Legolas choosing to take that fight. The men-at-arms still alive. There's 2 men-at-arms on the front side, and the archers, the gilded archers, took down every single one of the Musafati. So there's literally nothing to deal with those men-at-arms at all.
Yeah, he lost his military force, and now it's starting to become really, really difficult for Legolas. Kind of feels like the eco difference is starting to really show here. And Legolas, his resource right now, they're also all over the place. Has a lot of wood in the bank, a lot of gold. Definitely needs to get more of these cattles out right now. With this many resources in the bank, he should already be at 20 cattle. Let's see. He's got 1 cattle ranch full, 2 cattle ranches full. Yeah, he should be maxed right now on these cattle ranches. Should probably like add even another mill if he's not like producing out of all of them right now. Because now it's going to become difficult for him.
Yeah, he's getting to this point where he feels like he needs to continue to make military, but he feels like he needs to try to somewhat match that castle age, as relics are starting to be secured behind this as well.
Just enough archers to one-shot the Donzos here now. Still doing a lot of damage to the sofas as well. Sofas that have been getting cleaned up pretty much by the archers and the spearmen in the front. Like, the spearmen actually didn't get focused. Now it got focused down. Spearman finally falls, but Legolas, he's got like no army left. He's on 9 military right now.
Again, a huge win here for Happy Cat. Legolas is getting forced off of the gold, has to fall on back, has only a few archers left, and that is a tanky gilded men-at-arms. Watch this thing tank the turret, or tank the town center right here. It's not going to be doing anything. The outpost getting upgrades, but again, he's getting tickled. He's laughing at this, and he's just won. There's 2 more coming on in, and this is not looking good for Legolas at all.
Yeah, the men-at-arms barely taking any damage. They got 290 health right now with 6 pierce armor. They are like Imperial Age Knights right now when it comes to how much damage they can just soak up here under TC. And yeah, at this point, nothing that Legolas can really make in terms of units kind of feels like it can clean this up.
Yeah, and if I'm Happy Cat, if your archers just move further back into that wood line, stand on top of the barracks, and there's never going to be an answer for the men-at-arms, because it has to be Musafati, and if you kill them as they come out, it is over. Speaking of, all those villagers on the wood line get pushed on back. There have been a lot more villagers falling throughout these fights. Legolas is on his heels and not really seeing a stabilization point in sight, and there it is. Good game gets called. Happy Cat taking game number 1.
All right, this looked really, really good. Now, Happy Cat, not somebody that I had on my radar so far in AV4. Taking a game against the more established players as Legalis, definitely a very, very interesting opener, especially in a matchup where I personally would have favored Malians.
Yeah, I mean, very, very shocking point, especially at the point where like, I felt like Legolas overreacted to that initial outpost because once he had a second pit mine up, I'm like, oh, you're happy, you're fine. Who cares? Like, just ignore it.
Yeah.
You're where you want to be. And then he goes siege engineering, ram, and we were like, oh, Happy Cat should just go up. And then Happy Cat built units, didn't really get anything, and it felt bad, but still was able to get up at a fine timing, held the small little push that Legolas had, overstayed. Legolas made it overstayed a little bit after the castle came through. And so then after he gets cleared, it was just over from there.
Yeah. Next up, look at that draft. We're seeing Japan versus HRE on Holy Island. I've seen a lot of Japan recently on Holy Island, and they feel super, super strong. Only paying 45 wood for your fishing ships makes such a big difference. Like, you can really early go for a second dock and just pump out fishing ships like there's no tomorrow. That really translates into your feudal age, having so many additional resources to play with. And also the passive stone that you get from mining gold with your villagers. So you can get some free emplacements here and there on your docks. I think Japan is like probably A plus, maybe even going into the S tier there when it comes to hybrid maps.
Yeah, and so that's kind of where you were talking about either having, a bunch of extra fishing ships going into feudal, or you can even just have a much quicker feudal age timing if you want. A lot of different things, but most of the time you'll see multiple docks coming down from Japan, kind of being a dock ahead, or having a shinobi out early to be able to annoy your opponent's dock. So very interesting Japan on hybrid maps in general. They have a lot of different strengths to them, but HRE has some of their own, mainly just having the prelate and extra economy to make more resources.
Hmm. When you play against Japan as well, you have to take great care of the shinobi, like you said. Like, being able to get the sabotaging on the dock, especially against HRE, which gets so many sources early on in the game. The main thing that holds them back usually is production building production buildings at that point in the game. So definitely something that shinobis can exploit here. Gonna have to see how exactly this game is gonna play out.
Yeah, and so here we go. We are on to game number 2 between Happy Cat and Legolas on Holy Island. It's HRE versus Japanese.
Here we go, villagers making their way over to the water. Once again, looks like our players have a favorite biome here from the looks of it. So we're seeing the savanna biome for a second time. Hope it's still early in the day for you guys and your eyes aren't hurting too much right now from looking at this.
Yeah, I mean, you
in
gotta
place.
wake up a little bit, gotta get a little bit of brightness into it. It's not too bad. It's always exciting, and I will say there are a lot worse biomes that you could have chosen over the course of time in the game. What was it, the purple one?
Yeah, that one was truly, truly terrible for play. It was pretty, but for gameplay, it was truly terrible.
Oh, absolutely. But we're
Yeah.
seeing these opening build orders. It's going to be all about, like we talked about, getting as many fishing boats out as you possibly can. You want to get a pretty equivalent timing than to your opponent for feudal age. Can't find yourself too far behind. We're hearing a bunch of sheep bells getting rung, which is nice, but usually by the time you're needing that much sheep, you've lost water, which means you've lost the game.
Yeah. I mean, losing water every now and then, we do see players coming back on land. It's a bit difficult. There's this really interesting point in time where once you get to like PopCap, having water hurts because fishing ships are relatively inefficient compared to villagers. There's a lot of travel time in between, and the more you start fishing, the further out your ships have to move in order to start getting fish as well. So I think fish really is like an early kind of tempo, like tempo setter. When you get a lot of food early on, gives you a lot of food for like potential tech ups, and then usually if you still have food, then that's the time where you can maybe finish the game within Castle Age. If it gets further, and if players start reaching Imperial Age, that's where it can start getting really, really difficult for the player that's still on water to actually come back, because at that point in time, having land eco is actually just better than having water eco.
Yeah, there was a time where early on we'd see this map where it was, water. I think water trade used to be stronger at that point too, where you could,
Yeah.
almost get all of your resources that you needed from just this little tiny lake. Well, I guess it's kind of a big lake on the side. But that's where water trade's been nerfed a little bit. You can't get wood, gold, well, as much wood, gold, food, everything that you need from just the water. And so you will still have to have a land economy.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Happy Cat now moving out to gold. Age up inside here for both players. I guess also has moved out to gold. Actually,
Happy Cat's
food-wise,
got a
it's not
good
looking too
amount of
good.
food. Yeah, I was about
Yeah,
to say
is
he's got
Happy Cat... Is he on sheep with villagers? It feels like it.
I think I see a few under his town center, so maybe he was just trying to get that age up quicker. But at this point, might need
He's
just
missing
need to
gold.
send an extra couple over to the gold instead, as he's got plenty of food in the bank. Sending his prelate over there, that will definitely help out significantly.
Yeah, he's getting really, really close to aging up now. Legalis hasn't gone for the second dock yet, has a good amount of fishing ships out. It's one ahead, actually, when it comes to fishing ships, so maybe there was some idle time at one point for Happy Cat on that dock. He actually moved out immediately to the back wood line. That's interesting, not going for the front wood line.
Yeah, this spawn does. Holy Island has two main spawn iterations, one with a front wood line and one with no front wood line. And usually you'll see, just because it's a little bit closer and it is all about early maximizing efficiency, that you won't see that back wood line taken until needed. Unless you're playing against English. But looks like Legalis is dropping his second dock. Yeah. And that's what we talked about. Being Japanese, you really have a ton of wood saving that you're going to be able to drop that second dock. Feudal Ages being dropped by Happy Cat, and Legalis is following up behind that as well.
Yeah, it looks like both players went relatively heavy on sheep as well in order to advance their feudal age timing. A lot of ships out right now as well. So we got 8 right now for Legalis. Meanwhile, Happy Cat, he's on 7. So there's not a big difference there. I'm still kind of confused by why these players went so heavy on the sheep count. I feel like if you just, especially as HRE, commit more onto land, you can get a second dock out super, super quickly. And when you have like 2 to 3 docks out, then the early shinobis don't really hurt you that much because you can just shift onto a different dock.
Yeah, always kind of that good perspective to put it on. And I do feel like you're 100% right. There's no need to be gathering from the sheep if you can just have more wood, which means more fishing boats, which means more food in the long run anyways. You really aren't actually delaying your age up timing too much. And the resources you have once you do age up are more than okay. And I guess the Shinobi forcing a reaction immediately from Happy Cat.
And we're seeing a very, very early archery range coming out from him. Has to be careful though, because the Shinobi still do a lot of damage, and they can gap close really quickly with their, I think they called it Shunshin. I still like to call it Shadow Step.
I call it Blinker Shadow Step too, so I'm with you.
Yeah. gotta honor those rogues from World of Warcraft, but yeah, I mean, they can gap close really, really quickly on the archers as well. They're also faster. They move at like 1.38 tiles per second, I believe. So the same rate at which palace guards move. So they can definitely gap close. Yeah, 1.38. 20 melee damage. So it takes only 4 hits from them in order to kill an archer.
Is Happy Cat going fast castle?
It feels like it. Holy moly. He has so much. What is this? 2 times just immediately fast castle. All right.
This feels weird, but it's working because, like, usually on this map, you see like the first fishing boat or the military ship immediately goes across. Legalis didn't do that, and it's let Happy Cat's water still continue to work. Shinobi gets taken down very early on, which is feels bad, and Happy Cat actually has castle age resources in the bank now.
What is this? Yeah, it's happening so quickly. Legalis is going to get left behind in the dust. Now, granted, though, Happy Cat surely is going to lose all his water, though.
That's
but
my
it feels
thought.
like it doesn't matter. Like, he played with that in mind. Like, it's like, okay, yeah, I lose water, but I'm going to get at least 4 of the relics on the map. And then he will just go fast Imperial after this.
Well, that, and what does Legalis react to Men at Arms with right now?
He's making horsemen. Granted, the Shinobi can still deal with the men-at-arms. You have the Horseman against the Archers and the Shinobi against the men-at-arms.
All right. Horse drop off, jump in the dock.
Yeah, I mean, don't even jump in the dog. Like they die either way, right?
Yeah. I guess. It's just the
doesn't
dock's gonna
really
take
matter.
forever. Legalis
Yeah.
has invested into 2 more military
And if he
ships.
ever, pulls back, yeah, and if he ever pulls back, then the ship just go out again. Now the Shinobi goes down. Okay, that hurts. I mean, granted, the Horseman is now going to clean this up, but killing so many, like there aren't any Shinobi anymore on the map, and now Happy Cat, he's just going for men-at-arms at this point in time. Yeah, I think he can easily get like
now. He's got to be like, well, how did
he
I just
sees
win
it, he
water
sees
that
it.
hard? Okay, there it is.
Yeah.
And so he wins water hard, like massively. So he has a ton of fishing ships. I would actually even say he could try to drop a dock on his opponent's side and just keep that going. But this is really where keeping his fishing alive is going to be one of the main keys, as that is the heart of his food eco, but also somehow finding a way to stop this men-at-arms onslaught that is about to hit his base.
Yeah, it's not going to be a big. Oh no, he's making fuel-edge samurai. That. Ever heard of something called heavy maces? Because that can come in really, really quickly, and then those fuel-edge samurai, they don't start looking too hot anymore.
Yeah, and
he's committing.
Oh my god! And look at this is what I'm worried about. Like now, you're gonna have a ton of food if you're Legalis because your water's going untouched, but you're gonna constantly be delayed on land eco. You have to get gold to make samurai if that's gonna be his idea to stabilize this. Which he might be able to produce more numbers, but the men-at-arms will eventually be the counter, and it's going to be hard to grab gold at all with men-at-arms still just sitting here tanking up tower, 5 villagers idle.
Yeah, Shinobi actually doing some really good damage, almost killing both of these men-at-arms there.
Ranged armor coming into play.
Yeah, I think Shinobi are just way better here right now than making samurai. Granted, you don't need, like, you can only make them out of one building. But still, they just feel so much better in this situation. Something that I would also like to see would be a daimyo, just so you can get the Bannerman Knight out as well. That one actually has more health than a normal Knight. Nice play here on the Relic Denial, having the Horseman there. Happy Cat being a little bit too greedy there, sending only the Prelate out.
He does already have 3 relics in the bank.
He took the one on water! He took the one that was literally on the shoreline. Not on the island. There was one on next to the board that was like right on the shoreline. Just took that one. Yeah, there.
Oh yeah, you can see the little cart next to it. Okay, wow, that is a huge feels bad. And this time, 5 men-at-arms are going to be diving that gold. Legalis is about halfway to the point where he needs to get to be able to castle age, but halfway isn't quite all the way there. And seeing 5 men-at-arms, usually your reaction is going to be make a couple more units too.
Yeah, and they got heavy maces as well, so that's gonna really, really hurt. Oh, another Prelate might actually go down there.
Okay.
It's another find. Heavy maces is in though on those men-at-arms. If they take a fight, they're gonna destroy these samurai. Legalis is trying to get up to the next age now. The question's gonna be, what is he gonna make? He needs Onimushas in this situation right now.
And here we go. Fight is being taken. Those samurai, you could just see it now. They're getting crippled. Villagers are trying to run back into the tower, being body blocked by the men-at-arms that are there as well.
Oh my god, they're spazzing out.
They're stuck. They don't know where to go. Oh, this is the worst thing ever. Pathing. Oh,
sir, excuse me. Sir.
I need to get by, please. Men-at-arms are tanking all the town center fire, tanking all the tower fire. While yes, this may be decent trades for Legalis, this is still a lot of idle time, but the floating gate's on the way up. So, Happy Cat did not get as much done as you would have thought here with this Castle Age timing push. Yes, he's gotten 3, almost 4 relics, but Legalis still has a good eco.
We're approaching Burgrave levels of barracks right now. So prepare to see a lot more of these men-at-arms coming out. 50 on the field, 6 more in queue, and something tells me that it's not going to stop there. Legalis is going to have a tough time dealing with that. He, and I mean this really desperately, needs Onimushas right now. Get like 4 or 5 Onimushas out on the field with the 1 archer range, floating gate, Yorishiro inside. And you should be able to easily out-kite these men-at-arms and stop this flood from coming in.
Another samurai going down. Another couple men-at-arms coming in. Castle Age has finished. Legalis has about enough gold for 2 Onimushas, is what he has in queue now.
Needs a market and just sell resource. Just get more Onimushas out. That's gonna be your main priority. Does have the Yorishiro in one of his archery ranges, so is gonna get that out. Horseman, do mention take down one of the men-at-arms there, and there we go. Onimusha with the bonus damage against these heavily armored units. That's going to make a big difference now.
The east side gold had gotten spotted out by the prelate that tried to run on by. So now the villagers, the mass that went over to the east side gold, they're all at risk as well. Oh no, the relic does get picked up. Wololo activated.
Onimushas though. Like, if the prelate tries to go for it, the Onimushas can easily get close onto the prelate. Yeah, I think Legalis is starting to stabilize here. Just needs more of these Onimushas out. He has to get to like that one critical point. Sending the villagers out a little bit too early though. Has to be careful not to lose too much economy because Happy Cat right now, look at the economy.
He's going imp.
Soon. Yeah.
Yep. He is about to be going imp in just a little bit. He could actually, I guess, go ahead and finish the upgrade as you've already clicked it up. That's not but another 15 seconds or so with relics into the bank. And Happy Cat's just using the rest of the units that he made to keep Legalis on his side of the map, try to get as much eco damage as possible, eco denial as possible, and then he's going to be Swabia.
Yeah. I mean, Legalis, he managed to stabilize now, but at the same time, Happy Cat investing into a large wall now. That is like the direct counter to Onimushas because they can't really pass through wall. This is a tough one.
Palace of Swabia going down onto the backside wood line.
Ooh. Yeah, the walls are gonna complete. Actually, he might not be able to fully complete the walls due to the ship that are out there. They can definitely stall out the wall.
It looked like it passed all the way by though. I mean, there's one on patrol,
Yeah.
maybe. No, it's not on patrol far enough.
Oh no, are they? Oh my god, they're going right by. The wall's gonna close up.
The wall's gonna 100% close. They're not gonna get all the way back in time. And Happy Cat is gonna find himself Imperial Age. He doesn't care about a 10 eco deficit because that's 30 seconds with Swabia essentially.
Okay, Landsknechte coming out for Happy Cat now. He already has a bunch of outposts out, some even with emplacements. So should definitely be able to stall out any pushes that are coming in. And yeah, okay, actually ship will deny the wall off. He's just gonna wall the entire, yeah, he's just gonna wall the entire shoreline.
Oh, some spears. The lands are on the way out. Wall was trying to be burnt. The Onimusha's getting closed in on, but they need to keep range. Keep the range, Legalis. What are you doing?
Oh, he lost 3 of them.
Springled in
so
place
expensive.
outpost helped significantly as well. Another one gets taken down.
These are so expensive, like you really cannot lose them. That's where the extra mobility is coming in. You cannot lose those. And now Happy Cat economy is gonna start rampaging. Can we take a look at Legalis stocks? Does he have the upgrades for his fishing ships? That's gonna be really important for him. He doesn't have the first one.
No.
The one in Castle Age is what makes all the difference because it increases the speed of the fishing ships as well. Like it really makes a huge difference when they're like when they have to travel for that long.
Legalis
really hurts.
building stone walls as well as building a ram. Happy Cat dropping farms. I'm wondering why he's dropping farms at this location. I'm really hoping he has his chapel fully surrounded by. Oh my god.
No.
Oh, okay. So that's just a little bit of a slight oversight.
Surely Happy Cat is just a OOTD main and he doesn't know what villager inspiration is.
Oh, it is what it is. He is down a significant amount of military mass. You can't forget that some of that is on the water. You got, I think four military ships on the water. So not quite as bad as it looks and still has quite a bit of walls to get through. But look at the Happy Cat, the eco of Happy Cat. It's already ahead of Legalis now because of Swabia.
I think at this point in time, I can count the amount of villagers that are inspired by Happy Cat on one hand.
Look at his food income. He still has nothing. And
Yeah,
now the deer gets denied, which is where he was actually gathering the majority of his food from. He has berries, he has other deer on the map. I don't know why he has this many on wood and doing a farm transition when you just need to hold this and you win.
Yeah, I mean, this is really gonna hurt him.
Look at his wood.
Barely any villagers are being inspired.
He has like 80 villagers on wood.
Stop making them there. Oh, there we go. He realized, wait, I got an Archon Chapel? Wait, this isn't OTD? Oops.
The thing is if he has some cannon and placed outposts, that could be some... Is that a keep? That's a keep. Okay.
It's a keep, yeah. Okay, at least production buildings will get taken. Yeah, he just rushed that one up with like 20 villagers. Immediately puts the relic inside of it.
Don't go back on wood. Okay, actually, he has no wood anymore. Okay, we're good. We're good.
It's all into farms.
All right. Now just give Happy Cat like 45 seconds and then his eco will be back and settled and corrected now. But he just had this like slight timing where he was struggling a bit. Legalis was pushing through. I guess he saw the keep and decided, I'm just going to go around back to the other side now.
Legalis went for a second TC of his own now. I mean, sure. But I think you should probably like just double down on a sacred side victory because as the game goes on, it's very difficult to finish H3 off due to the emergency repair and like the masked outpost spam with emplacements and whatnot. I feel like the best way to finish the game off here would just be the sacred side victory condition. So I think he should just double down on that, get siege out, get some forward stone walls out to protect the sacred side. Fine that way. Oh, it looks like Happy Cat has just been like buying resources as well. Yeah, he bought some more stone. Probably fallen placements.
So Ram's taking down the market, and the chapel farms are about to actually get focused a little bit. So maybe it was a big brand move by Happy Cat this whole time. Oh, no, Moosh! Whoa! That's game over. Oh my god!
I'm speechless. I'm literally speechless as to what I just saw there.
So, take notes. That is exactly the opposite of what you want to do with mobile units. Do not dive into spears without A moving, or just don't A move into spears. And they turn around again, and I mean, this is where Legalis has been bleeding units now. He does have a decent samurai mass, which trades well into the spears.
Yeah.
But
none of these units right now from Happy Cat are elite. They're all veterancy or like normal Landsknechte. In theory, Legalis could just turn around, and if he focuses down the Landsknechte, he'll be fine in this fight. There we go. Does so. Has to focus the Landsknechte. There's still a couple remaining though.
Yeah, we just... Happy Cat does get forced back from this fight, but we talked about how important this timing was for Legalis. Happy Cat's up 22 eco now. It's just going to continue to climb that fast, and he's just massing lands now.
Happy Cat just hit the boar. The boar immediately killed one of the Landsknechte that was out there.
It's just wrecking him in this fight.
It's actually doing a lot of damage, like killing a Landsknechte there right as he was about to swing herds. Oh no, the honor moves again.
He's about to kill another land. That's two.
A hero boar in the fight, making the difference. But now Happy Cat, Grand Legalis still has more military, but a lot of that is actually out on water. So it's a little bit deceiving. I'm not sure if Legalis is going to be able to hold the sacred sites for much longer.
Another land goes down.
Oh no. Oh god.
MVP boar.
Oh man. Still, he's got so many Landsknechte in queue right now. It's actually a little bit disgusting. Legalis, as hard as it feels to say for me right now, he needs archers. He needs the Ashigaru archers.
And that's so weird to say. You know, when you're the Japanese civilization, it feels bad going into archers. They start to have a little bit more of an effect once you get the bannerman out, but that is exactly what Legalis has decided to do. The archers are starting to pump. I'm
looking at the farm position and the farming economy from Legalis. Can we take one more look at his stock, please? One more look at the eco upgrades that he has in the dock.
Oh,
From
he's
Legalis?
getting it now.
Oh,
The
he's
first
getting
one.
it.
First
Okay,
one.
that was the first one. The second one is the important one. Carry capacity, movement, and gather rate. It's all in one. It's all in one. That's the truly important one.
But this is where it gets bad. Happy Cat taking more and more of the map control, gets to 8k gold, gets the massive stone vein next to that as well. And if there's one thing I know about dropping a keep next to stone, that means more keeps are going to be following.
Oh, that's a large army. Now they're all elite up. Elite army tactics also coming in behind that. Samurai, they're pinched between the Landsknecht. They're going down really, really rapidly. Archers are coming out now. No micro though on the Onamushas. Onamushas start getting taken down. 3 already went down. 4.
Spears closing the gap, Land's starting to close the gap, and this feels so bad because it's so hard to actually micro snipe down the lands because there's 41 spears on the side of Happy Cat, and at this point he is just going to play the numbers game and just continue to send more and more units in, just like he was doing with his men-at-arms earlier on.
Yeah. Right now he's just flooding. He starts getting his food economy up, even though it's not inspired, even though he's still lacking some upgrades here and there. He's 50 economy ahead right now.
There's a massive gold vein on the left side that Legalis is on. I saw him. I saw Happy Cat just clear out some. Yeah.
Oh, one Landsknecht is gonna kill all those villagers.
So he just cleared all the. There were like 5 villagers on the berries that he cleared off, and now the rest of these on gold are going to be starting to cleared. Legolas's eco is falling and falling fast, as well as his military count starting to diminish just a bit here, but looks like he's going to hold.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna hold for now because now men-at-arms are gonna be on the menu. Upgrades are coming in for them, and once the men-at-arms come in, suddenly the archers will do no damage at all anymore.
Yeah, and then now it's back to Onamushas. He's only got 4 left, and we've seen how little of an effect those have actually had, as every time he started to get a decent mass of them, he made a little bit of a misclick, I would say.
Yeah. It definitely feels like it, just having 8 Onamushas, or maybe like 9 Onamushas, go down in the blink of an eye. And look at that, forward stone walls, Happy Cat. The map is his oyster right now. He's getting so many resources off the map, and now they keep securing another large stone mine. And just feels like they're outside of like the small island, where there are 2 large gold veins, by the way. Legalis, he's gonna start running out of gold soon. He has got like 1.5 small gold mines available to him still, and he's still in Castle Age behind this all.
If you look at the income per minute, Legalis is at like 3,000 total income per minute. Meanwhile, Happy Cat is at 2,600 food per minute only. Not even including the gold, the wood. So he's at, I mean, his resources per
like
minute is through the roof right now. And that's just how HRE does when their Exodia gets all put together. You get relics, you get Palace of Swabia, your Imperial Age, and there's nothing you can really do wrong at this point.
Yeah, archers, they're firing onto the men-at-arms, right? Like, you have to really, really micro right now in order to only focus down the Landsknecht and the Spearmen. But at this point, 36 men-at-arms are out, and now everything that you start hitting doesn't take damage.
And Happy Cat doing the A move into the base. Legalis, it's about to be another GG coming out from him, it feels like, as he had the water, he had a potential timing earlier on, but Happy Cat, he just punished the not early pressure and just got another quick Castle Age, and Legalis was not able to hold.
Yeah, definitely feels like it. Also, the upgrades. One last look at the dock, please. Did he get the Castle Age upgrade on the ships?
I never saw it.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I never saw it. And he does not get the Castle Age upgrade for food. He definitely has started to struggle on food. And there it is. Game number 2 goes over to Happy Cat.
Yeah, a clean 2-0 victory. And I mean, this wasn't expected. I actually felt like Legalis might have been favored in here. Happy Cat taking him down 2-0. But ladies and gentlemen, the next one is going to be huge. We're going to be taking a look at a battle between brothers. We got GUA, also known as an Ace Final Hope, fighting off against his brother soldier.
Yeah, and I saw some GUA games yesterday against I Am Magic, and I mean, if you have everyone who knows GUA knows that he is a feudally aggressive type of player, and he had some fun games to watch. He definitely had I Am Magic on his heels, took a game off of him, and unfortunately was not able to get the whole series. But he is back in it today and has to go through his brother to get to a potential qualifying spot.
Yeah, exactly. And we already see the map draft here. Gonna be exciting one. We got Bridges as the first map. We're looking at English versus Jean d'Arc. That's not a matchup that we see too often. It feels like Jean probably can't take too many good fights against English like early on, just because at level 2 she can get sniped pretty easily by the longbows. Later on in the game, though, as Jean starts taking less and less damage from the ranged units, it could get different. Like, it could get a little bit difficult for the English. Maybe we see like a 2TC Jean play here potentially, or fast Castle Age. Should still definitely make some knights for Raz though.
Yeah, it feels so weird saying fast castle age coming from a French variant civ. It's like, well, you have feudal knights though. But I could definitely see the 2TC coming into play. I'm excited to see Bridges. It's a map that I have seen a few times here and there. Avely, I believe, is the maker of it. Another great map of his that he has made, and very cool with the concept over here.
Yeah, exactly. It's so unique, right? Like, you got these bridges that connect these little islands, and you can actually destroy these bridges with demolition ships, and you can rebuild them. And there's sacred sites on them. There's additional resource on the larger island. It's such a cool and unique map. I really like it. I haven't gotten too many opportunities at playing it so far, but having played it a couple of times, it is really cool.
Yep. So enough of that. Now we're into the battle of the brothers, and yeah, there are a lot of brothers in the tournament, but we have another battle here, and it will be Soldier versus GUA.
Let's jump right into it. Just a little moment. English versus Jean d'Arc. That's not something that we see too often. And here we go. Game number 1 between the two. Spawning in the color teal. We got Soldier, and teal, definitely my favorite color in the game, I gotta say. And on the other hand side, we got GUA as the English. And wait, what is going on here? 4 villagers onto gold immediately.
Well, he's purple. That's my favorite color in the game. So here we go over here. And you have 4 villagers onto gold immediately. I'm not really sure exactly what this is. If it were 5, I could see like a quick drop off and a quick wheelbarrow, but 4 just seems like it's like...
It is a quick wheelbarrow build because you need 4 villagers in gold in order to then follow up with a decent feudal age time.
Okay.
So with the next drop off, it should be wheelbarrow.
I know the 4. I used to send 4 on the gold when I would do the. I think it was the deer opening. No, actually, no. I still think it wasn't that many. But early wheelbarrow is indeed the play. GUA gonna send all the new vills over to the food. Meanwhile, Soldier, he's got that typical split over on the side. The always key thing that I am inclined to watch when JD plays is how they age up to feudal age. Some they like to send a few on it, get that quicker age up time, get the quicker knight out, and still make sure your opponent has to react to the early feudal age knight. Others, they'll just do the slow, just JD builds the age up to try to maximize her experience gain.
Yeah, I'm looking at the sheep scouting right now. I mean, GUA barely missed out on 2 sheep earlier, but still, right now, even after missing out on those first 2 sheep, he's finding a lot. Like, he's already up to 6 sheep right now. Can we take a look at Soldier Scout that's moving by GUA space right now? He's got 3 sheep on him. I think he's about to find 2 more over here. With some slightly better, or rather luckier scouting from GUA, this could have been a really rough start for Soldier.
Yeah, it's always nice to find extra sheep, but it's always really nice to find extra sheep when you're playing against a civ that relies a little bit more on sheep compared to others. And French JD is definitely one that they like being able to stay under their town center, not having to move onto the berries, and then they'll eventually move out onto the deer, to get that faster food gathering and more efficient food gathering when need to and when they have that map control. But the more sheep, always the better.
Yeah, sometimes also moving out onto the burrows really early on, as they do have Jean taking them down, hunting them on the map. That's also usually something that they can go for. Just having 5 villagers out there, you build an outpost, you build You build a mill, and then you can happily gather from those spores out on the map. But look at that, GUA finds a lot of sheep here. That's gonna be very, very nice here for him as the English. Definitely won't have to transition into farms too early in the game. And yeah, that's a good amount of sheep there on GUA. Meanwhile, Soldier, 5 live sheep. That's gonna be 4 now, and 3 sheep carcasses. Not looking too hot overall, but also not looking like an instant GG.
Yeah, and GUA did end up pulling a villager off of gold. He ended up having 3 on gold and still had a good amount of gold in the bank. Now he's pulled the rest off. I guess he wants enough for double broad axe, most likely right when he ages up would be my guess, as that is obviously, when you're the English, wheelbarrow and double broad axe together are like the most important combo, just because of how much wood you end up spending throughout and needing early on. Longbows, production buildings, farms, everything. It's the heart.
Yeah, I agree. School of Cavalry being built just by Jean, so should be reaching level 2 pretty much as soon as the School of Cavalry is finished. Means that the age of timing isn't coming in too quickly. Wheelbarrow also on the way now for Soldier.
Yeah, so this is that much more maximized JD's XP type of build, which is probably where GUA knows this about his brother, I'm sure. And he's like, all right, cool. That allows me to get this more of an economic focus, that early wheelbarrow. I'll delay my own age up timing because I know I don't need to worry about that early night coming across and having, you know, some pressure.
Right, Lumber Camp is coming up, so should be seeing that double broad soon for GUA. Also not be surprised if we see it soon for Soldier, as he does get the cheaper economy upgrades with Jeanne d'Arc. There he goes, repositioning it a little bit there. And now age up coming in, roughly 445 mark. Should immediately seeing a knight come out. There we go, knight comes out, Jeanne immediately levels up. That is going to be the melee Jeanne that we'll be seeing here. GUA scouts it immediately.
Yeah, I will say I've been seeing a little bit more of a variety come recently of the JD choice, whether it's ranged or melee, which surprises me, as there was a while where it was always melee every time, as ranged is essentially just worthless in comparison.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Range Jeanne has received a couple of buffs, so for one, now she's moving much, much quicker. And that just helps you a lot. Just having a quicker... It was so weird before, having the ranged version be really slow, and the melee version just having so much more when it comes to like the stats and everything. It really felt like the ranged Jeanne just was so much weaker. Also, the stat nerf in level 3 before the blacksmith upgrade, I feel like hit melee Jeanne more than the ranged Jeanne, just because melee Jeanne is always, like, as the name implies, in melee. So having less stats on her definitely makes her a lot squishier and easier to take down. Couple of spears, couple of longbows, so that knight probably won't find too many targets to hit there on the gold mine. We already see archers and horsemen coming out from Soldier. Not another knight, but should be coming in soon as he's starting to get more gold now as well. Might just be a tempo choice going for that early horseman there instead of another knight.
Yeah, obviously, you know, you do have that little bit of extra mobility in comparison to the knight, and just maybe just didn't quite have the gold, used it on double broad axe instead to pump up his own archer production.
Jeanne might immediately be going for the second boar. I'm not sure if Soldier even scouted where the second boar is right now. Might just be scouting for it right about now. Yeah, he hasn't scouted.
So circling around that backside, has the scout is maybe hadn't played in a little bit since the update, as those wolves, you saw it pop up. It was not +12, it was +0.
Oh, knight tries to go for a little bit of a dive, has to fall back though, won't lose his life, but a little bit of health.
Yeah, and a good proactive wall coming in by GUA. I always love these walls on the backside. It just allows the knights not to roam free. You're always going to actually, with this wall, if the knight wants to run around to the other side, it has to track all the way around the front wood line, or else you're going to have vision of it the whole time.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to let these knights like just run past your past your base. Sniping the sheep, -500 food. That definitely hurts. I feel like At some point in the game, you can just send the sheep back and just let them travel across like half the map.
But pulled the spears, pulled a couple of the longbows on over. GUA, quick reactions though, spotted JD, spotted that little bit of an archer mass and knows I cannot take that fight. I am not feeding JD any XP.
Scout though, might be getting taken down now. There's a lot of horsemen behind them. Knight, pathing. Oh, horseman's gonna shimmy by. Is gonna get that crucial last hit, and now GUA, as the English, blind to where the aggression is gonna be coming from. That's gonna hurt. And in this situation, either you remake another scout, or you just like park a single longbow somewhere. Like get the paling sound from the longbowman, you just position him somewhere, just so you know where the direction from the aggression is coming up from. Because now a soldier is arriving at the front of the base, and he's got
look at Soldier's game plan. It's not only that, he brings villagers up. Look at both of the golds for GUA. They're right next to each other. There's no other gold that he can get on the map, which means he will be stuck with these upgrades for the rest until he can reclaim that gold. But oh no, Soldier not paying attention. JD getting a little too close. One more step up. JD goes down.
Oh, he needed to pop the HP buff there, the heal, but didn't come in time. 2 longbows go down for JD, but still, Soldier, he has to buy her back. Like you need her, because right now what you're doing as Soldier is you're getting GUA into a position where at some point he will need to take a fight. And fighting is exactly what John wants. She wants that experience, she wants to get to level 3. So forcing GUA into a position where he needs to fight, definitely the right plan here.
And look at the difference in the food economy already, though. We got 500 food per minute compared to 280 for Soldier. And Soldier's the one making the higher food cost units. He's heavy onto the wood. And I feel like he needs to move out to the deer or move out to that bottom boar that he went for.
Yeah. It's not the biggest issue for him in theory, just because he also pays a lot less for his villagers, or rather for his units. But that's only when John is out and when she's actively like consecrating buildings, which right now she's not because she's dead.
Building another outpost, reinforcing this location. GUA parking the spears on the wood line. Soldier still just not able to get any damage done. But both players are massing up, and if your numbers are pretty even against English and you have knights on the field, you're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, definitely. But still, before any fight happens, you need John to be out there. Also something that's really nice right now for... gets a villager, and heads out again. Sneaky. Lose one of the horsemen though, but that's fine for Villager at this point in time.
Yeah, and GUA thought he was able to move out because he started building those walls and was like, all right, I'll be good to go, and just took a step too early as walls were not yet complete.
It looks like Soldier isn't buying Jean back, so he's just waiting for her to come back out.
Siege engineering.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that, like not having Jean out right now. Sure, there weren't any big fights yet. But if there were, then Soldier would be
2
in
minutes?
big
It's a
trouble.
2-minute countdown until she comes back?
Yeah, okay, she's back now. She's making her way over, but still, that could have been dicey. Consecration is off cooldown right now as well, so Soldier should definitely buff up one of his buildings. Double rams.
Soldier did move over to the boar now, so he is starting to boost up that food eco as we see it at 59 per minute right now.
Yeah, that one was definitely needed. Yeah, he's very low right now when it comes to the food income. Had a lot of wood per minute, but that's just for these rams. Doesn't have that many archers though. The next fight is gonna have to be critical.
I feel like this next fight isn't gonna go good for him. There's 27 longbows, 16 spears. The archers get all knifed out before they're able to clean up the rest of the spears. I feel like
Soldier doesn't have pierce armor yet. He doesn't have the pierce armor upgrade. Look at that. With this many longbows, with the aura, you can take down rams. They're going down.
Archers are stepping up to try to take down some of these longbows, but as he gets close, as he gets into attack range, he spreads out into line and then cancels all their attacks, loses out 3, 4, 5 archers for nothing.
Rams are making their way back, but that was some heavy damage on those rams. Definitely not the kind of damage that you want to be taking. Look at that. Might actually lose that one ram. Yeah, it's going down.
He should. Yep, last volley takes the ram down. So Soldier builds 2 rams, loses 1, loses 5 archers, and has nothing to show for it.
Yeah, this is rough. Granted, GUA, unless he's able to push out, he'll never realistically be able to go to Castle Age. There is one way, which is you make a market, you sell food. That's not usually the way you want to go up to the next age.
I mean, if you're English, you get another set of farms behind this. 3 full sets of farms, you're going to be rolling in the dough as far as the food goes. You might as well just give some of it up for gold.
I could see it for Men-at-Arms, like get some Men-at-Arms out. But man, this is so rough right now for GA. Look at that. And not for GA, for Soldier, I mean. He's got so many archers out. GA has more. He has better archers. When it comes to frontline, there's 6-7 knights for Soldier, but there's 22 spearmen.
Yeah, the Knights just feel like they're not going to be able to do anything. I feel like Soldier at this point should just full focus into all archers, because archers trade well into the spears, and if the longbows actually take the fight, then great, but he's not going to be able to do so. Chop through is getting pretty close to happening, though, actually, and he may have just alerted GUA of that existence and knows that needs to watch out for it in the near future.
Second ram has been taken down. Soldier is still not really in a position right now to push in. Losing 400 resources worth of these rams definitely hurts him. Now reinforcements are coming out though. GUA doesn't have enough gold in order to get siege engineering, so he can't even make rams at the moment in order to take these outposts down. As long as the fight happens below these outposts, it shouldn't be too bad for Soldier.
I mean, GUA is up at 70 military now. I feel like an two arrow slits outpost is worthless at this point. Looks like GUA stepping up, wants to take that fight. JD.
Soldier is the best fight you can get. This is the best fight you can get under the outpost, Soldier. This is the best fight you're gonna get. Where is she, indeed? Oh,
he doesn't want to take this without JD.
Loses an outpost for it, though. Knights have to be careful.
JD's
JD arrives.
finally here, so can start to get some XP. But look at that one single volley. She's dead. 2 volleys.
Oh my god. Yeah, that hurts. That hurts. And the second outpost, sure, it has the reinforcement on it, but there aren't any units inside of it. It's gonna get taken down. GUA reclaims control of the gold. Just not enough units here from Soldier.
Yeah, and I really feel like this was when Soldier was way heavy on the wood for those early Rams instead of being on the food, instead of investing into more resources. The Rams didn't do anything, didn't gain anything, when in reality, if he had more units to trade, he could give JD more XP. He could, you know, even though he forces the fight with the Rams, it wasn't a fight he wanted to take.
And GUA, not even starting to gather up gold. He wants to go for the throat. He just saw Soldier's weakness. Having a less strong army right now means that Soldier, if he loses the next fight, GUA can just dive through the base.
Longbows are there ready and waiting. There are a significant amount of knights if Soldier could thin that spear mass, but it's just, that's not a possibility, it seems like, as GUA is just going to make those knights stay chokeholded the whole entire time, not ever really able to step up and take the dive that they want to, because the spears are always in range. And look at the outpost coming up at the perfect time, extending the network of castles. Spears not letting the knights step up. Soldier has to attack with the knights or else he loses the fight in the long run.
Spearmen are getting baited to the front side, though. A lot of them did go down here so far. Knights, they're just waiting for that mass of spearmen to thin out. GUA keeping them in the back, and the attack speed aura means that the longbows are just doing a lot of damage. Granted, this engagement here right now, it wasn't too bad for Soldier at the end of it.
Yeah, he thinned out. It was kind of just basically even trades from beginning to end. Thinned out a few of the spears. Archer numbers still stayed somewhat even in comparison, but now it looks like GUA might be planning a Castle Age timing behind this.
Soldier might be as well. He's got a little bit of food in the bank, just a smidge.
He fixed his food problems, so that's good.
Yeah.
But for the time being, he doesn't have a long-term food economy, though, comparative to GUA. So, like, the longer the GUA continues to let this keep going, Soldier is on finite resources.
This needs to be a Castle Age Royal Bloodlines all-in from Soldier. I don't think there's any other way for him to win this game other than just going up to Castle Age with the Royal Institute, getting that Bloodlines upgrade in, and just rampaging through the economy from GA. And now we see King's Palace coming in. Meanwhile, Soldier making more knights. He's not getting any closer to Castle Age like this.
Yeah, Yeah, it looks like he wants to maybe take the fight. He's starting to head back across the map. The numbers are a little bit closer to even, which is good because, again, value is heavily tilted towards Soldier's side if he can actually attack with the Knights. It's just he hasn't been able to because, again, the spears over and over and over again.
It feels so bad, though, taking a fight when you have enough food to be able to go to the next age. And I don't like the fix here right now from Soldier. His fix is, oh, I queue up 8 horsemen. Okay, you canceled them again.
Oh, and him knowing GUA falling back here, he has to know Castle Age is coming. It's like, all right, and there it is. New Age begins. He feels like he's going to have to do something here, but the wall, everything, it's just going to perfectly deter it away. Longbow upgrade already in queue. Textiles came into queue as well. Might see a couple villagers go down. No vision.
Might also not. There we go, one villager.
No vision. And Guildhall on the way up. Here we go.
Oh no, I don't like the Guildhall here. Just Royal Institute and all in it.
I'm with you. I'm a Royal Institute fan as well, but Guildhall's the choice from Soldier. And maybe he just knows that this is going to be an extended game, and Guildhall is definitely the better play if it's an extended game.
Yeah, if it's an extended game. I'm not sure if Soldier wants this to be an extended game right now. He was really unlucky so far already when it came to the gathering but when it came to the engagements that they had. And right now GA is on 2TC. He's not.
Yeah.
This needs to be an all-in. He's making more horsemen now.
I mean, again, the numbers are even. Soldier has a massive military. I mean, you can see the value. He's got 7,000 value compared to 3,800. It's definitely tilted towards his side. The problem just is the way that the English units are very, very defensive in their nature. You have to all in their base, and all in English bases is not good.
Granted, right now, though, GUA is moving out. I don't see any villagers to come. Never mind, there they are. 3, 4, 5 villagers, so he's going to get another outpost out. I was thinking that maybe if he goes out right now without the network of castles, this could turn into a better fight for Soldier. Upgrades are coming in. We're seeing veterancy on both the Royal Knights as well as on the archers. And also +2 Pierce armor being focused right now as well. If he gets a good fight here, he just needs to be really careful with Jean, because Jean so far had a terrible time when it came to gathering experience.
Spears and longbows moving across right towards where the Guildhall, right towards where the monastery is. The villagers on the berries. The monk moves on away, takes the relic with him, trying to hide, but is not going to be enough. Those villagers will be losing their lives. Soldier, though, he has a huge army, and this might actually be the fight he wants to close this game. He can flank the super
outside the range
global army. They have no network of castles bonus. I mean, this is exactly what he wants.
He's going for it slowly as well. He's first taking down the outpost, making sure that even if GUA comes back, he's not going to be able to like get in the aura. And now he can take his time and hunt down the army.
And here it is. It looks like the big clash is about to start happening. Spears on the backside. Longbows going to start sniping on out. But these are veteran Royal Knights. You got the horsemen that are going to be able to circle around. And this time, Soldier says, I'll take the engagement. JD immediately gets focused. Longbow's just too good at sniping out, utilizing that range. But the spear number is thinning out. There are more cavalry units than spears at this point now.
Yeah, now this is the point in time. The spears are running forward. They're actually somewhat focusing the archers right now as well. GA's entire army is going to get cleaned up here.
This was a huge victory for Soldier. This is the exact fight he needs. Knights circle around the backside. Only longbows left here on the front side during this fight. And Soldier is going to finish this with 50+ units still.
Yeah, Knights are going to finish it up now. Soldier, he's even got a mangonella out, so the next push is going to be crucial. GUA, he's got a lot of gold in the bank. Can he get enough resources in time in order to go for a Berkshire? I think he needs an emergency Berkshire in his base.
He's got a lot of gold. He needs to buy up the food then, which feels weird saying that was the exact reverse as what English was. He's on the King's Palace. It is not the White Tower either. And GUA, it might be in some trouble from his brother over here. Soldiers headed towards his base, headed towards the King's Palace. Outpost will not be doing enough. Villagers are starting to go down. Another outpost coming up, and the knights are arriving. Spears, though, they once again step up towards the archers, and you do not want to be doing that.
This is gonna hurt so badly now. The Mangonel out as well. GUA doesn't have the wood for his own siege workshop. I feel like the emergency Berkshire was his only potential chance there.
Is there a back wood line? He's already like chopped through the whole back wood line, right?
It's not much remaining.
Oh no!
It is not much
it's
remaining.
chopped through if Soldier wants to send knights there, but it's so hard for GUA to get any wood now, and wood again, the heart of GUA's economy. He needs it so bad. As the English King's Palace starting to get focused in on, the outposts are getting focused down. And
2 TC up for like the last 8 minutes. Now we're at an even eco count.
Yep. And Soldier, again, the numbers on his side mean so much more as the value is so tilted with all of the knights, with the cavalry units on the field, Mangonel as well. I'm not sure if that's rebuilt, if it's actually starting to produce himself some resources yet.
It's not. No. It's not. Else we would be able to like from the POV be able to switch resources.
All right. Well, GUA is just waiting though. I like this. Just give up the King's Palace. Let a little bit of damage go down, because if you take another fight now with your smaller unit mass, you're just going to continue to make this worse and worse for yourself.
Yeah, he did manage to get his own siege workshop up, so we are seeing some archers. At the same time, Dawn. At some point, she was actually alive long enough during a fight in order to reach level 3. So we got some of Jean's champions alive now as well. Jean, though, is going to make this a lot more difficult at level 3 now, because now she takes very, very little damage from these units.
It's no longer going to be 2 quick volleys of the longbows. Speaking of, there's only 12 longbows left. It's going to be a ton of units that will need to take her down. And this is really where I felt like GUA had this game in his hands, but just stepped a little too far, a little too early, and bit off a little more than he could chew. King's Palace goes down, one of the 3 landmarks down for both players, but more importantly, GUA's eco is starting to get harassed further and further. He's running out of space. He's running out of resources.
Quick wall now, coming out, walling in the left-hand side. Second Mangonel is out now for GUA. Is it going to be enough, though? Another outpost goes up, wants to extend the range of the network of castles. Needs to have it available to him for this next fight. Lots of spearmen and some men-at-arms as well, so definitely has a much more tanky front line this time around.
Yeah, that just allows Soldier to make that ARB swap, which he has already made. He's got 11 stacked on up and just going to continue that numbers climbing, making his own farm transition behind this as well, which I felt like was going to be his big fallback point, his big kind of reckoning point for GUA was going to be when Soldier ran out of that food and had to make that farm transition, but he's able to make that fine with how successful those military trades were.
It looks like GUA is starting to stabilize, though. 2 Mangonels, army count almost equal. Not the army value, mind you, but he does have that network of castles with him. That also affects the Mangonel. So Mangonels shooting a bit quicker can also make difference. A huge farming economy set up now in the back as well.
I mean, 5 full, I think if you include the front one, 6 full sets of farms technically. I'm pretty sure if he lets all these villagers continue to work for a minute, it's going to be like 2,500 food per minute. 46 farms.
I really want GUA to just reach Imperial Age soon. Like, get that emergency Berkey out in the front at the front line, and then you're fine. Then you're gonna be fine for like the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, and that's usually where we will see on the other side that Soldier or JD, when you build the guild hall, you will just click on up and hit an immediate red palace, but he doesn't have that guild hall finished. Mangonel's falling on back, not taking any shots. Soldier's starting to bleed out some units, even though he's got heavily numbers favoring his side. Just might not all be here. Mangonel's getting left out to dry. The Knights weren't here, but he is going for a wraparound, it looks like, with another group of units.
The archers are coming from it. Yeah, but that's archers.
That's archers! Oh no! I thought that was Knights! I thought it was
No! No! Oh no!
What was he doing?
Nothing good. So a lot of archers that just went down.
Well, just
Oh
like
my
GUA
god.
threw away his army, Soldier wanted to be nice to his brother and throw his army right back. He's like, I got you, bro.
It's
You
only
don't you
fair.
worry.
It's only fair. And there goes the army. Soldier, he's making more Sprinkles now. One more Sprinkles, he'll be able to one-shot these Mangonels. He's
The
moving back
Guildhall
to
never
the...
got repaired. I think GUA is like,
Yeah.
I don't want the Guildhall going up. I don't want that thing continuing to give free resources over the course of time, but it doesn't have to worry about that. Starting to step on forward. Knights are diving into spears. Soldier a little bit late to react over there, is distracted on other points of the map, but JD finally stepping up, getting some cleaves in, and doesn't immediately get one shot pop. It's only going to take 3 or 4 more.
Oh, Sprinkles not firing onto the Mangonels. The crossbows aren't active. The artillery are finally moving in, but that is after the majority of the cavalry has been taken down, and now Jean, she's going to lose her life as well to the mass of crossbows.
Oh, and that's just such a bad fight looking back on how it went. I mean, if the Arbs had been fighting from the start, it would have looked completely different, as it's still looking somewhat even. Springle takes out one of the Mangonels. Other Mangonel has it getting taken. Well, Villagers there repairing it though, so Springle that takes quite a few shots now and out healed with the Villager repair.
Oh, one more shot. Nope. G8 pays attention. Back to full health. Sprinkle has to retreat now. Soldier massing horsemen right now. I don't know. I feel like GUA right now, he's in a position to just keep on pumping more and more military. Soldier, he's running out of gas.
Half of Soldier's military mass is over attacking walls that are archers, so don't really count the numbers at the top as the full story. He's also got a lot of his eco spread throughout on the south side, on the west or southwest side, I guess I should say, and is about to start getting victimized.
Yeah. And GUA, he's spending all of his resources. 20 men-at-arms in queue right now. He needs to think about Castle Age at some point. I feel like he needs to either move out on the map or get like enclosures for Golden Come. Oh, Jean.
JD again. Oh, this has just been the worst managed game of JD, I feel. Oh, she's still alive.
Oh.
I jinxed it. All right, never mind.
Oh my god. Clips. Unexpected, but welcome for a change. Having JD actually survive a volley or two. Oh, this time the Mangonel though gets taken down still. Takes a couple of good shots there.
Soldier, though, sitting at 15 military population, is still, you know, trying to catch the eco of his brother over there, but looks like the gold into the west got spotted out potentially. Main base is still getting sieged upon, too. Villager
villagers
fighting.
on villagers, yeah. That's what this evolved into now. Oh my god, and John finally gets taken down again. And Soldier, 2 Mangonels, but now it's 35 men-at-arms out on the field. And these Mangonels, sure, they can survive a beating from arrows, not so much from the swords.
The teal villagers of Soldier slowly getting taken out, as there are just a few longbows there to help support the short bows while they run around and distract. Farms that were built front and forward, relics gonna start being denied, and Soldier, it looked like he had a potential opportunity for a bit there, but all ended up turning around so fast.
And there we go. First game finishes 1-0 for GUA in this Battle of Brothers, in our little best of 3 over here. Soldier, 1 point behind now on the scoreboard. Can he make a comeback now with his brother being on match point?
I mean, look at that dive at Castle Age, and then I felt like Soldier, after that big push, he had like 50, 60 military units, and GUA didn't have anything, but then he just let GUA breathe. It's almost like you get lulled into like thinking the English is this base that you can never, ever dive, and it's like, you don't want to do it early with only a few units, but when you're Castle Age and you have 60 units, you actually needed to pressure advantage there, I felt like, and actually kind of close out that game a little bit further.
I'm seeing throwing contests being thrown around in chat, and I mean, that's usually what GUA's games sometimes look like, so it makes sense that in a set against his brothers, we have a little bit of a contest when it comes to that. Granted, we are the observers, we're all knowing in these games, so it's always difficult when you're a player and like an observer is like, oh, you should do this and that, but yeah, in-game, it's not always that clear.
Yep,
Next up, though, Coastal Cliffs, Ayubits versus Abbasid.
Yeah, and this map we talked a little bit about earlier on. Obviously, the main thing being your stone is further away. The water is not actually water you can gather from. So that makes the ABBA pick kind of immediately become a question mark a little bit, as they're usually a Civ that is all about that second TC expansion. In the meanwhile, Ayubids, even though they're that variant, it does not surprise me because they're a little bit more about some aggression, potentially fast castle, or even I've seen them play feudal a little bit more.
Yeah, Feudal HIU bits definitely doesn't feel too bad. I'm wondering what exactly the plan is going to be here because Abbasid get on paper for the first 4 or 5 minutes, I would say, the stronger military wing. Actually, even throughout the game, having boot camp like on your units, the military wing from Abbasid just feels stronger when you think about like getting the Desert Raiders. Meanwhile, Abbasid they get like immediately archers and spearmen so they can deal with the Desert Raiders. I think Soldier potentially could just go military wing into 2TC, even though the stone is further away on this map. And there isn't really anything that GUA can do in Castle Age. Like, if he goes for fast Castle Age, that could really disrupt Abbasid. Because if he goes for something like Mars Golems, that's not going to do anything against Mars Camel Archers in Feudal Age. Like, there's always a unit that the Abbasid have that is going to be an answer to what GUA can make in Castle Age outside of Siege.
Yeah, I mean I will say the camel archers are quite an expensive unit still, but once you start getting a few of them, it's similar. I kind of relate them over to like the Onimusha, where like if you utilize their mobility correctly, when you're playing up against them, you're like, this unit's OP. Like, I don't know what to do against this. It's so strong once you start getting a good bit of them. And so yeah, it does feel like, now that you explain the matchup a little bit more, Abba does have a lot of tools in the toolbox to react to what Ayubids can do. But we all know that the new variant civs are the ones that everyone loves. They're supposed to be the favorite ones, right?
Yeah, I mean, new is always better. That's what we learned from How I Met Your Mother. So uh, definitely gotta be rooting here for the Ayubids in this one. If you're like just looking at this based on civilizations, but Abba is still a strong Civ. Like, never underestimate Abbasid. Sometimes like they feel weak just because their timings always hit differently. But once you learn the timings, like with the age up delay that's natural to them, they can start becoming really strong.
Yeah, exactly. But now we are finally in it. We're going to see game number 2 of the brother matchup after an exciting game number 1. It's Coastal Cliffs, it's GUA as Ayubids, and it is Soldier as the Abbasid Dynasty.
Indeed, here we go. Coastal Cliffs. I mean, we're gonna see it straight away. Look at that. There is that cliff. Beautiful cliff. Even reaching a little bit further into the map here. Little pokey stick from the cliff going into the map. Both players just now looking for the sheep early on. Now, the sheep, not too important in this matchup because both these civilizations are berry civilizations. They're going to be perfectly fine for the first 5-6 minutes, just gathering from the berries. And at the end of the day, they'll return over to their sheep on the TC. Actually, looking at soldiers, not starting up with the berries here.
Yeah, and I mean, that's one where it's, I guess, pick your poison. You can choose berries, you can choose the sheep. I always do feel like the berries is just the way to go. You have that extra gathering bonus. It's not like you're the Ayubids and you're like trying to go with the eco wing and not deplete any of those berry bushes. Even if you are, you can micro it around to where you're not taking all of each bush yet. So kind of is surprising, but maybe it's just it's comfort. It's what he's been doing, and so if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm wondering, like, every time I see it, I know Puppy Paw did this. I'm not sure if he's still doing that, but I know Puppy Paw did this a lot, where he also only went for the berries like relatively late into it. He never really started with the berries as the Abbasid. And I find that weird because I'm looking at it right now. Soldier has 50 wood left in the bank. It's not like he's saving for anything right now. I feel like you could just invest it into the mill and like get better food income. And if anything happens, you're on TC gathering sheep.
I am with you there, but To each his own, and G-Way and Soldier both about to be clicking up very similar timings, even though one went berries, one went with the sheep. So we will see. We got Military Wing just as expected. G-Way has clicked his as well, and it is Military Wing just as expected. So this is one where Abba's has the perfect kind of counteraction to a Ubid's. The two spears, the two archers will deter that first initial Desert Raider from doing anything, really.
Yeah. I mean, the Desert Raider has the mobility advantage in the end still. And with the mobility advantage, like, Soldier could get caught out on different angles, right? If he ever goes to like a resource outside, then GA could immediately like know about it, deny it with that early Desert Raider. It's difficult though. I'm wondering what exactly Soldier's game plan is going to be. I could totally see him just going for that 2TC military wing kind of build. If he want to go for like straight up fast castle, I would have personally preferred him to just go for Culture Wing immediately, just because with Culture Wing you get more out of it long term throughout Feudal Age. Like, not just is your Castle Age up cheaper, but also all the upgrades that you're getting in Feudal Age are also going to be much cheaper. So, for example, if you go for Wheelbarrow, if you go for Double Broadaxe, even if you do end up going for military, it feels better because as soon as you age up, as soon as you're in Castle Age, you're also going to be paying less for the military upgrades.
Makes perfect sense. Soldier does end up dropping that mill finally. He has Wheelbarrow on the way as well. So it was just a little bit of a delayed moving out there, but he actually didn't move out there with the sheep villagers either. He just built the mill to end up starting Wheelbarrow.
Yeah, it looks like it was literally just 4 Wheelbarrow there. Egypt comes in, 4 military units make their way out immediately. It looks like he's actually immediately moving over to GA space. Now, this makes sense. If you want to, for example, delay a fast Castle Age, which it looks like GA isn't going to, you immediately want to go over to the gold villagers.
And there's the age up, the reinforcement wing, and the Camel Lancer moving out and about, which Soldier has perfectly been tracking ever since it started moving. And so let's see if he's going to try to like kind of catch this with his units and get as much damage as possible here. Scout.
He's killing the sheep.
Oh, what a mean guy.
Oh, he only hit 1 sheep once. Okay, no sheep went down. And now a little bit of a dance happening here. Soldier already has added another archery range in on his side, and he's setting archers. What's the build going to be from GA? Can we take a look at the space, see if there's any production buildings coming in? It is going to be stable, so we are going to be seeing horsemen. There are 2 spearmen out already. This is going to be a difficult timing to make any use of the horsemen. This feels more like a potential raiding approach from GA. I'm wondering, though, if you can really make this work.
Yeah, the little military wing units chilling out in the middle of the map. The archers are starting to kind of start to stream across, so maybe it's going to be also the play that you do against English, which is just continually hit out the reinforcing archers, get a pick or 2 here or there, and then all of a sudden your opponent's main army that he'd been trying to reinforce is left out to dry without reinforcements, and you have a bigger mass to be able to collapse upon it.
Yeah, okay, Archer's now also coming in from GA, so it's going to have a complete army composition. Desert Raider almost losing his life. Now very, very low on HP. Has to be careful there.
And GA has dropped a range himself as well, so it is going to be a horseman archer composition to try to counteract the spear archer play.
Soldier already moving out on the map right now to the next berry bush. Has to be really, really careful. A single Desert Raider there could make his life hell if he doesn't get an outpost down there with it.
I love the greed too. He hasn't even grabbed his own berries like at home. He's like, I'm gonna take the riskier ones now. He's like, I'm the one being aggressive. I can do this because you're not gonna be, having the ability to actually move out to try to raid me because you got to deal with the stuff I'm sending over to you.
I like this little mind game as well. Because he hasn't fully gathered yet from his own berry bush inside his base, that one is still visible to your enemy through Fog of War on the minimap. So GA would have no reason to assume that his brother is going for another berry bush when the one in his base still hasn't been depleted. A little ball pull here. Oh, there we go. Okay, is moving it back. For a second, that scout turned traitor.
Massive wall being invested into by Soldier, but just send him one villager. He's like, yeah, I'm not in a rush to do this, but just you'll get finished eventually over there.
Are we also
Outpost
seeing
as
more
well.
spearmen? Yeah, outpost, spearmen, and horsemen as well now from Soldier. Both players just making a lot of military right now in Feudal Age.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see GUA even drop a barracks as well, as he is known for his 1-1-1 compositions. But at least he always has those Desert Raiders popping out to be another unit to change things up, and that will also activate the camel debuff for any of the horsemen that are there from Soldier.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Like Soldier has to start gathering gold again soon for blacksmith upgrades, and most importantly, I feel like based on how infantry heavy his army composition is, boot camp would make a huge difference in this game. Just having this much infantry out, having plus 15% HP on all of these units, means they take a lot more shots. Like archers, I believe, like they can survive 2 more shots from enemy archers with boot camp. Makes a massive, massive difference there.
Yes, it does, and it looks like Soldier is moving out and about with the archers as the horsemen and the Desert Raiders are trying to circle around for a raid.
Oh, they might. Oh my god, just as the mill gets placed. This could be dangerous timing. Where are the villagers coming from?
I'm so confused. Why is he going for that mill again? Oh, okay, they're going to wall first.
Soldier, he's clueless right now when it comes to the army positioning. This is going to catch him completely off guard.
This actually might wall the horsemen in, though.
Oh, is he going to see them next to the blacksmith? Oh, GA is going to expose the horseman. Soldier? Is he going to react? He reacts.
He does end up reacting.
He's going to lose
even
one
the
villager
building the blacksmith doesn't. Oh, it
he
stays alive.
survives.
No losses at all. Can easily build a gate over on the southern wall and get out. And the horsemen have nowhere to go. They're walled in.
Yeah. No way out now. Oh, this is going to hurt for GA. He's going to lose them all. He's going to lose them all. No way out for his military now. He overstepped, and now he's going to pay the price for it.
I mean, this is just
a wall segment in time.
Yeah, I mean, what a crazy. I don't think did he realize that he's walled in?
Oh, but the reinforcements might find the villagers. Soldier is pulling back in time. Mill is getting denied. Yeah, and the villagers should make it out alive with the wheelbarrow.
They are starting to burn the gate. Army from Soldier is on the way. Horseman, spears, camel, archer, and G-Ray realizes he's like, I'm not going to be able to burn this in time. I got to go. But there's nowhere to go. He is walled in.
And he has to run. Soldier's army hot on the heels. And take a break. Take a nap. You know, have
Full
a
steam
break.
ahead and stop.
Oh, maybe another cutoff here. Oh, this timing could be beautiful. Is it a move? There's no attack move. There's no attack move. No attack move.
He's at least able to get a few of the horsemen. A couple of the reinforcement ones, reinforcing units are able to pick out a few more, but his front gold is being denied. 5 villagers inside, starting to rebuild the outpost, jump back inside to just delay this as long as possible. Needs to get his army back to the front side of his base.
GA still has more army value overall. Is he going to be able to kill some villagers here? Might potentially be able to do so. Archers.
Looked away for a second. Just kills one, and outpost stays up. So pretty solid win there for Soldier. Yeah, he lost one villager, but all things considered, I felt like a lot more would have gone down.
And both players, this is an all-in feudal age game in Abbasid versus IU bits. This feels so weird right now. Because in theory, like, right, long term, Soldier should win this with the Abbasid in feudal age, because at some point, like, bootcamp is gonna come in. GA, what does he even get? Like,
don't you have better gathering rate from House of Wisdom too?
Slightly, like you get plus 10% from House of Wisdom as IU bits. Meanwhile, Abbasid, they get plus 15% now with Golden Age 2. I think it's still plus 15. Yeah, Golden Age 2 is still plus 15. But still, 5% ahead, and with better military as well.
Exactly. But Soldier, he is starting to posture towards the side of GUA. GUA's trying to defend this, trying to drop some of his own walls. Numbers fairly even for the most part. Has Did we look at boot camp and has been upgraded already? I would assume so.
I actually don't think boot camp has been upgraded for soldier. Let's actually take a look. Oh, it has been. It has been. Okay. Because he was off gold for a very long time, I didn't see him. Q might have just missed it. Oh,
Picks off okay. Picks off an archer, maybe 2, but needs to fall back away as just taking a little bit of damage from the TC fire. But oh no, that's going to be the big raid. 1 villager down, 2 villagers down, 2 villagers. 2 villagers,
yeah. Didn't choose to step up further. And I mean, he is doing some damage, right? And he is distracting. He's causing idle time. Wolof on the left side is getting completed. GA actually has a really nice deer spawn there that he's getting in with the walls. Meanwhile, Soldier, all of his food is going to be in front of the walls from now on.
Yeah, does have another. I think he finally went to his home berry patch, and some forward production though from GUA. I'm just wondering when is going to be the time that they decide to either all in or halt production for just a bit and go on up. GUA realizes that pressure's coming. He invests into textiles, the upgrade that I always forget.
I'm calling one thing out right now. GUA has horsemen as part of his main army composition. I hate that. Horsemen in an army in feudal age aren't good. They're not good at all.
Yeah, it's just where soldier can just chill with his spears on his archers, and the horseman cannot engage that. Meanwhile, the horseman for soldier can just dive onto the archer backline. Forward range got taken out as well, or at least it's on fire, so that's always a feels good, a good bit of idle time, and that deer spawn you were just talking about that got walled out gets denied, at least for now.
Yeah, and Soldier, he's just hitting all the walls, and behind that, he's actually going up to Castle Age.
He's getting wrapped around the horseman getting cut off. Perfect cutoff, and just like GUA got his army cleared, Soldier going to get his horseman and camel archer cleared on up right as he clicks up to castle though.
Icopium is setting in here, and I'm just saying, it's just horsemen. Nobody cares. They're not useful in fights anyways. Soldier, though, he's spending a little bit, I think, too much time forward right now. And might have find himself at, never mind, GA, his army, it's too far away. He's not going to catch up in time. Wait, what? Am I watching a Valdemar game right now?
Did he forget that he walled? He's like, I got a wall. But Castle Age is on the way up, and he is pulling back the army as he clicks up. So this is a mistake I see way too many people make, is not pulling back when they're aging up, and instead like, oh, I got a huge army, let's all in as they're clicking up. And it's like, well, you could have just gotten upgrades and then all in. Just wait for that timing, wait for that push, and that's exactly what Soldier's going to plan to do.
Balls of Empire Schizophrenia edition is what I'm seeing there. But a Culture Wing is about to come in, and I hope Soldier has more than just one barracks prepped, because he's going to be in a situation where he's going to need a lot of Ghulams, and Ghulams with boot camp, man, are they tanky. Man, are they tanky. It's going to be so tough for GUA to clean that up. And look at the outpost there. Not 1, not 2, but 3 outposts there to make sure that he can put all of his villagers inside of towers.
Yeah, and the good thing for Soldier is he's already prepped another gold. So if he gets denied off of this middle gold, he'll be fine. Even though, good thing for Abba is all their villagers are working as this age ups happen. So he can essentially just full mass like Ghulams out of 6 barracks if he had them.
Wait a second. I saw Soldier in chat saying he crashed. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. This is such a good game for Soldier now. And he crashes.
No, this is such a good game. And I'm sure we'll see the point where units stop moving and we're like, oh, why is he not microing anymore? And it's not because he forgot to A move, it's just because he crashed.
That hurts. It really does hurt. Having crashes happen like that. And sadly, at this stage of the game, we're still not at the point where we get resource in order to like just jump back into the game from like a minute before the crash occurs or anything like that. Damn. So this game is still very much open because look at that, GUA is also aging up right now. And yeah, at this point, it's way too early to call like an admin win. So I feel like this probably is gonna have to be a re-then. We should be seeing when the crash happens here relatively soon. As soon as one player like obviously stops microing, I think this might have been it, right? Like Soldier is just moving back even though he has to. No, he's still in it. Looks like he's still in it.
Well, they could have gotten pulled from the attack, but we'll see.
Huh?
No, he still pulls Bills back.
Yeah,
so
both players are still playing. Yeah. We're still in it to win it. Wait, did he just throw us off? Did he just say crash in order to throw us off here or what? Nah, surely not.
Oh, he's just the biggest troll of all time.
Rewall is happening now as well. Oh, is it the one where once you reach Castle Age, suddenly like your game crashes? Like as soon as GUA reaches Castle Age, he's gonna crash?
That's my guess, or it's the hovering the unit card one.
Oh man, there's truly some terrible things that cause crashes there.
Yeah, and this fight that's gonna go on in the middle, if this is taken, I mean, GUA is still not castle. There's a good amount of Ghulams out, so Soldier is taking a pretty decent fight here. GUA's circling around though. He's not wanting to take the fight. He wants to do some raiding with the horsemen, but Soldier quick walls on up.
Yeah, I mean, also main thing that you gotta keep in mind is that IU bits, Golden Age 2, 50% faster research speed. So as soon as he gets up to the next age, the tech ups are gonna be coming in really, really quick. So it's gonna be immediately like able to get the tech ups in. Should only take like 40 seconds. If he's able to survive for that long, he will be able to like come back. And now the horsemen right there, and that is something that you have to react to. I think you got to pull all the villagers either through reroll or repair that wall segment.
Double wall, triple wall.
Yeah, and it is going to be the walls.
Yeah.
He has enough stone as well. He could just stonewall it. Is he stonewall? No, it's just no palisade wall. I would just stonewall that right now. He's Castle Age. Like screw making a second DC.
On around.
Yeah, it actually hurts a lot. Like losing that many villagers and soldiers actually pulling back.
In the middle? Are there villagers on the middle for GUA on the food?
It looks like it's villagers. Yeah. They're all out there on the food.
That'd be prime for the taking, but good little raid by GUA on those villagers that got stuck in between trying to re-wall.
I think this might be whistle. No, players are still playing. They're both playing.
They're both playing.
When's the crash?
I bet you it's the hovering unit card by accident.
Yeah. Ah, this feels pretty bad though. Like 20 minutes into the game. Still can't tell. Should be happening soon though.
Soldier said crash, it's like now.
Hey, crash, it's like now? Okay. Damn. That hurts as well since their mangonels out right now, so the army most likely is just gonna flop right now. But GUA is actually in a really good position right now. 57 to 72 villagers. You got the economic win growth. So immediately got like +8 villagers. Killed a whole bunch from Soldier before as well. Yeah, I think GUA actually just came back in this game. But yeah, now the crash is happening, right? We see Soldier's economy just going up through the roof. Yeah, no units in queue. Yeah, so unfortunately, likely this game crashed at this point. We don't know exactly what caused the crash. There are a couple of things in the game which can cause crashes, unfortunately. The game overall isn't too well optimized when it comes to like memory leaks and stuff like that. Fortunately, sometimes these crashes can occur when we don't have the tools to like get back into a game, like being able to remake a game at the point where it crashed or anything like that. Hopefully that comes at some point in time. Like something that would be really cool is being able to remake a game from replay. Yeah.
And the fortunate thing for the Crash 2 is, yes, this is tournament play, so, you know, it's high importance on the line, but them being brothers, I'm sure they'll be a little bit friendlier about it, and they'll probably just both agree on a rematch and not go and headbutt each other trying to think that getting an unfair win or something of the sort.
Yeah. All right, so it is going to be a rematch now, so we're going to be seeing a second iteration of this one. Maybe they'll play it a little bit differently in this one.
Hey, I'm all game for feudal. Hey, it was a little.
I don't know. Shock. Like if we see the same feudal approach from both players again,
Yep, they are remaking the lobby. It is going to be a remake, so we will see Coastal Cliffs, a Uvids versus a Bassett, and the good old U.S. brother matchup.
Another one.
Yeah, there are quite a few brothers at the pro scene, the high elo scene. You got the Lucifron Vortex, you got Puppy Paul Wham, you got GUA Soldier, and I'm sure there's some other ones I'm missing out there.
Yeah, I'm thinking right now, who else is there? At least like in the top 30, there aren't any more brothers, as far as I'm aware.
That we know of. Maybe
That
there's
we
some secret
know of,
ones out
exactly.
there.
Able Lash, are they hiding something? You don't know. You don't know.
Zero said crackety core. Oh no. You see that
Crackety core.
facial reaction? Core
Brothers from
Beastie.
another mother. Core and Beastie, man. I mean,
Oh.
can you not see it? Like Core and I, we got like the same hairstyle, right? And the similarities are all there.
Yep. But
Free
nope,
hair versus older hair.
got the timer on up here, so not too much of a delay here. We won't have to wait too long. We'll be right back on and into the action.
For his hair? Yeah, we counted before. 3 hair. I think that was the name of one of his old accounts for a while. 3 hair. All right, yeah. Starting off with a slow delay, so we're able to jump right back into the game. It's not going to be too much longer until we see a second iteration. RU Bits versus the Abbasid. It's interesting. It's going to be interesting to see if maybe they switch it up a little bit now, because I think Soldier could definitely play this one greedier as the Abbasid. I think a second TC is definitely on the menu. Like if he wants to go for it, just scale the economy better.
Yeah, whenever remakes happen, you can really play mind games with your opponent, whether it's like dropping military buildings and canceling them when you see their scout coming on around, or whether it's just going for a straight up different build, different game plan, and just your opponent's probably going to assume you're doing the same.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Shouldn't be too much longer. And there we go. Jumping once again into our game number 2 between GUA and Soldier here on Coastal Cliffs. We switched it around a little bit now. Earlier we had the water go from north to east. Now we got it from south to east.
Yeah, you gotta always have a little bit of some change up, a little bit of some excitement coming into play. Soldier yet again going on to the sheep start, GUA going on the berry start, and we'll see how the sheep gathering goes, as it was nothing too out of the ordinary last game. Both of these civs are berry enjoyers. One thing we saw last game though with Soldier, where he kind of almost did mind game a little bit last game, was his berry gathering. He didn't really gather his own original safe berries. He went for the more vulnerable ones earlier on, which probably helped him in kind of that mid game for a bit as far as the food income went.
Yeah, maybe like not going for those berries immediately. I think like in the end, there's not a huge difference between going for sheep early or going for berries early. Still though, in my mind, just knowing that berries gather faster, I'm like, berries good, sheep bad, go berries. But I guess it's also just personal preference at some point, right? Because there's always like a little bit of more walking time involved, go for berries. So in the end, I guess it probably evens itself out more early on than later. So later, when you have like much more villagers, you're able to gather quicker from the berries overall. Might make more sense to go for it later.
Yeah, well, and
It's tough to
he
say.
saved his original berries for such a long period of time was the key too. He went out to other berries earlier to where it was like, yeah, like with horseman mass, it's going to be hitting his base. If that was onto his TC berries, they're not really going to be ever, pressuring that location too much later on. But earlier in the game, they could be potentially, but that's where Soldier went out for some different ones. There's the east side berries behind the wood line that he might go for if he still goes for that, but who really knows, as these players can change up a lot when it comes to the same mirror matchup as before. Well, not mirror matchup, but mirror game as before.
Yeah, I think this is pretty much as close to a mirror as we can get in the League Classic 2, considering there aren't any direct mirrors. But like having the two variant civs facing off against each other is pretty close. But no, it is going to be another military ring here from Soldier. I'm interested to see if it is going to be another military ring from GA as well. I think this is probably the time. if you want to change it up, to go for another wing. It is another wing. We see the economic wing this time around from GUA.
Okay.
It is going to be economic wing growth. Okay.
So he's the one changing it on up. Soldier is circling on around, so he will be able to see that House of Wisdom wing location, see which wing it is, and know how to react. But I'm not sure if he just circled around for the sheep or if he just circled around for vision.
I'm looking at this right now, and I feel Marine Lord just staring at the one berry patch that has already been exhausted and being like, what are you doing? You're going economy wing. Oh no, the second one. What are you doing? That is Marine Lord right now if he was watching this one. He's missing. He's gonna lose 100 food for that. Now that isn't gigantic, but it still hurts. It still hurts.
And he has 5 vills on that other berry bush, so he is heavy onto that one, and it's not too hard to just spread out to a couple different ones. He's got another, what is that, 45 seconds or so before the wing will finish. I think the wing's going to finish before he depletes that last bush, though.
They're quick on it. They're trying, but yeah, the wing only. Yeah, it should finish before, right?
Ooh.
Should totally. It's close. It's
Yeah.
getting really close.
It's getting really close. Even still, not the worst in the world. It could be 150 food, 100 food, not the biggest deal, but it's just when you talk about high level play, it's all these slight little efficiencies that really get the leg up. It's not one giant thing that a player does that's like, oh my gosh, he is so good at, his build orders, and that's why he's a conk 3+. It's like, no. You have to do 100,000 little things well. And so that's where you just try to maximize all the little things to make yourself better.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, you never know. Maybe later on he's getting cut off food and he needs exactly 150 more food in order to be fine, but didn't have that food, so he dies. Could happen. We're actually seeing some really... I don't like these walls from GA right now. They're fine against the early feudal age aggression, but like, look at that wall over here. Yeah, as Vodka's pointing out, same amount of wood investment, same amount of time investment to get the wall up. But you also secure stone and berries, and that could have opened the path for like a second potential TC. Villagers, they do be running.
There's no military wing, no camel riders or desert raiders to counteract the couple units that popped out from soldiers. So berries have been denied. Sheep are there to fall back upon, but that is the only food, and he's got back gold, back food, and a wood line that is safe for the time being. So a nice protected base, but as the game extends, he is going to have to break out of this little wall, and he did.
Yeah, he's getting some archers out right now, and Soldier, unlike last game, isn't opening up with archers, but this time we're going to see some horsemen here coming out from him. So it's immediately going to have an answer to that. 2 horsemen already out in the field, but GA, he's got a lot of villagers on wood right now, so could easily just drop either a stable of his own or his own barracks.
Couple archers are already pulling out. Usually you just want to wait for that third to then push away the military wing unit. Says that's all you need to win the trades there. He spotted out the horsemen though, makes moving out with those archers that much more difficult.
Yeah. Definitely is going to be difficult for him. We see another building. Was that a blacksmith from GA? Oh, more stables and an archery range.
Stables and a range. And Soldier is all in for this. And GUA did indeed drop a blacksmith, so maybe focusing on getting some sort of military upgrades.
This could get interesting considering where the House of Wisdom is. Imagine Soldier just like going forward, build one outpost, build a ram, and just start sieging down the House of Wisdom.
It does have a lot of health, but you are right. I mean, it would put some pressure on, and if you hit that House of Wisdom early enough and hit it before Castle Age gets clicked, there is no Castle Age ever.
Yeah, I mean, he can't deny the gold, right? Gold being that far back in the base of GA. So what's the second best next thing? It's denying the A-trip just by taking down the House of Wisdom.
It's just archers still so far for GUA. Just archers, and more archers. There's the barracks, though. He has gone ahead, getting the barracks out to counter out the horseman mass that Soldier has been producing.
Yeah, it's just... I mean, what can the horsemen really do? They can't dive the TC. They don't have blacksmith upgrades. Right now, there's really no reason for GUA to respect the horsemen. So it's fine for him to only get the spearman out at this point in the game. He's getting all the upgrades in. Granted, Soldier already has a lot of the upgrades in as well. Wheelbarrow, horticulture, double broadaxe. Both players looking relatively even on eco. GA, though, with those bonus 3 villagers. I mean, those have already gathered a lot of additional resource at this point in time.
Yes, they have, and Soldier going out for that massive wall again, just like he did the previous games. I feel like this is almost like we did for GUA, where he could connect the wood line and then wall in front of the gold and have a giant space behind him with deer and extra golds for the long term, but to each his own. That's just us being a little bit picky. Soldier is too focused right now on just keeping up the aggression. I'm still confused about the just all horsemen. It's so hard to actually have those horsemen be useful when we've seen a base like this from GUA.
It's interesting. Soldier so far, he's only shown his horsemen. He hasn't shown his camel archers. And that's where it can start getting tricky. If there's enough camel archers to just one-shot the spearmen, the horsemen go unpunished, but there we go. Camel archer gets spotted out. So now GA knows that he just needs to pump out more. Whatever it is, just needs to get out more.
Oh, and the sheep looks like they're starting to run a little bit low, so GUA is going ahead, expanding that wall out like we wanted him to have originally, and that way this will allow him to secure his next safe food resource.
Yeah, it's also a bigger berry patch, so that's going to be a lot of food. 400 food on every single one of those berry patches. GA, right now, I mean, his economy is mostly focused on wood and a little bit for upgrades. So it makes sense right now that he's a good bit behind in food income. Because right now he just wants to pump out as many archers as possible. We are actually now seeing a stable being dropped as well. Soldier doesn't have any additional spearmen out, only the first 2 that he got with the military wing. Oh, villager! I know what he wants to do. He wants to finish something from the wall on the other side. So they do that. They do that, where they just run onto the other side of the wall. Makes no sense to me.
Yeah, it's very frustrating, and we see some double walls from GUA.
Oh, the outpost
Archers
is
are going to
overreaction,
circle on around. I do not think the outpost is needed. I would agree there, but the military circles, this is where the archer mass, he can just get a few shots in and force Soldier on away.
I guess at least with the outpost, he doesn't need to keep his army there. Might just be able to discourage the attack on the wall just with the villagers. But if there's mass horsemen, one outpost isn't really gonna like make them go away. Mill
Going back to burning a mill again.
Oh, military jumps inside. 9 camel archers out.
Yeah, I mean, that's where, again, the Soldier, he has high value as far as his military goes. The camel archers are so strong at sniping out spears. It also deters GUA from really wanting to mass up that many horsemen because they have the camel debuff, and the few spears, while they may not be great, they have high base damage with the camel archers and can still trade somewhat effectively. But walls are just still proving to be effective enough at not allowing those horsemen to do anything.
The one thing that I'm really worried about is Soldier getting so many camel archers out, getting to the point where they can take really good fights even against archers, because they have a lot of health. How much health do they have? Like 180? 140.
And the forward outpost being dropped, it looks like GUA wants to finish. It needs this berries or needs the middle vision and has chosen to do so, but instead, does he even lose? Lost one villager?
One villager, and I think there was some idle time as well, because right now Soldier is only 1 villager behind.
I'm shocked he only lost 1 villager building that outpost, as that just shows you how the horseman pathing and attacking can be at times.
Yeah, I mean, I say it every now and then. Like, I think horsemen just, you know, not that good. But it looks like Soldier is once again first one to age up now to the next age. Has almost enough resource. Culture Wing is coming through. Jue, he's getting really close when it comes to the food. Gold is the only thing lacking right now, and he isn't gathering any as well. Oh, this could be huge though. He's surrounding. He's surrounding. This is going to be a forced fight potentially. Right as Soldier clicked up.
We talked about it last game in the same matchup. When Soldier went up, we said this is when you need to fall back, but the fight is happening. Engage going on. Camel archers trying to do the best they can to snipe out as many of the spears as possible. And it looks like the horsemen just left them out to dry. Said, all right, I'll pick off some of these reinforcing units and then run on home because this is a losing fight to take.
He takes down a good bunch of units, but losing this many camel archers, 6 so far, now 7. 8? Oh, that hurts a lot. That hurts a lot. These camel archers, they're so expensive.
Yeah, and it almost kind of feels like the same timing where Soldier goes up to Castle. This time he didn't fall back with his army as he should have, and GUA can just head towards his base, stop producing military now, and go up to Castle behind this while still getting a lot of damage, most likely.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. Like, GA needs to, like, mass rally villagers over to gold right now because he still doesn't have any villagers in gold. He's getting 0 gold per minute right now. And Culture Wing is about to come in, and once it does, there aren't any units out right now from GA that could deal with Ghulams. How many barracks do we have? We got 1 barracks here. We have only 1 barracks. Oh.
Whoops.
Oh, no.
And berries are going to be denied. Deer are going to be denied.
Yeah, those villagers have to go on a walk now.
And
Soldier,
hopefully he still has his OG berries next to his town center. If not, he is... oh, no! It just ran out!
He still has the deer on the far hand side. I think that's going to have to be the resource that he's going for. My main issue is he's now going for mass lancers. It's not so good when you see how many spearmen GUA has. There are some Ghulams as well, but I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the Lancer play was almost like what we saw with the barracks reaction, where he was like, "Oh crap, I only have 1 barracks. I can't build a ton of Ghulams because I don't have the production to be able to have any pop out."
Ooh, some villagers getting sniped. GA finally puts a lot of villagers over on gold. We see a lot of gold coming in for him right now. It's like 10 villagers.
Soldier's done a good job with this whole small mass of picking off some of the reinforcing units here and there, whether it's spears, whether it's archers, horsemen, whatever it may be. So that has given him a little bit of a breathing room. And same thing, sending these lancers out and cleans up a little bit of this archer group that's split off.
Yeah, not enough spears remaining there. We see the spears right now fighting against the Ghulams.
So tanky.
Yeah, there's not even boot camp in right now. Soldier, he didn't get boot camp. Why? He has the gold for it. No excuses, Soldier.
I think the reason he didn't get boot camp was mainly just because of his composition in feudal age. Was horseman camel archer. So like you're not really buffing anything up.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Soldier. I was about to say, oh, well, that makes perfect sense. Take the deer from GUA's side. This is awesome.
Yeah, GUA is never going to look at those.
The dervishes are on the way. I'm not sure if that's chopped all the way through, but I think he's just going to run past the House of Wisdom and dive the woodline.
Yeah, I could definitely go for that. GA right now, he does have more military out on field, but Soldier, he's making mangonels.
Quick reaction from GUA. You already have some, actually it's one unit inside the TC, but it does take out the camel archer.
Hey, if it's enough, it's enough. But yeah, dervishes are going to be coming out, and right now I don't think Soldier really has enough. We do see the lances, though, causing idle time on the deer villagers. Wheelbarrow and Textile not through yet, but is coming in now. Yeah,
GUA is struggling on food.
He is. He definitely needs those villagers working again.
Because he ate all those berries. He has the berries that Vodka just highlighted, but other than that, it's the deer, and Soldier's actually taking his other set of deer. So after this set of deer that he is on and the other berries that he can get on the back, that's everything. He's going to have to make a farm transition.
Yeah, I mean, there's a boar there, but boar is haram, so can't really go for that. We see some farms instead coming out for GUA. Early farm transition with the IU bits.
And I think this is necessary.
At least having a couple is good.
That's one of the things I will actually advocate for. Just having a couple here or there really is going to allow him to deplete these deer even less. Imagine 7 or 8 more villagers over on the deer. He'd be out to dry in, a minute or two. Compared to now, he can rely on the deer a little bit longer. He'll deplete the berries a little bit, less quick. And now that will give him more time to squeak in some more farms and have a bigger food transition as well.
I mean, army-wise, okay, we got the 3 dervishes right now. Have to make sure that they survive. The crazy thing is, the 3 dervishes, once you activate the AoE healing from all 3, there's some crazy throughput going on when it comes to healing in these fights. So It actually matters a lot in these fights, having those dervishes alive and just healing with the AoE heal.
Spears are chasing that cavalry mass, escorting the dervish to secure that first relic. Meanwhile, the infantry mass is for soldiers escorting a mangonel towards the front line of GUA. Circling back around.
A Springle, but the spearmen have to watch out.
Veteran upgrade just comes through. Lancers are trying to make sure to deny that dervish.
This is going to be difficult. That's a lot of Lancers.
GUA has been slowly bleeding some of these spears out, though, with the Ghulams just barely able to connect here and there. It does end up adding up.
It's the rest of the army from GUA. He needs it up here right now. He needs to have something to deal with that. Single Lancer.
Oh, the invisible Lancer raid. These always feel bad when you have so much stuff going on. Spears turn around. GUA is starting to have to deal with a lot of different pings all over the map. Deer villagers running forward. Still hasn't reacted to the Lancer raid yet. Had to pull the villagers off of the berries as well due to the other horseman Lancers. So food economy about to start struggling again for GUA other than the farms.
Archers, though, picking off some camel riders that have been made. Pringles out as well, making that mangonel fall back.
Oh my god.
Lancer!
This is the MVP Lancer. Wololo comes in from that dervish. Look at that spear mass. Oh no! Oh my gosh! Delete him! Delete him!
Oh! 3 gets 3. 3 more than he should have, but he gets them. All right, okay.
I mean that makes up a little bit for this invisible Lancer raid that we've seen.
A little bit, yeah, but it still hurts. He noticed. He finally noticed. Oh, but he lost a lot there. Granted, though, at the end of it all, they're even. They're even villager-wise. He lost 11 villagers, but I guess through some idle time, and also through the economic growth, it's even. And the Wololo.
Yeah, the one thing I'm a little bit concerned for is it just feels like GUA's army composition is still...
Look where Soldier's getting gold from.
Somewhat feudally based. Oh, Soldier! All right, depleting the resources on your opponent's side of the map. I mean, GUA has been essentially stuck in the southern side, hasn't really been able to move out. And when he does, it's over towards Soldier, not up to the north. And so by the time he goes to that gold vein, I think Soldier's going to have it mined out.
They're brothers, of course. They share everything. Oh, man. But this is still tough, though, right? I think GUA, slowly but surely, he's getting an army out that's just flat out better than what Soldier has at the moment. Like, you get the mass archers, you get the mass crossbows as well. Finally, Springles are in there. And Springles are actually super good right now when it comes to dealing with the backline. Ever since they got, like, the attack speed upgrade, you get 3 Springles out, you're able to one-shot crossbows and archers.
Composite bows coming into play for Soldier. A good little circle raid, making GUA all infantry army. So it's going to be very, very slow. He's going to need more of these.
Villagers.
Does he know the villagers are there?
He knows. I think he knows. I think we just saw through Fog of War. He knows about the mining camp. He's walling in the villagers. Oh, this could be huge.
And he has another relic. He can do a puppy paw wall in Wololo.
I think that's exactly what he's doing right now. He's just waiting for it. Oh my god. Allow me trade to the front line.
Here it is.
He's going for it.
Oh, do the double Wololo play where you Wololo somewhere else as well. Yeah, he did it. Oh my gosh, I love it.
Oh, no. Oh, he notices though.
Oh, quick enough reaction time.
Oh, no.
But he can keep doing this, and I mean, obviously he can just go kill all these vills, but I think converting them is a little more satisfying. Main engagement going down in the middle. GUA's got a good amount of spears, good amount of range mass in the backside, but has to watch out for the Mangonel as the Springles aren't here to push it back.
Yeah, I mean, has the relic there, could go for the advanced AoE healing now, but has to be so careful. Relic might go down.
Raid coming in onto the wood line, onto the berry patch, but will be cleaned up. GUA falling back from the main fight as he definitely lost that engagement without having the Springles there.
And Mangonels and archers are slowly but surely creeping up on him.
Oh my gosh! It backfired!
Oh no! It backfired! Yeah, no!
Wait, drop that relic, go grab the other one and go for a Wololo on the keep.
They fixed that.
Oh. I forgot.
At least I'm quite sure they did. I'm quite sure they did.
I'm not sure. I think I might have seen it happening in the game yesterday.
Oh, man.
Maybe it was...
At least you can't put them inside buildings and take them out anymore, then convert with the same... Oh!
He's there just a little too late, jumps inside the keep, and all those spears now get denied.
Ah, that's a rough one right now. He's gonna need Rams if he wants to go for it, but probably not something that he can afford to make right now because he needs his army at the front side, you know, to deal with what Soldier has. On paper, he has more units, but right now, 0 gold per minute. He needs to get gold somewhere.
That just denied the berries as well. We were talking about, you know, him struggling on the food. He's made a pretty big farm transition, but it's still nice being able to throw some other vills to berries. I mean, that's not enough of a farm
How long
transition.
have you been idle? He's 8 villagers there.
I feel like Vodka highlighted those 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, that hurts. It hurts so much. Same on Soldier's side, though. He's also had idle villagers for a while now. Fight happening there. I'm not seeing enough crossbows, though. Only 8 crossbows on GA's side, and these Gulams are tanky. They're dishing a lot of damage out on the front line before they go down.
You also can't forget these are composite bow archers on Soldier's side, so they are much, much stronger compared to GUA's archers. Another raid going in, though.
Not bad fight. Yeah, the raid, but there's no villagers on that wood line anymore.
There's a gold, though, if he sees it, to the north.
Oh, he's got to find it. He's got to spot it out. And there he goes. Jay pulls the villagers immediately, but definitely going to lose some here. A lot of these actually were already weakened up, so some relatively easy kills coming in for him.
And that's where, I mean, Soldier's essentially fully denied GUA of gold at this point. Like, there's nowhere to get it other than the relics.
Villagers. What are they doing? Like, at some point, GA, he has to press the hotkey for idle villager to find where they are. This is depressing right now.
And Soldier somehow, some way, has 3 relics. Well, 2 and bringing a 3rd back. When GUA, I felt like, had like 4 at one point. Another Wololo attempt.
Almost.
We're just gonna laugh that one off. One of these days he'll realize that he has 9 villagers idled. It does say they're idled. This isn't like a bug that it's you know, like we used to have happen at times where it was like, oh no, they just can't grab the sheep. It's like, no, they're actually idled. He just hasn't reacted to it. And villagers, again, bad pathing after walling, get all taken out by those composite bow archers. Look at the villager kill difference, 29-4, and it is about to get a lot worse as those archers are stepping up into some of those farms.
Yeah, composite bow archers just dishing out the DPS so quickly there. And they're not stopping. They're running through. They're all in it for villager kills right now. And already having killed so many villagers, they're just going in for more. Huh? There we go. And this focus firing comes in.
This is 100% worth it, as now, I mean, Soldier knows how much damage he's already caused, how much damage this is going to continue to cause. Army for GUA has to pull on back. And during this time, Soldier's eco's untouched. He has 3,000 gold in the bank.
Yeah, I mean, having those 15 villagers there in the corner of GA space getting all the gold definitely paid off. And now first sector site has been captured, second one's about to be captured. And it's kind of crazy as well how Soldier actually has the majority of the relics, considering GA went for the relic, like for the Dervish wing, and still the idle villagers.
Yep, another keep going up to deny the next gold. So
oh, he notices. He finally noticed the villagers.
Oh yes, villager. Oh well, there's still 2, but is he rallying the TC over there? Is that what's happening?
I don't think so. I think it's literally just him not pressing the hotkey. Like, he looks on the map where idle villagers are, but he isn't looking at the interface because like we see it on the interface, so I'm quite sure he must see it on the interface as well.
GUA, though, he's got a bigger army now than Soldier, so can he reverse some of this damage? I say doubtful because of the army composition. It's a lot infantry based, and we've seen Soldier investing into keeps throughout this map as GUA just walks up and spots one and runs on into it.
Oh, military has to be careful. Not sure where they're walking off to right now. Manuel gets spotted. Front line from GA. I mean, there aren't really any crossbows on Soldier side, so I'm a little bit wondering why GA isn't just making... Okay, he is making golems right now. Definitely needs them as a tanky frontline. But he doesn't have anything against that tanky frontline himself. Not a lot of crossbows in his army right now. A lot of them actually just went down.
Yeah, and just as I say, GUA had a military lead. Soldier is now doubling his military count, has more of an eco, and this is maybe the beginning of the end for GUA, as eco about to get denied yet again. His gold that he has reclaimed should not be being gathered for long.
Yeah, that one is definitely going to get spotted out. Now more villagers are going down. 44 villager kills here so far, and now Soldier is flooding into the base of GA. Some of the archers, though, in the back line. Actually, most of the archers, a little bit stuck hitting that building instead of the units. 3 archers taking down all the villagers on the gold mine. Mangonel moving forward into the base. Desperation Wololo comes out.
Wololo attempting. Not going to come to fruition. A keep or a trebuchet comes out to, I guess, try to deal with one of these keeps or so. But I mean, it is just too little too late. And after the remake, Soldier is able to tie up the series and bring us to a game number 3.
All right. I mean, this was a kind of a crazy back and forth in between. Some amazing villager pickoffs on Soldier's side. It's kind of crazy when you look at it and see how many villagers Soldier has killed. Considering both were only on 1 TC, there must have definitely been some idle time on Soldier's side as well, because I feel like he should have been ahead way more villagers here at some point. Looking at the graph, looks like every now and then there were a couple of kills from GA as well. But I feel like there must have also been just a little bit of idle time in there as well. Like, there were so many villagers down, and at some point he killed like 60, but he was only 20 villagers ahead. Yeah. Military count back and forth the entire time, yeah.
Yeah, GUA had a big gap for a while, though. He just never was able to do anything with it. Soldier really had the map control, was every single time it felt like GUA wanted to press towards his base, there was something else that went on, whether it was early on having the horsemen and the camel archers kill all the reinforcing units, or later on we had quite the excitement with those villagers gathering the gold and the attempted Wololo as well.
Yeah, exactly. But now, next game is going to be happening. It's going to be a match point, decider match between these two. Oh, and we're going to be seeing French versus Mongols on Dry Arabia, a classic matchup.
This is definitely a throwback matchup, to say the least. The good thing for GUA is he has played against the Tower Rush a million times at this point. The Tower Rush isn't what it used to be years ago with how many nerfs it has seen. It's still something that you got to respect and you have to react to correctly.
Exactly. All right. I'm definitely all for this one. Granted, like, looking at the stats, or well, not stats. I'm looking at talking about like what I think the stats are right now, what I heard from other players, what I see myself whenever I see the matchup. This should be favored for the Mongols overall. But I think a lot of it also is going to have to do with how the markets potentially spawn on this one. We've seen iterations of Dry Arabia where the market spawns like literally right next to your TC in the middle of the map. Then Mongols are going to feel a little bit lackluster because they can't go into like the trade boom after their probably successful Tower Rush where they deny the gold for a little bit. Definitely going to be something that we'll have to look out for here.
Yeah, that is for sure. And it looks like we can already see the timer start, and these brothers are ready to get back into it. And I'm happy about the Civ choices, as again, we're probably going to see a lot of military, a lot of back and forth, some raiding, as both of these Civs love to utilize that cavalry in feudal age.
Yeah, exactly. So definitely going to be a cavalry heavy game here coming out from both players. The question is going to be, though, like immediately at the beginning, we're going to have the Tower Rush, right? So gold is likely getting denied for the French early on. How's GA going to react to that? I'm wondering. Is it just going to be immediately archer range and then you just try to secure another gold vein somewhere else? Or is he actually going to like pull villagers, try to burn down the outpost at some point in time? Be tough to say. Going to be tough to say. Like, you really have to minimize your losses, like your idle time as well, when dealing with those outposts. You definitely can't let it influence your game too long. But enough of that, I can already hear some in-game sounds, so shouldn't be much longer until we're getting into our game number 3 between them, our decider game. And indeed, here we go. Starting off, we see Soldier in the color teal once again, playing as the Mongols. TC spot here right next to the gold and the wood line. He's gonna have to look out for his stone, though. Yeah, the stone is really far away. The other stone is actually much closer.
He doesn't see it, though, is the problem. Already sends the villager on out, and he is sending a... Oh, he sees the very edge of it. No!
I gotta say, though, but at the end of the day, he has deer right... Oh, no, he doesn't see the deer. I was gonna say, if he sees the deer next to it, he could just hit the deer with the villager and, yeah, gather food from it, so there's no idle time on the villager. There's the berries, though. He's gonna gather from the berries. Yeah, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. Just has to wait until he gets enough wood collected for that first barracks.
GUA already heavier onto the gold earlier on. 3 villagers sitting there, and so even when the tower rush comes, if he gets the knight off a gold, won't be too big of a deal. Sometimes you'll see French gather enough gold for 1 knight as well. Not sure if that's GUA's plan or not here, but it's one, again, he's got a plan to react to the tower rush. He knows it's coming. It's got to come. He actually has a scout circling around, and right as the barrack starts being built, he's going to be spotting it out.
Yeah, all right. So I love the curve right now of the scouting. He immediately tried to find the Uwu. it's just wrong. Wait, did GUA not see the Uwu? I don't see it.
I think this is one of the observed bugs that he could see it.
Yeah, I think he must have seen it.
Yeah,
he saw it. Yeah, okay. So knows about the outpost rush that is going to be happening here. We'll definitely know that that's going to be coming. Let's see, GUA. He didn't make... Oh, it was clever. He immediately already gathered up the gold that he needed and immediately deleted the mining camp.
Yeah, so even when it comes, it's like he's like, all right, fine, take it. And that's a really early delete. I feel like usually you want to like scout and at least force your opponent to do this, but it's happening either way. The villager's already walking across. Look at the backup golds for GUA, though. They're like the majority of the gold is kind of in front of where that original gold vein is, like almost all the golds on the map. There is another one next to the sacred site, as Vodka pointed, to the east of his base, but not the most convenient.
Yeah, for sure. Is immediately going to be going heavily onto wood like that plays, so very likely we will be seeing a archery range as soon as the age up comes in. Lots of spearmen on their way right now, accompanied by that villager. So
actually, I'm actually going to compound this even further. The outpost, it's going to give him vision of not only all the gold, all the food for GUA is down there too.
Yeah, this is rough.
2 sets of berries. Like, this is the point where sometimes you'll see like, oh, Mongols gets their 1 outpost up and they go home. I would not be against soldier dropping multiple outposts in this location, you know, behind where the gold is as well, to just then deny up the next set of deer in the next gold vein.
We're getting 7 sheep, though. 7 additional sheep here right now for GUA. So he's going to have some food left under his TC at least for a good while. They're almost at 2,000 food from these sheep alone. Could definitely be able to find like the timing to break out of his base.
Yeah, I remember, obviously French, they have School of Cavalry right off the bat. I remember a reaction that some people would do would actually be a couple scouts out of the School of Cavalry, and then you can either, you know, go pro scouts later on or just go utilize that vision with your knight raiding parties. But that is where archery range is the first initial reaction, and a horseman's in queue for GUA.
Yeah, so just getting the mass out right now. He knows where the Uwu is. He knows where...
GG's in the chat.
GG's
in the chat.
And potentially a free sheep if it gets converted.
Just need to highlight that and drag that back a little bit. Silver Tree is on the way up. Looking at the market locations, it's pretty solid market location as far as where it's going to be, as he can move that Silver Tree over to the bottom south corner and get a very, very nice, long, and efficient path.
Oh, but GUA, he's doing the smart thing, right? Like, he's immediately moving his army, not in order to like keep it in space and try to move out at some point against the outpost. No, he's moving out, but in the direction of the Uwu.
Okay. There we go. So Archer's starting to run on across the map. Silver Tree's about halfway up. What is the villager from Soldier going to do, though?
He's waiting for the next assignment.
He's got another 100 wood. Is it going to... Oh, he's building something next. Is it a double outpost?
It is a double outpost. There's nothing else really that he can build there other than a Gur. That's not a Gur, is it? It's an outpost. Okay.
There we go. Now we can see first. You kind of had me questioning it.
Okay.
Right. So the archer does push those spears back. Soldier's not going to be able to get the stables that you typically see in reaction down neck on his Uvu, but he can easily just drop it next to his town center. I feel like I would have rather seen a stables instead of that outpost that he's building because it's a little bit more important, especially as far as the timing goes. And
you see an Uvu getting burnt down. I see an opportunity to transition over to the stone with the Uvu that's closer to him.
It's all about the way you look at it.
One door closes, another door opens.
Moving out onto the deer, though. He is dropping the stables that he needs next to his town center. No double produced Keshiks, though. It will just be a normal Keshik.
The question is Keshik even the right choice? I mean, Keshik definitely works against everything that GOA has out right now.
Is he moving his silver to the north side, and he's just gonna...
He is. I guess he knows that he probably can't like get the trade this way around, just because there's the units in the way. Yeah, it makes sense, right? Like, you gotta trade one way or another, and I think... Sure, it's not gonna be as optimal. There are more small wood lines that kind of create more of like a natural kind of wall there.
Double arrow slits going on to both of the outposts on the wood line, and honestly, Soldier has multiple win conditions that he can do right now. One of those that I would say is not to move 2 villagers into your opponent's side of the map for no reason at all.
Yeah, no wheelbarrow as well, and wait, this is the 3rd villager from earlier. Oh no,
that was the one that was don't circle your now you just alerted him to the secret villager now too.
He knows. He knows. Oh my god. The archer hasn't found the 3rd villager at least, but these 2 villagers definitely gonna go down, and that's gonna hurt. That really hurts. I'm not sure what Soldier was thinking there, without any military reinforcement sending those villagers out at a point in time where GOA had absolute map control.
They had food in their hands too, so they clearly were some of those deer villagers, and who knows how much food they had, but it could have been a significant amount. And this is where I wanted the second outpost was behind the gold and onto the next food location, not an inch away. That's not really denying anything extra.
This hurts right now. I mean, looking at the army value, 2 Keshiks out, a couple of spears, but GOA added in his own spearmen now. So he definitely has what it takes in order to defend against this push coming in from Soldier. With the archers as well. Keshik gets scouted out.
Outpost goes up. This kind of secures up this gold and the deer location as well. Soldier can, constantly harass and most likely cause some idle time here if he had the military numbers, but it's going to be hard to outmass your opponent when you just lost a couple vills for nothing.
Yeah, and he also hasn't rebuilt the Uvu behind that GUA. I mean, time's ticking, right? Like, he's getting the not free villagers, but like the faster villager production. So without any like real investment, slowly but surely he's gonna get ahead in villagers. He already is 6 villagers ahead, just gonna get more and more.
There's the Uvu rebuild, the opportunity Uvu, I guess I should say, since he let the other one go down on purpose.
100%. But yeah, definitely, like, it feels like you really need the double production from the Mongols in Feudal Age. On the Keshiks especially, like, getting double Keshiks out just feels so much more valuable than anything else.
Wheelbarrow on the way for Soldier. Better late than never, as those villagers would have appreciated it earlier before making their trek across the map and dying at the hands of horsemen. And I actually like this by GUA, just another outpost. Like I said, if Soldier did have the ability to outmatch GUA, he could just continue to cause more and more idle time, but this extra outpost will help give vision and help just deter any sort of diving away from Soldier.
I take back anything good that I said about that market. These traders, they're only getting 45 gold right now. If the market was on the other side, that should be at least like 70.
Yeah, if not even more than that. So, again, it definitely was a huge feels bad. I think the biggest pain point for me is just where that second outpost was. It either should have been a stables earlier on to deny the Uvu from getting burnt that early, or it should have been in between where the other gold is and onto the deer.
Yeah, and looking at the economy, I mean, it's still relatively similar, but when you look at what's out on the map right now, 27 units compared to 14. Sure, Soldier has Keshiks, but there's Spearmen from GUA, and Keshiks don't have as much health as normal knights. And there we go. Scout spots out the trade and spots out the villagers on the deer as well.
Yeah, and that's all GUA really needed to give himself an even bigger leg up in this game. He knows exactly what he has to stop now. Trade on the east side and some villagers that are way too vulnerable out on the deer. He had his own raid to worry about, moved his villagers over, and no real damage able to get done.
It feels bad when, like, your Khan hits a building and alerts your enemy prematurely to your units, like, being there to your little raid, because that's what happened there. Khan hit a building. Oh. Line of sight. Khan moving in. Oh, has to be careful there. Probably needs to pop the movement speed arrow there. Don't kind of, like, you can't afford to lose these Keshiks right now.
Not at all. And the really hard part for Soldier here now is he's just starting to produce his archers to deny the spear from the other side. But GUA's been on this 1-1-1 composition for a while, so it just feels like he's always going to be behind in numbers.
Exactly. Keshik's even getting chased down now by these horsemen. Oh, reinforcement. Rise, but as you said, not enough archers there, if any at all. And the trade is definitely going to get denied now for good time, from looks of it. Khan also getting taken down. A little bit of a Bluetooth hit there.
A couple of the traders starting to fall as well. This is where Soldier, he feels like he has to take this fight, and he cannot take this fight. Archers sniping down the spears, sniping down a few of the other archers that were reinforcing, and once those are down, that's Soldier's only line of defense.
Yeah. It is so difficult for him right now. It feels like he just wasn't able to mass up a big enough army. Maybe the investments were just at the wrong place. The second outpost there on that wood line feels like it didn't achieve anything at all this game. I think there's still 4 spearmen inside of it, actually. I might have taken them out at some point. Yeah, they're taken out, but the army on the field, that's the most important thing. And GUA definitely hasn't beat there. Braid gets denied. 8 traders. 9 traders. Not 9 traders. There were 2 villagers that have been taken down earlier, but like 7 traders that have gone down now. That definitely hurts a lot. And not enough archers on the field. And now GA, with access on gold, is getting the knights out.
Yep, back to knight production, back to exactly where French wants to be, which is that raiding, annoying party. Takes down a villager over onto those deer. Those 2 outposts that were on the deer should just get burnt down, as GUA has way too many numbers here to deal with. But Keshiks are fighting a knight.
By the knights, yeah, getting bumped by a knight. Spearman arriving too. Looks like there's some more units right now, causing some idle time on the gold villagers. They could find the deer villagers, where GA is on right now. But still, I don't think that any kind of damage that he's doing right now is going to be enough in order to bridge this gap of military force.
And he actually moves the deer villagers down to the southern wood line just to save them from the time being. No reason why Soldier should go check them down there. He definitely does need some food, as his food per minute has plummeted. He has just those berries next to his original TC as far as where he's gathering food from.
And now he has to run, right? Because once the army from GA surrounds his army, they're definitely going to go down. And GA is going to return over to the deer now. Only glimpse of the villager is getting spotted, but can't go back for that. Not with the army chasing.
Not by any means. So food has been resecured, at least for the time being. Still nothing to deal with those 2 initial outposts, but can still just walk around them and go to the next berry patch if needed.
Infantry force. A little bit too much distance there to the main army. Soldier, slowly but surely, is getting a rise in military population. Managed to catch up in the archer count. So there's a good amount of Keshiks. Keshiks that might actually find some damage here right now. GA, though, reacts in time. No Khan there. It means that he doesn't know about the outpost.
Oh, no. This is just one of those. It just shows you how important vision is. If he had the Khan with him, he sees 15 villagers. And more importantly, he sees how bad GUA's struggling on food.
But now GA once again has access to the deer. Oh, fight potentially here at the front side, though. The army from Soldier is still in the base of GA. This could be a fight, though, that GA might not want to take. Let's see if he still does it.
Looks like he
fighting,
is stepping up to take it.
On there as well. No, there we go. Attack speed arrow. No, that's
barely is able
arrow.
to get it. Movement speed arrow, but a couple of the horsemen circle around. They're on the backside of the archers, so this means Soldier has to micro the archers nonstop. The A moves, they're hitting horsemen, and he is taking bad trades that he doesn't want to be taking.
Magics are coming back from the back line. At the same time, though, GA, I think he killed Villager. Oh my god!
Oh, massive villager cleanup. He will have his archers and his army cleaned on up, but his eco is starting to get out of hand. GUA looking pretty solid, still roaming around with knights, still roaming around with a few horsemen. Is he about to send 20 villagers on the board?
I mean, well, he needs it. He needs the food. Only 8 can gather, but yeah, that's not going to work out. Maybe he wants to wall in the
wall in the market.
The silver tree, yeah. Oh, second TC now coming out.
This could be an opportunity for Soldier to kind of get back into it, especially after winning a pretty big fight. GUA's main focus now is to remass back up, don't take this damage, but more importantly, get onto food, because food is his problem. But Soldier's having the same similar food problem.
Yeah, we see a couple of farms that have come out now. For GA. Outpost here. Should be able to buy him enough time. Didn't actually manage to kill a villager there. Hopped inside the outpost just in time.
That's absurd. One Keshik does end up falling. Those archers that were in the base that we thought were going to get full cleaned up ended up circling all the way back around.
This is still enough Keshiks to probably win this fight against both the knights and the archers. It's not something that you want to take right now. And look at that. Yeah, it takes the boar. Gets a lumber camp out there, and now gathering wood from that position as well.
He's just got his eco spread throughout everywhere. He's like, all right, just in case you're raiding the north, I'm going to be on the south. If you're raiding the south, I'm going to be on the north, the west, the east. I'm everywhere.
Soldier, he's got 700 stone right now in the bank. He could double produce a lot of Keshiks. Like getting 3 Keshiks double produced out gets you up to 16 Keshiks. That's a pretty big force. She's gonna be the spearman still.
Moving back out to those back berries. Knights are still circling, and GUA's knight number, though, it's climbed up. It's basically even with the Keshik number, and GUA has some other things to show for himself, some horsemen, some spears, some archers, and has slowly started to make a farm transition, which food, again, has been his problem this whole game, I feel like.
I looked at the wood count climbing for Soldier. He's going for the 3rd TC.
Oh my gosh, okay. All right.
He wants to catch up. I don't think he can. He lost 4 more Keshiks there. GA is just non-stop pumping out knights and archers right now. Still has 16 spearmen as well. Soldier doesn't have any spears out right now.
I would have rather, instead the extra TC, I would have rather seen 4 pastures. And that way you have safe food eco and you can just mass up. But, you know, to each his own. Giving himself some time, Soldier will end up having an eco lead if he can protect the villagers that he's making.
Every single TC is 7 villagers that are going to be safe while the rest of his base dies.
If that's the way you want to look at it, but he's actually only down 17 military units. He's trying to make some more Keshiks. He's got archers just staying under his TCs. So this is where, like, GUA, if he has to all in if he's fighting. And while this is still happening, we have Keshiks roaming the map and doing some raiding. So Soldier is actually giving himself a little bit of time as GUA's army. Look at where it's going. It's pulling back.
How has Soldier only killed his first villager just now? Oh my god, the textiles. The textile was so worth it from GUA. He has so many low health villagers at this point in time. It's kind of crazy. Look at that. You got the Amora there as well from Soldier with those 2 outposts.
But GUA had to respect this push, though, and this is giving time for Soldier.
Yeah, we're seeing more and more pastures come out.
That's what he needs right now. I'm surprised he hasn't had a lot of idle time on those TCs and still been able to produce, but somehow he's making it work.
Yeah. crazy. He's slowly but surely catching up when it comes to the villager count. GA, lots of food in the bank, but not enough gold in order to consider an age up right now.
Some more damage on villagers. No kill. Oh, another kill. There we go. There's a kill.
Number 2.
Keep him counting. He just doubled his bill kills this game.
Yo, what Soldier's doing? He's just marking every single one of GA's villagers. He looks at him. He's like, soon, I'll come back for you one day.
Just wait. This is a statement play. Did the villagers on the wood line move somewhere up at the north?
They did, but you know what didn't move? The villagers on the board. The villagers on the board. And at least 3 should go down there. Actually, there's 4 villagers remaining. Oh, 4 villagers that are going down, but at the same time, GA said enough is enough, and he's going for the base. And at just the moment when Soldier has finally, like, overtaken him when it comes to
the villager count.
Yeah, but actually, he's gotten 40 archers out. He's getting some spearmen out now. If those Keshiks come back in time, if Soldier holds this, he wins the game.
Yeah. And I mean, if he just drops another 2 outposts too, that might actually be enough to help him hold this. Is he just needs room for the villagers to jump inside. He needs time for the Keshiks to come back, and there's another 2 outposts. That's exactly what he's doing.
All right, maybe it's doable. Maybe it's doable. The time
villagers jump inside. Archers here to defend this. Knights, they don't want to take this, and look at that. Even still, Knight gets taken down to about a quarter health, falls back away. Trader distracts them for a little bit of time, and I think Soldier's happy if his traders are the ones
aging up.
Focused.
GA's aging up. He's looking for the age up. I mean, Soldier right now, he has no gold excess at all. If GA is aging up without Soldier like having any gold excess at all, Soldier might actually be fine. Like GA might actually be fine here. Yeah, Royal Institute. Yeah, this is gonna be the all-in play.
He does have gold not too far away. Keshiks though hitting the wood line again. There should be some low health ones. Maybe 2 more picks. 2 more picks. There it is. We're up to 13 villager kills. Hey, it was right when you started talking about him getting his first. Now he's up to 14, and GUA has been taken down on the eco count. There's some. Oh my gosh! There's so many villagers just primed for the taking on the berries, on the gold. Soldier could like end GUA. It feels like.
I'm looking at how many hits the Keshiks need to take down a villager, and I'm devastated that Soldier hasn't gotten the +1 melee damage upgrade yet, because there were so many weak villagers that would have all gone down if only Soldier's Keshiks did +1 damage with every single hit.
GUA didn't all in the base though. Okay.
The all-in's coming. The all-in is going to be coming.
Minute and a half.
Bloodlines.
Minute and a half. Yep.
Yeah, that's the timer. Timer's ticking. He needs like, oh my god, he's almost pop cap. Is he's selling? Is he selling resources too?
I think so. I mean, if I'm him, I sell wood right now and I just go up.
Yeah, but his market just got destroyed, right? Like the silver tree. I think it got destroyed.
Oh, it did. All right, he has enough to go up though.
Yeah, he must have another market somewhere. I don't see any villagers from him on gold. So that has to be Kurultai now. Kurultai inside the space.
Oh, no. GUA, stop! You need Royal Bloodlines. You need your veteran upgrade. He didn't even have veteran knights at that point.
And now Kurultai is coming up. Dude, is Soldier doing it? The 3 TC.
I think Soldier might be doing. He's up 30 vills right now.
The late 3 TC. He's almost pop cap. He's almost pop cap. What?
He's got another. He's got enough for 2 more TCs if he wants.
Gold. Never mind.
Yeah, he still had his original gold.
I didn't see that one. There was so much stuff happening on the minimap. I just didn't see that gold.
He's got enough for he needs to drop 5 more pastures at this point.
Yeah.
He's got 1,800. You might have 10 at this point. I don't even care. Just stabilize your eco. You know Royal Bloodlines is about to come. The huge benefit for Soldier is he took down a lot of the knights before Royal Bloodlines came through. I guess took the fight.
Upgrades. Where are the upgrades? I don't see anything in queue. Yeah, the upgrades. There we go. Upgrades are getting queued.
Where he's going for gold. He, for some reason, he's not going to close golds. He's like, oh, I'm going to sneak this gold. And there's a...
It's not so sneaky. Oh, that's a lot of outposts, though.
Okay. Maybe that'll do it.
It's a lot of villagers. Oh, this is going to be super rough. This is going to be super, super rough now. He sees the army.
Keshiks?
Royal Bloodlines is in. Oh, you need to run. Soldier, you need to run. Run right now. got the curl tie. Upgrades are coming in, but that's only for the Keshiks. The rest of the military needs to run. He still needs to run.
He just needs to wait to take this fight.
But he can't wait for too long. The curl time might get focused down, and then he's gonna die either way. I think
he's under
the timing.
Jumps inside the TCs. He's just G-Way's diving. He's taking the fight. He says enough is enough. There's only 8 spears here for Soldier. He wasn't making spears. It was archers and Keshiks. No crossbows out either. He just now makes a ton more spears in production. TC gets burnt in the blink of an eye. G-Way heavily favoring the military numbers.
No curl tie nearby. No curl tie buff on all of these archers. We only have 1 outpost with emplacement there. Main TC, but it's not going to be enough. GUA with the Knights, with the veterans, the Royal Bloodlines. Is it enough? And it looks like it is enough.
No more Keshiks, no
army from Soldier.
It is all GUA's game. It looked so good for Soldier for a little bit of a time. It looked like he made the right moves, but just not enough to hold Royal Bloodlines Knights. Spring on emplacements coming in. Can he hold? Will he have enough? Royal Bloodline Knight number is starting to thin out just a bit. Archers trying to kite back out. Is it going to be enough? Can Soldier hold? Villager count is getting closer to even, but still Soldier has a lead there.
Soldier, yeah, it's a small lead that's still there. Meanwhile, TC has been shooting the entire time, but without +2 damage. These archers just aren't able to penetrate through the armor. G8 now also getting Arbalettrier and Men-at-Arms out. Soldier, no more military in the queue.
Double spring on emplacements. He does drop a Siege Workshop. Maybe Mangonel's going to be the goal, but no. Soldier says, I'm not going to be able to hold. I'm not going to be able to do it, but holy hell, was that a close one. I thought it was over minutes, 10, 15 minutes before that, but made it way too close.
Such an incredible set, man. I gotta say, like, this was super damn close. Man, oh man.
Oh. Wild series from the remake to the wild games there, and ending it off with just some excitement. Mongol French matchup.
Oh man, that was a really close one.
Well, we've had a lot of excitement here for y'all so far today. A lot of series coming in. We do still have some more in store for you left, but I think me and Kraken might finally have a little bit of a break, get some water, get some food in us real quick, and more importantly, we have another person coming on to entertain y'all for a little bit, to talk about y'all, entertain some questions from chat, whatever that may be. So in just a little bit, Pessy's going to come on and say his hellos.
Yeah, so without a lot of further ado, we're going to take a short 10-minute break. In the meantime, here are some words from a host, the one and only Pesty from EGC TV.
Hey guys, it's Pesty here, founder of EGC, live with you again. I want to just first of all talk to you a little bit about our sponsor, Surfshark. And I first of all want to say about Surfshark that I was so excited when they wanted to sponsor us and come partner with us for this event, because it is a product that I genuinely use. I mean, I assume most of you guys already use a VPN. I think just about everyone uses a VPN, but if you don't, probably should be. I personally use Surfshark. Now, why do I use it? Main reason is that when I'm traveling, it allows me to watch all of my favorite shows, just like I'm in the UK, which, as you might have guessed, is originally where I'm from. And it is incredibly reliable and good for this. One click of a button, and I am just sitting in the UK watching my favorite shows without any drama. Really easy and reliable for that, and very fast too. Also, as you see here, you can escape price discrimination online. So when I'm going to book a flight or book a hotel, change the location, see if it's cheaper somewhere else. Usually it is. Now, I hear you ask, okay, I need a VPN, but why Surfshark? And I want to tell you why Surfshark. There are lots of reasons, including the fact it's very good value, but this is one of the best ones. Unlimited devices, not 4, not 6, not 8, not 10, unlimited. Buy a new phone, add your Surfshark for free, add it to your TV, add it to your laptop. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many different things that you add. It's the same price. So put it on your wife's computer if she wants it to, all included. 30-day money-back guarantee when you buy Surfshark through us. So if you don't like it, which you will, just send them a message and they will refund you. Now, I want to show you the deal that you get when you go through our link. So !VPN or !Surfshark. And you see here this deal, unbelievably good value. And this is with the unlimited devices. So that's the price you're paying per month and 3 months free. Unbelievable value with Surfshark. So yeah, thank you very much to Surfshark for sponsoring this video. Like I said, I genuinely use this product. I genuinely think it's the best one. Those prices are insane. For unlimited devices, how is it even possible to be that price for unlimited devices? It sounds too good to be true, but try it out. !VPN. I'm going to put it in chat for you right now. Try it out. And if it's not for you, money back. What was that price there? 2-3 euros a month. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right. We've got another 7 minutes together, chat. Don't forget to get your VPN, but we do have another 7 minutes for me to chill with you. It's not pre-recorded, Wolfheart 0. A shoe on my head. I don't have any shoes around here, but that was a pretty good proof. How are you guys doing? How is chat doing? Are you called out? Are you enjoying the show, guys? There's some other stuff I wanted to talk about with you. But I hope you are enjoying it so far. Now, for those of you that were here yesterday, we had a little chat. By the way, side point, yesterday was the highest viewership we have had since 2001 on a Saturday for open qualifiers. And today is probably going to be the highest viewership that we've had on a Sunday for open qualifiers. So I just wanted to say that hashtag dead game, right? Am I right? Look at that. AI generator. So there you go. AoE4 definitely on the rise. And something else. We discussed this yesterday, but I'm going to come back round. So yesterday, for those of you that don't remember, I talked a little bit. Oh, did I say 2001? 2021. Sorry, 2021. For those of you, that were here yesterday, I started talking a bit about what next season was going to look like for AoE4 esports and EGC TV. And I asked chat if there was an opportunity to contribute towards EGC TV's next season of AoE4 esports, would they want to do it? Would you want to do it if it was specifically to add more events or better events to next year's season? And overwhelmingly, people said that they did want to. And so we have decided that we are going to, as an experiment, try doing this Kickstarter for next season, which is specifically going to be based on extra events, extra production, and extra prize money for what we would otherwise already do next season. So it's really, really important to say this is going to be for extra additional things next season. Whatever happens, we are going to do a season, next season of AoE4. When I talk about a season, I mean from like June till June 24 to June 25. Whatever happens, we are doing another season of Age of Empires 4 esports, and it's going to be big and amazing no matter what. However, if you want to add to that so that there will be more production, more events, more prize money, then we're going to give you the opportunity to do that. And we're doing it in such a way that whatever contribution you make, we would make an even bigger one. In other words, here we go. I'm actually going to put a link in chat right now to the Kickstarter that we're doing for the season. There you go. Go and take a look at it. Spam. Go and take a look at it, and you'll see it. We've just opened it right now. So this is like hot off the press announcement, just been opened. But you can see some milestones here. For example, if we raise the minimum 2,500 euros, we're going to add extra prize money for players outside the top 16 to all of our events in order to help more players come through. And we're also going to add a community map choice for every S-tier event. But for example, if we reach our goal of 25,000, we are going to add an extra S-tier event to the season that we wouldn't otherwise do. And more than that, we're going to let the community vote and look at what that event is going to be. Do you want it to be a 1v1 event? Do you want it to be a 3v3 event? The community is going to vote on how that's going to look. And an S-tier event costs a lot more than that to run. But what I wanted to do here is basically say, if the community can help us offset some of the costs of doing an extra event, then we'll pay the rest. Right? That's what the point of this is. And I think it's like a really important thing to say, because if you look at if you're taking a look right now on our poster here, if you take a look again on the Kickstarter, you'll see, for example, that for 10,000 euros, we're going to elevate the production for all of our S tier events, right? We're going to have a host, highlight packages, all sorts of extra production. Now, if we do that for all of our S tier events for a year, that costs a lot more than the price that we've put here. But we're just asking the community, if you want to offset a little bit of that cost, not a little bit, because it's not saying it's not a lot of money, but if you want to offset some of that cost, we will cover the rest. If you look at 25,000 for an extra S tier, that means if we raise 25,000, which is a huge stretch goal, don't get me wrong, I'm not expecting that to happen. But if we did, that would be an extra S tier event chosen by the community and how it is, and the elevated production for all of our events, and the extra prize money for all of the events and the community map choices. So my point is that this just offsets a little bit of what would be involved, and we are going to do that. Striker, you have to scroll if you want to see the reward. Oh, there's no rewards above 1k. Striker, were you thinking about doing more than 1k? Player cards we've done before, Dabston, and that's the kind of thing that we're going to do as well. But just to give you an idea, that's the kind of thing that we are talking about. Guys, of course, no one is obligated to contribute. Just by being here, you're all contributing. I love you. But that's what I wanted you guys to know, that's what this is about. This is not about asking you guys to contribute to our fixed costs or our running costs. This is about saying, if the community wants to help us offset some of the costs of doing these extra things over a whole year, then I can justify spending and bringing in sponsors and doing what we can to make up the difference. So we're guaranteeing, if we hit those milestones, that we're going to do it. All right. Guys, we've got another minute and 11 seconds. If anyone has got any questions, feel free to ask it. Love, Pierogi, where did I get this Age of Empires sweater? I got this Age of Empires sweater from the Xbox website. So if you're interested, that's where you should get it. I really should get some kind of like affiliate code, right? And I'll speak to Microsoft about that, because it is sick and it came really quick and I love it. I got this poster here from the Xbox website too. So that is it. So regardless of how this Kickstarter goes, I wanted to say, can the logo be centered in the red color? I'm having issues. What red color? Anyway. Yes, Britboy. If you do that, there's no need to join anything. Or you can just mute yourself. Oh my God, I've only got 20 seconds left. These 10 minutes go so fast. Guys, check out the Kickstarter. Buy Surfshark. Also, we have merchandise on the EGC TV website if you want some Elite Classic 2 merch. Guys, I've got 10 seconds left, so I'm going to hand it over. That is me done. Peace. Enjoy the rest of the show. Come back next week for the main event. Bye!
All right, we're back, everybody. Thank you so much for Pesty. Thank you so much for hosting the Elite Classic 2 and all of the fantastic Age of Empires 4 tournaments that he's brought to us so far. And all right, look at that. We already know what our next set is going to be, and it's going to be a banger. It's going to be an absolute banger. Look at that. We got CSO versus Core. Core W himself right now trying to qualify, and it's going to be on Coastal Cliffs for the first game. It's going to be IUBits versus the Delhi. That's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, again, kind of some of the similar Civ choices that we've seen on Coastal Cliffs quite often. I want to say a UBIDS or Delhi I've seen in every single Coastal Cliffs game so far. Not both, but one or the other, as we did see that exciting UBIDS versus ABBA games from GUA and Soldier just a few minutes ago. And now Core versus CSO, a UBIDS versus Delhi. And this is really where I feel like a UBITS kind of gets to dictate the pace in a sense and really force Delhi to react to the way that they're building.
I'm thinking about this matchup, and I talked about it earlier as well, how I think IUBITS are just really built differently. We saw it in our first set, Valdemar versus Cisco, where we had the same matchup. I think at a certain point in time, it looked really good for Delhi there. It's gonna be difficult though. I feel like IUBITS on paper are still really good in this matchup. Question is gonna be if Core can pull it off with the Delhi. I mean, Core says it all the time, Delhi OP, but Core also says IUBITS OP. So the question is going to be, who more OP?
There you go. It doesn't matter about who's behind the civilizations. It's just all about the civilizations, right? But both of their civilizations do have their strengths. I just still feel like in the right hands, Ayubids is just scary. The Desert Raiders, when they're not being thrown away and someone actually knows how to micro, can really prove to just be a hard unit to deal with. But enough of that. We see the countdown timer hit 0. We're seeing the overlay swap on over. Let's jump on in. Game number 1, CSO versus Core on Coastal Cliffs.
Exactly, and here we go. Spawning in the color green, we got CSO playing as Ayubids. On the other hand side, it's a classic color for Core. It's the color orange, playing as the Delhi Sultanate. All right. Here on Coastal Cliffs, both players playing as berry civilizations, respectively. So chances are we're just going to be seeing a lot of sheep gathering early on. Players can go for some really long routes, don't need to return to their base immediately at all. And yeah, just looking for sheep in the early game. I think Core actually noticed that he saw CSO's scout there, or at least a sheep trailing him. So he's going to make a move towards the other side now. Could potentially, like if CSO decides to go behind the base of Core, if Core just goes back to his base, he could get CSO into a position where his scout is just going to trail behind Core's scout. And that would feel really good if you're Core. And there we go. Yeah, CSO is going to trail behind Core's base. So scout pathing here could be looking good for Core.
Yeah, and that is where the berry, or I mean the sheep, they matter a little bit, but not as much for the berry-loving civilizations. And it really will be about, once feudal age starts coming into play, we expect the advancement or the military wing for Ayubid starting off, getting the Desert Raiders on out and about, and how will Core react to those?
Yeah, I mean, we saw it last game, like the archer play immediately didn't work out too well, where Cisco, he just made a couple too many archers. I think Core, hopefully he saw that game. I think his first round was a bye, so maybe he saw that game and knows how to react, at least make a couple of spearmen early on as well, and just realize like what CSO's game plan is going to be. This is the House of Wisdom coming up now. It's actually a clutch House of Wisdom. Like, it's going up just the moment when he has enough resource in order to age up.
He's got it. He's got that fine-tuned build. Oh my god.
That is more than fine-tuned. That was on the dot.
He literally, and if you look at his resources now, he literally had 0 stone, 0 gold, 0 wood, and I think he had like food. So it was literally like to a T, just like perfect resource distribution and management.
Yeah, well, it was definitely sad to see. And here we go. Tower victory coming up for Core on the Delhi Sultanate. So we will see that infantry bonus coming out with the attack speed. And so far, yeah, that's a good amount of sheep right there. 11 sheep found so far by Core. On the other hand side, CSO, I think he's also not too far behind on sheep. I think he probably found like 7, 8. Take a look at it. Oh, not quite as good. But then again, he did start off with the sheep, like with his villagers on the sheep. So makes sense that there are less sheep remaining right now.
Yeah, probably about 1,000 food difference there for Core in the long run of the game. But again, this is where, if you can secure your berries, secure your backside, deer and berries to the east of CSO's base, then he won't really be too worried about missing out on just a few sheep.
Yeah. Question is if he can secure that. But CSO, he's a fan of large walls, so I could definitely see him even going for a wall even a little bit further and secure all the deer with a single wall there.
We have been seeing quite on this map specifically. It's like Soldier did it twice back to back, where he's just like, all right, long wall, here we go, and it just seems to kind of work out. You have to protect a lot of resources on the map, and you're right, it isn't as expensive as it feels like it used to be.
Yeah, because the map's also like thinner, so walling it the long side like doesn't feel that expensive anymore, or rather the short side now. Now that we have a short side, actually.
Yeah, I guess that is a good point. You're really already taking, a third of the map. So when it feels like you're walling off half of the map, in reality, that's where it would really be a third in general on the other scale.
All right, military wing comes out. Outpost immediately follows. And yeah, it looks like CSO is just going to go for similar style that we saw from Valdemar with the fast castle age.
Yeah, not necessarily an advancement wing, but just we know that Castle Age is kind of what he has planned, whether it's the dervishes, whether it's the growth wing or whatnot. But with him starting onto the sheep earlier, that could mean some incentive to go up with the growth wing, especially if he's split up onto the berry bush that he's on.
Core actually opening this one up with the blacksmith. That's an interesting one.
That's
so not a military production building immediately, instead going for the blacksmith. It's going to guarantee him some very, very early tech ups when it comes to the blacksmith upgrades. And he is now going for an archery range as well. Might just be going immediately for the sacred sites into a wall off without wanting to like immediately go for a raid.
And this is one where I still feel like going with the blacksmith first. It's like we know Ubits is wanting to go fast castles. Like, yeah, you're going to get your tech up quicker, but I'd almost rather your military production start earlier. That way you can have a few extra numbers out on the field.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough timing. Stable now also comes in. The one thing that this gives him, though, is having the scholars inside the mosque for longer. Also means that he's going to be getting Sanctity a little bit quicker. So could that he's going to reach the timing where he gets Sanctity out immediately, has like 2 archers on every single sacred site. If he's going out like that, he could immediately capture both sacred sites relatively easily at like 7 minutes into the game.
CSO spots out the stables. He's just watching with the Desert Raider. He didn't see any on the gold. The wood line's well protected, and not really anything he can do with that Desert Raider at this point in time with the way Core's base layout is.
Yeah, second Desert Raider now coming out. Looks like there's also a stable for CSO, as he's going to be clicking up any moment now. There we go. Clicks up to Castle Age now. Or is it going to be... Oh, he's not going to go for the cheap advancement wing.
Well, he could have been clicking up to Castle Age, and Core currently has like 4 extra units out on the map than him, which isn't too crazy right now. So isn't really feeling any pressure, isn't really feeling like he needs to get out and about. He's scouting this exact thing, sees when they're pulled. No boar pull coming on into play, and the Horseman is going to try to chase down that Desert Raider, but he can swap over to that melee form and just take the fight.
It's still tough against the Ghazi Raiders. They have more health, and CSO just needs a little bit more food with the next drop off. A-Job should be coming in, and I think this is going to be... Can we take a look at the berries? Just so we can criticize him if he goes for growth.
He was on all of them, yeah.
Oh, he's already depleted a couple, but it is going to be growth, right? That's growth? It is growth. Okay, okay. Still criticizing him, though, for the berries there. That's a lot of food that he's going to be missing out on. Look at that. Desert Raiders immediately taking the swords out and making their way over to that Scholar. Scholar gets moved, though. Army moves as well. So Core should be able to protect that Scholar, and yeah, should eventually also be able to get that capture on the sacred side.
Yeah, should start to get both eventually. Just first had to get the initial one secured, and I love the forward walls coming in by Core as well. Just able to use the military units to do so, and connecting the wood line over to this east side of the map if he's able to get it done. But Desert Raiders firing a couple of the arrows. There we go. Melee form coming on in. And as the Horsemen Ghazi Raiders come up, they need to fall back on away.
One Desert Raider goes down, though. One Desert Raider for an Archer. Good trade for Core. Granted, the Desert Raider, though, was free. So definitely not a bad trade. 2 more hits on the Desert Raider. They take a lot of damage with every single one of these attacks. Yeah, Growth Wing is going to be coming in, and the Sacred Site still not captured yet, but is about to be.
We got 1 barracks already on the field. I didn't see how many others CSO had prepped. It looks like a second one's going to be on the way, as well as a blacksmith, so immediately going to invest into some ranged armor, I'm sure.
At the same time, Core is getting some spearmen out now as well. He should be scouting out... Yeah, he definitely scouted out the barracks there with his scouts, so knows that it's likely going to be Ghoulems coming out from CSO. Has a lot of Ghazi Raiders, is getting out some spears out as well, and there we go. That's a Core wall.
Let's see if it can get up before the Ghoulam's timing comes out and across. Core does have double Sacred Sight, so that does give himself that boost in eco. Doesn't really feel that 8 villager deficit now that CSO just had 8 vills pop out of the House of Wisdom.
CSO also has to move out now onto resources. Immediately gets 2 Camel Lances, though, in queue, as well as 2 Ghulams, so that could be rough. Core rushing up those walls now. Archer. Is he gonna get that wall in? Looks like that gate in. Looks like that gate might be getting denied. He's probably gonna have to cancel it. Let's get up with another Archer.
I think he's gonna have to cancel. I don't think he's gonna be able to get it up.
He can wait for it to get a little bit damaged and then just cancel it in order to get the full health wall on it. Oh, I actually don't think you should build now. It's taking some damage. You can't repair with the military units. You can only build, not repair.
Well, chooses to go ahead and finish it on up. A Gulam on the right side going ahead and starting the torch over there. So he's just going to push and pull Core's army up across a little bit while his Gulam number will climb on up.
Yeah. Core behind this. I mean, he's just massing more and more units out. If CSO takes the fight a little bit prematurely, this could be really bad for him. And Core actually investing into a lot of scholars. If he pulls the scholars forward, it could be dangerous. Oh, military force. CSO has to pull his units back from the wall attack that he was doing there. Might actually lose a couple of villagers here. First villager should be going down. One villager did go down. And now Core immediately in the economy here. Surrounds the Ghulams with the Ghazi Raiders.
Wood Villager, he clicked Garrison. They started to run towards the outpost on the gold, but they do not need to be running that way. They need to be running behind the TC. Rest of the units of CSO flank back around and get a wraparound, but he just still doesn't have quite the numbers here yet needed to push this on away. But look how tanky those Ghulams are, though.
Core finally has gotten the +1 pierce damage upgrade on his archers. Finally, he's able to do 2 damage with every single attack against the Ghulams with his archers. He lost a lot of Ghazi Raiders there, though. Definitely, like, the idle time might be worth it.
I mean, the crazy thing is, though, is like, he was just sitting there attacking that one Gulam, and just with the TC and outpost fire, he loses multiple units, which is more than what a Gulam costs. So CSO, it might not feel the worst. He still does have a little bit of that villager lead, but wants to eventually deny these sacred sites.
It's definitely still a tough one, fighting under the outpost there. Ghazi Raiders now taking some good fights against the Ghulams. I mean, the Ghulams are going down, and they're not able to do significant damage right now. I feel like they're going faster down than CSO can rebuild them.
The only thing is, I feel like Core's mass is thinning out just a little bit too, though. Like, his front line, he doesn't really have as many spears there anymore. And so once the spears get cleaned up, which I feel like CSO has constantly made the outpost fire repositioned to spears, then the Camel Lancer is going to pop out and the Archer is going to be worthless.
Yeah, it's definitely tough to keep this up. Needs more archers out. He's got 21 archers. There's more units still coming out from Core. It definitely feels like CSO is still in a pretty decent position. Can't forget, though, that there's also a Sacred Side victory condition behind this. If Core pauses production for 1 minute, he can go up to Castle Age himself.
See, this is where I'm worried, though. There's no more spears. Core's still stepping up. He's taking this fight, and I feel like he's going to lose the rest of this mass, and then he's going to be in that weird position. He has 100 food in the bank. He needs to either continue producing for a bit or go up to Castle, but he's kind of in the middle ground.
Yeah, needs to save the archers. Needs to go back with them right now. Needs to fall back at least behind the wall. Let's try to do some damage there. He killed 5 villagers at least, so he did some eco damage. The question is, though, if it was worth it, because destruction value definitely isn't in favor for him right now.
Not by any means. The Camel Lancer, the Desert Raiders pop out of that outpost finally. CSO able to reclaim that forward gold if he wants. And looks like he's going to move out to the right side and go for that Eastern Sacred Site that he was looking for earlier.
Yeah, it definitely needs to get a decap in. Core, though, investing more and more into Ghazi Raiders, having more in queue right now. Looks like he definitely wants to finish this game off in Feudal Age one way or another.
Yeah, okay, Core. Right now, if these Ghulams get over to your side of the map, yes, Ghazi Raiders do have that little bit of bonus damage against heavy. I just don't know if it's enough to actually take good trades when you have when CSO has mass.
That's the question, right? But it seems like Core actually manages to force CSO to pull back. And if he gets a rewall in, and it looks like he might get the rewall in. No, the reinforcements come in. The Ghulams coming in. And the Spearman gets taken down before he can finish off that wall. Ghulams need to focus the wall, though. They're just standing
chilling,
there.
watching, hanging out. Hello? You gonna do something? There we go.
And now Core has enough units to win this fight. Look at that. It's 50 military compared to 20. And Core can just rebuild this wall, and he'll be fine. He might actually buy enough time for a sacred side victory.
He still has 4 minutes going. He is all out for this sacred site victory. Gulam stepping on up. They're taking the fight. CSO seems like he thinks he has enough to hold this. He has second ranged armor coming in as well. Wedge rivets on the way. Those archers are going to tickle the Gulams a little bit less. Couple of the Camel Lancers on the front side, and somehow CSO's numbers are not dropping as fast as I thought they would be, just showing you the tankiness even without wedged rivets.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big issue with the Camel still being there because of the debuff on the Ghazi Raiders. They're not doing as much damage as they need to do, and Core needs to run back behind the wall.
Falling back behind the wall, he does. He 46 to 18 on the military. He's still still just down those few villagers, even with picking off 5. But 3 minutes and 12 seconds. This is all Core cares about. Keep the stall going. Keep CSO behind those walls.
He's actually getting close to aging up again. He just had like 1,000 food. There we go. No, it's all out. It's all out in the feud age still. Once again, reinvestments coming in. Manjanique now gets built though by CSO. That could become dangerous. But then again, Manjanique versus Mass Ghazi Raiders, it's going to be tough to protect that one.
Yeah, it's not like he has spears to brace from Ghazi Raiders and really just get that surround. He doesn't have 50 units to just full circle that Manjanique either. But it's still always easier said than done.
Oh, it actually wasn't a +2 Pierce armor upgrade. It was a +2 melee armor upgrade on these Gulams. They now have +2 melee armor.
Oh! Okay.
That's interesting. Now, the gate that was previously already weakened is going to get taken down. Manjanique also gets spotted out. Is Core going to have enough? Because now there are more Gulams out than Ghazi Raiders. It's going to be a surround from both sides.
Just one Manjanique shot could be enough to turn the tides of this fight, but good old circle around from the Ghazi Raiders. One Manjanique shot hits a lot of the spears, which...
It's not going down. The Manjanique isn't going down. Why is it not going down? It's not going down. Body block.
The body block. It's still at like 1 out. There it goes. It finally goes down. CSO 25 units compared to 58 from Core, but the double dervishes might be able to activate the AoE healing.
There's not enough frontline. I don't think there's enough frontline for Core. It's going down so rapidly. The Ghazi Raiders aren't doing enough, and the Gulams so much damage. There's a minute left, but I feel like Core's army isn't going to be able to survive for another minute.
It's just archers. There's only a few Ghazi Raiders left, no spears, and there's double-digit Gulam. 21 Gulams still running forward. The army numbers are about to be even, which is not good for Core, as he is the age behind. He is a quality behind.
And the decap is coming in. Camel Raider. Camel
Lancer. At the very
Lancer
least,
as well
this pauses the timer, so this is just giving CSO room to breathe here.
Ah, it was so close. It was so close. Maybe if Core just spammed up a couple more walls there at the end, he has the wood for it. But he knows without the Sacred Side victory, GG is just out of reach, and it gets called. That was close, though.
I liked the idea. I liked the game plan from Core. He saw the spot. He got the walls up, and it just is where CSO barely had the timing play to be able to take that fight right before the Sacred Site victory would have come to fruition.
Yeah, I mean, that was a close one, though. That was really close. Up down to 1 minute. I feel with 700 wood in the bank, imagine if Core just like went for the Manjanique snipe really early and then went for like triple layer walls and just wall after wall after wall. I think he could have had it there at that point in time, but it's so tough to say. It's such a tough decision to make. Nonetheless, it was a really close game. But those Gulams, man, they definitely carried CSO there.
Oh yeah, I mean, it just shows you when you're Castle Age, when you get those extra upgrades. Doesn't matter if you have if you're getting your numbers doubled as far as the military goes, because it's going to take you a lot more than that to take out just one Gulam. But Game number 2 in front of us, Frisian Marchers, the OG original custom map that was added to the tournament pool that I feel like really expanded the map play and really whoa, anonymous 20
Anonymous.
gifted coming in. Much
Thank you, thank you, thank
appreciated for
you.
the support. Obviously, it does end up going a long way, so it can't say enough about it. We don't know who you are out there, but thank you.
Yeah, on that note, we still have a minute left to go, so let's really talk about that. Every single sub that you're leaving here, every single bit or every single cheer does go the long way, as Dabson said. It helps us with the production, helps our EGC TV bring you guys more of these tournaments in the future, and yeah, it's definitely very much appreciated. So you too can show your support either with a Prime sub or normal sub, cheer donations, everything is very welcome. Also, check out the Patreon, check out the Kickstarter that we've just launched for the next season of Age of Empires 4 Esports.
Yep. Exactly. But just a few more seconds here. We're gonna start to hear the sheep come on in, everything be gathered. And we know this map, there are a lot of sheep on this map for sure. So we're gonna be following to see if there's any sort of absurd difference in that regards.
Yeah, starting off, we got CSO in the color pink playing as the Mongols. On the other hand side, we got Core once again in the color orange playing as the Chinese. And you know, typical opening here for the Chinese, getting that mill up immediately with the supervision. The Chinese scouts, they do have some extra line of sight in the Tang Dynasty, so could be that this is going to be a deciding factor when it comes to finding those sheep. But CSO overall did a good job with finding the sheep, sending them back to his base. It's going to be interesting to see in the long run who is going to find more sheep. And look at that, Core immediately still on wood, so might be that he will go for a Dark Age barracks. Definitely makes sense if your opponent, as the Mongols, also goes for a Dark Age barracks. China is probably one of the only civilization, or at least one of the best civilizations, that can go toe-to-toe with the Mongols when it comes to Dark Age mass spearmen. Because with the Chinese, not only do you boost up your economy plus 20% with your Imperial Official, you can also boost up your production building by plus, I think it was 250%. So you're getting a lot of spearmen out very, very quickly, with which you're going to be able to contest that early spearman push from the Mongols. Potentially even push it back further.
Yeah, you're just able to react so quickly, but looks like he still needs that next drop-off to be able to react with the barracks. He's still staying on... Oh, still one more drop-off to be able to react with the barracks, but still staying on there because you'll need a little bit extra wood if you want to produce some spears as well.
Yeah, Core finding some more sheep here. It's difficult to tell at this point in time who found more sheep, so we're going to have to leave it to Observer Vodka to make sure who has more overall, even in the base. So Core right now, 3 carcasses, 19 sheep alive. And CSO.
16.
Ooh. So Core looking good.
Yeah, it was 22-16. I feel like usually on this map, you want to get 20 is kind of the point where you feel okay. I think that's kind of like the even point for the most part. I'm not sure exactly how many total sheep there are. Probably the 45 number or so.
Yeah, that's a lot. But yeah, it makes sense, right? Like Core had a Smurf account called the Shepherd. Definitely shows here.
But spears are moving out and about. Core has his own spears producing to defend that location on up. And even if the gold gets denied, Chinese has other ways to get gold over the course of time with taxes. But I don't think you want to rely on just tax gold.
Tell that to some countries, but yeah, I mean, tax gold is definitely gonna help Core here a lot. I mean, in theory, as a Chinese, you can just mass up more and more spearmen throughout the entire game, throughout the entire Dark Age, and be able to get enough gold to age up just through taxes alone.
Yep. You'll have the mill and you will have the barracks to grab from, so makes perfect sense. Those 6 spears are moving across the map. It's Core, he's got perfect vision of that. Got that Tang Dynasty scout, knows exactly what's coming. He was actually moving across with his spears because he hadn't seen any of CSOs come out yet.
CSO, he's almost gathered enough gold right now for an age up. And CSO, I gotta mention, he's really, really good with Mongols. CSO's main civilization for a long part of his Age of Empires 4, gaming career, I would say, has been with the Mongols. At least, I remember back in, the first team tournament that we had where I saw CSO playing together with Louis. One of his main strategies was always surrounding like the Mongols. Like he played a lot, like Mongols literally every single game there that he could. It's definitely by far one of his best civilizations. It shows right now because not only does he have the same amount of spearmen out as Core does, but he's about to age up. And that's some kind of crazy timing, right?
Yeah, well, that's one thing you can't forget, that Core has to spend full value for all these spears, whereas CSO has actually only produced probably 4, maybe 5 or 6, depending on how much stone he used for double production. And that's where Core is using the full food for that. So if you think about, 5 spears costing 68, that's 300 food in the bank that Core could potentially have.
Yeah. Core behind this, though, he's not too far away from Feudal Age himself. Does have the taxation gold coming in, so very likely will be able to click up soon. 8 villagers on that silver tree. So CSO right now, he's very much set on getting that hardened upgrade on his spearman as soon as possible. Another double production. Yeah, I think this was all double production so far from CSO. Just really minimizing his investment into these spearmen while still having a really, really good army mass out.
And just like you said, he will be able to have a very, very clean timing with the upgrade on those spearmen if he wants to take the fight. Imperial Academy is on the way, though, and we know how fast those Chinese villagers actually build. That thing is going to be finished in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, so timing isn't going to be too different now between the two. Silver Tree is coming up. And now CSO might just immediately start to go for that trade, repositions it, and also archery range gets dropped immediately. Looks like Core switched some villagers off the Imperial Academy, now only going up with 3 villagers. But there aren't any villagers from CSO going out for an outpost, so he's not going to be able to like catch any of the units out from Core.
Dropping an archery range himself. The Silver Tree has finished, so I'm assuming CSO is going to start getting some trade going, as it is in a nice, fine position on the markets on this map, that is. Neutral markets always like tucked into the corner, which is just lovely when you can get that maximum efficient trade route.
Yeah, exactly. Now with the age up, more taxation gold is going to get taken out, and I think Core, with the Imperial Academy, can just go into making a lot of these Imperial officials. Imperial officials, at least for the normal Chinese civilizations, they've been buffed from the Imperial Academy. They now only cost 70 food, and I think it was like 30, like 35-ish gold. So the cost has been reduced dramatically. It went from like 150 resources down to 105-ish. Oh, the wall! Oh, okay.
And we did not see this at all. We had Core sneak out with a few villagers. He knew Silver Tree. He knows Frisian Marshes. This is a map that everyone loves to trade on when they're the Mongols, and Core knows that, and so he says, I'm just going to wall that out. The question will be, will CSO just move that trader to the corner market instead?
I think that's going to be Core's next spot, right? Like, he's just going to send those villagers over to the other corner and wall there as well.
I'd assume so, but I mean, if you can even get 1, maybe 2 trips in, that is going to be a significant payout. The wall has finished, and trade has been denied.
All right, I see 1 orange dot there. It's going to be a mill, so those villagers are now moving to the back of the forest there. It's just going to be, though, if CSO indeed sends that trader to the other side, that villager on the mill might get spotted. But there we go, wall now gets spotted. And with that, CSO not getting the payoff that he wanted with that first trader.
Not at all. There's some spears that he has. The spears that he started with look like they might be headed that way to burn down the wall.
Yeah, I mean, they already have the torching animation on them. Yeah, they're definitely going for that.
Don't you love it when they just immediately bring out your torches like...
Ooh, that hurts on this map. He needs to rebuild it. He has a resource for it. He can just rebuild it. He also has enough now to go for Song Dynasty with the Barbican in the front of his base. Since the Spearmen all pulled back, he can definitely do so pretty much unpunished. And there we go, Barbican of the Sun now coming out from Core. Okay, this is looking decent so far. Chinese definitely surviving the early game here.
Yes. Oh, I like this actually. So
it's gonna get spotted, so the Spearmen should see this one already, like this wall there on the side. Yeah, they see the wall, and yeah, CSO is smart. He's sending 1 guy over there immediately, so he's gonna spot out the villager there. This villager isn't gonna survive, and that outpost might go up, but it's gonna get torched down immediately.
So that's where my follow-up question is, if you know it's going to get torched down, is it worth the Spearman idle time to torch it down, or do you just cut your losses here and cancel?
I think he should just cancel it. Maybe go for another layer of walls just to delay the death from the villager.
Okay, there he goes, and that's exactly what he does. He cancels it. He's trying to build a gate, but that villager will end up going down as CSO. He's just going to send one spearman to constantly have both sides covered.
Course trying. I mean, he really is trying there, to make that villager live, but I don't think it's gonna happen in this one.
Does look like some horsemen are potentially circling around from core. Maybe gonna go over to CSO's gold, try to get some raiding done. But CSO is finally about to get his first trade route completed. 3 traders dropping off as well, so a nice little influx there.
Yeah. Definitely a lot of resources that are making their way over to him now.
Looked about 75 each, if I had to guess.
Oh. CSO, he's paying attention. He's paying attention.
He's there.
Quick wall attempt. Yeah, he did. A valiant effort. Villagers though might potentially get one. They make it. They make it back. They do have that wheelbarrow on them. But Core actually just going fast castle behind this. The timing isn't bad for him either. Like, with this many sheep that he has under his TC, 20% bonus income from them, means they're lasting a long time here. Granted, a couple of the villagers are actually dropping off on the TC instead of the mill due to some unfortunate sheep placement, but it's not bad. And long term, he still has the food sources out on the map.
Keshik's starting to be produced now that CSO is getting a little bit more of that gold income. But astronomical clock tower, 7 villagers on it for core. He's going up to Castle Age.
Yeah, question's going to be, what's going to be the follow-up? Is it just going to be Palace Guards? I could see Palace Guard crossbows working immediately as there's already Keshiks out on the map, and Palace Guards are going to be really nice there. We're seeing mostly barracks, so it could just be a mass Palace Guard spam. That also works in mass, since he also has a lot of spearmen out as well. It's going to be difficult for CSO to micro down. Oh my god, the villager is moving from the mill all the way over in order to get the rewall in again.
But look at what CSO already has up there.
Yeah, he's got the spear.
He's got a spear there, and not only that, he's burning the other. I love how he's burning multiple palisades, so it's not just an easy rewall, and he will hopefully have a little bit of time to react. But I love the idea from Core just being able to get that quick rewall, because any delay makes Core's Castle Age timing pay off that much better.
Yeah. I love this though. I absolutely love this, and yeah, potentially going for the rewall. Question is Core gonna pay attention to that spearman being there? The villager is moving across. Oh, the spearman was on attack.
Oh my gosh, he was so fast. That was just unbelievably fast.
That wasn't the reaction. The spearman was on attack move there the entire time.
I was about to say, that was just unreal. Immediately moved out, and it was funny, right as the spear moved out, the wall burnt down anyways, so was not able.
He dodged him in the stealth forest, but he's got a... Oh.
CSO. Oh. He's going to get it. No, he's not.
He reacted.
Trader's going to block it off. Oh, what? He didn't.
Oh.
Oh,
no. That was so close.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, man.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, what? What?
What? Pathing? They think they can walk through, but once they step up, the berries are too close to the wall and they're stuck.
What?
Oh my god!
Oh my what?
I'd be so tilted.
Dude, that is amazing.
It was Core's playing the whole time. He's seen this before. He saw the berries there. He's just that big. CSO realized.
Look at that. CSO. He just needs to. There we go. He realized it. He literally was waiting for that golden auto age up.
Oh my gosh. Curl tie is on the way. 12 villagers on it, and Core currently has 20 spears. He's doing the I'm gonna protect my siege build.
Yeah, a couple of palace guards, also some knights now coming out, probably just for harass now on the trade. Oh man, I still can't believe it that those traders just getting stopped there that way.
One of the things, though, we haven't really talked about, though, that CSO has been able to do is we just saw the outpost go up next to the neutral market, but I believe it looks like he's got some other pink outposts along the path throughout the whole trade route, and that's just giving him just a ton of extra boost and a ton of extra vision as well.
Yeah, a ton of vision, and all the traders are going to have more movement speed. And that's making a big difference, like getting 10%, like not only as the Mongols are you getting 30% more income from your traders, but now they're also moving 15% faster. So you're getting a lot of additional resource out of that one. And now also Yam Aura coming in, so the villagers nearby are also going to be much harder to raid as they're going to be moving really quickly. All the upgrades now coming in for CSO. He just dropped a lot of production buildings as soon as the age up hit as well. Can we take a look at what production buildings those were? Oh, just barracks. All barracks out right now.
Men-at-Arms mass, which all he saw was a ton of spears. So Men-at-Arms is like the perfect thing to go into that. Obviously, we know that there's some Nest of Bees as well, but those still will just kind of tickle those Men-at-Arms.
Yeah. Some raids coming in, some knights, some horsemen. Might find some kills there on the traders. At the same time, now Core makes his way over. Outpost with a Springle emplacement. Is going to get torched down really quickly. Goodbye, Outpost.
Yep, so much for that Springle emplacement. CSO can't take this fight until some more of the upgrades are in, or doesn't want to, as we just saw the veteran archers come through, it looked like. Waiting for Steeled Arrow, second range damage.
The building is
in.
so fast. The building just outran the units chasing it.
Upgrades OP.
Yeah. Core can't chase down the buildings. Oh, needs to make sure his SCPs are protected though. Springles are coming out from CSO. You need 4 Springle shots though in order to take down a single Nest of B.
Core is moving out heavily onto the shoreline fish, and I think CSO still has some spears in that location. Oh, he's waiting on the deer.
On the deer.
But that is still a significant amount that can end up going in, and he's of course diving the Springle with all the spears, but that's still going to be a lot of spears going down. He left the Nest of Bees out to dry. Are there reinforcing spears going to be enough to stop the Keshik?
They're enough. These Nest of Bees, they're so tanky. They're so tanky, and it's working. Now 3 Nest of Bees. Is it going to be enough? I mean, the spread formation is going to do a good job here.
Spears, though, during that dive, and now we got 10, 15-minute arms to follow this up. They're just trying to close the gap. They're just trying to get over to where those Nest of Bees are that no longer have a great front line of protection.
This is definitely a rough fight. I mean, the Nest of Bees, they're tanky, right? But they can only tank so much up. Archers, they're doing a great job of just getting spread out. It looks like
Men-at-Arms fighting under the curl tie. Springled helping out again as well. And what?
Wait, GG gets called?
Did we miss something?
Maybe? Can we take a look at the food income from Core at the villagers? Did villagers get raided?
I don't know. Oh, it was, yeah. Well, I guess Core realized that this was not his game. This was not his series. And he did not have anything to deal with the mass Men-at-Arms. He was about to have all the Nest of Bees cleared on up and about to have the eco, because he was all on the shoreline fish and he didn't really have anything to stop.
I think maybe the spears. I think maybe the spears hit him there on the shoreline fish.
That's my guess, but we'll get some confirmation. And then look at this. It was confirmed indeed, as it is game over. Core did not finish that series, or did not. It was not a crash, as I see some question marks in the chat. It was just an ending game, and we're jumping directly on into Valdemar versus Elyona now.
Yeah, so they're gonna be fighting right now. This is still another semi-final, not a final. So we still have more sets to go even after this one. We got the kid once again, this time battling off against Elyona, and it's gonna be on Gorge.
Yeah, we're slowly getting the civs inputted. We're slowly getting a little bit of what we can guesstimate for the maps and the series and whatnot. But it's Gorge for the first map, and we see 3 of the 4 civ choices out of each side. What's it going to be? I'm going to guess JD versus French.
JD versus French on Gorge. I could also see Valdemar going for Ayubits on Gorge immediately versus Deli.
I feel like they're saving that one for Coastal Cliffs, though. It's going to be my guess there.
It could be. I could see Valdemar also picking Abbasid on Coastal Cliffs, though.
Yeah. Oh,
It
there's the
is French
French.
from Eliona versus I or the
Oh,
Mongols.
Mongols. Okay.
Okay,
I like this. I like
interesting
this.
one. Yeah, yeah. Not the civilizations I expected them to pick, but I guess that's also like a strategy on your draft, like not pick the civilizations that your opponent expects, because your opponent might also expect you to pick a civilization, so he might pick another civilization than you expect. It's these little mind games that go on there, right?
Yeah. The biggest thing I always think about Gorge is just where where the food resources are at times. Like I feel like you have your initial food, but your deer pack, one of your deer packs always at like the corner of the map, a boar is at the corner of the map. And so that's where you can always kind of pressure that really, really well with Keshiks as well as Royal Knights.
A big shout out, by the way, to all of you already being out there and supporting EGC TV on the Kickstarter. We're already getting really close to the first goal being reached right now. 1,600 out of 2.5K have been reached so far.
Wow. When as you say that, now we're up at 1745. It's just keep it coming, keep it going. We love the support, whether it be the Kickstarter. The Kickstarter is above and beyond of what EGC's expectations already are. So that's just for elevated everything coming on next year, more tournaments, more production and things of that sort. But we also appreciate the views, the subs, anything of the sort. Everything just ends up going back to the players, going back to supporting the AoE4 scene.
Exactly, exactly. All the support, definitely. Very, very much appreciated. Oh, man. We just got confirmation, by the way, that it looks like there wasn't a raid on the fishing from Core, so just the fight itself might have been not the result that Core expected there with the masked man at arms. Tough one. I feel like Core was still in that one.
I felt like he was too, as like you're Chinese, you have a very quick ability to transition to other units to react to, whether it's dropping more production that you build in a blink of an eye, whether it's putting an Imperial official on those to make sure you get a bunch of crossbows out to deal with those men at arms. But enough about that series. That one's obviously behind us. CSO is moving along, waiting till to see who his next opponent may be. And we're gonna be jumping on into the series in front of y'all in just a second.
Exactly. So let's jump right into it. Here we go. Game number 1 in the set between Valdemar and Eliona, spawning in the color yellow. We got Valdemar playing as the Mongols out here on Gorge. On the other hand side, we got Eliona in the color blue playing as the French.
Can immediately see that Eliona most likely want to get vision of Valdemar's side, but it's a little risky on this map to just go straight for vision, as this is one of those maps where sheep is actually a huge importance, and you can see games ending early from sheep distributions or getting out scouted.
Yeah, exactly. So sheep definitely, especially for both these civilizations, both definitely sheep hungry. Gets the sheep just in front of Valdemar, and Valdemar, he's feeling the heat right now, seeing his opponent with 5 sheep. Meanwhile, his Khan, he's not looking too happy right now.
He just got his first one, so at least feeling a little bit better, but never a position you want to find yourself in, especially because Eliona can get this route on home and potentially cut off the other side as well.
It's the consolation prize, that 1 sheep that he found there. But this definitely hurts, especially against the French. You don't want them to get that many sheep out early, just because it strengthens their eco so much. We do have Valdemar now going for that early barracks, so we'll likely see some early spearmen moving out. Looks like Valdemar does have some extra sheep, though, under his CC, so probably did find some on his way over to the middle side, so probably not the worst one. Yeah, actually, he did find a lot. Still 6 live sheep, so it's an illusion all along. He's still very much in this one when it comes to the sheep count.
Yeah, he must have did one of those found like 3 right off the bat and send them home because you're not worried about your opponent's scout being right there at the very start. Eliona swapping over to the other side. We're going to see the School of Cavalry dropped in the next couple seconds as the spears are running on across.
Yeah, and it's also time for the traditional mining camp deletion, right? At this point in time, roughly at this point in time. Might just want to squeeze out 2 more drop-offs in order to just get enough for potential double Broadex coming out. But it's greedy. It's greedy if he's trying to go for it. Still needs 1 more drop-off. How much is double Broadex? Like 70? Yeah, it's 70 gold, right? So he's gonna need one
the
more drop
Khan all
off.
just needs this one attack. Delete. Huh? No attack though from Valdemar.
There it
Oh,
goes.
there it is.
Oh, it's on the villager.
Wait, it hit a
He still
villager.
has it. Okay, never mind. There's on the mining camp.
Okay.
It was on the mining camp. Well, that's gonna be free 50 resources now. Granted, he does have enough of double broadaxe. As a French, he does get that discount, but
Wait, he went back to the
Oh,
gold.
he
Did he
wants
not
a knight.
realize he had it?
he wants a knight.
Oh, is it going to be a knight? Okay.
Why? Against spears, why? You're not gonna achieve anything with a knight.
Yeah, I'm more along the route of.
Oh, he wants wheelbarrow. That's why he made the mill early on. He wants wheelbarrow, but that's 105. That's even more.
He's got to have one full more trip, and that's not happening.
Yeah, oh, he's going for it.
He's
though.
going
He
for it,
wants
though.
it.
Oh. This doesn't feel good. This has not only been like a little bit extra idle time, walking time, all that. He's gonna take damage. Uh-oh.
All the AV3 players right
He
now
only
just
got-
screaming, "Give me liberty or give me coin." It's not working.
Oh, they got 2 gold each, so he needs to do that another couple times. Oh no.
Oh, man.
Well, the outpost going up as well, not only does it deny the gold, it denies the berries as well, and all the extra gold from Ilyona is for the most part on that southern side. The food's so far out on this map too, so he will have to rely fully on sheep, but fortunately Vodka just highlighted Ilyona has a good amount of a next sheep haul coming back, and
He's going for a second TC
the
play.
old classic, I'm just gonna ignore your tower rush and go into 2 TC play.
Now I really want double broadaxe from Eliona, but it's not coming in, and this kind of tilts me. I want to see that double broadaxe coming in. It's
Well,
the
maybe it
only
will
thing that
once
he
the
has
lumber
resource
camp
for.
goes down. You don't have a lumber
Maybe.
camp yet. But this is where the mill feels bad though, because that's 50 extra wood that
25.
should be 25. Oh yeah, you're right. It's French. Yeah, always you
We're
are
also
correct.
used to Jean d'Arc now.
Yeah, we're exactly. I'm so used to not seeing French anymore because it's like, why French? You got JD.
Yeah, just discount French.
And there is double broadaxe. There you go, Crackety. We're all happy now. We're good to go. And Elyona's starting to gather up some of that stone. Second TC placement is going to be the question for me. Do you place it forward on the deer and berries?
Here's the plan. You go for the boar in the corner, lose all your villagers, call GG, and try again next one.
Okay. That seems like you're speaking from experience there.
That's what I would do.
Oh, that would be definitely risky to say the least. Deerstones is about to finish on up, as the silver tree on this map isn't usually seen as much with the market placements being in the center. So we'll get that little bit of an extra boost to all of those villagers in the economy.
Stable, already getting built. Mongols can start building that one already in the Dark Age. So this one is going to finish up relatively soon here. And Valdemar has enough stone for double production on the Keshiks. So the TC placement definitely has to be well thought out by Eliona. Issue is he just made an archer range, so he doesn't have enough wood right now to immediately drop it. Where's he going to go for it?
Oh, he's going for the boar.
Okay. And the Khan's immediately gonna spot it, and the Keshiks are gonna immediately be on there. And he lost
the
his scout.
goes down. This is just
Oh,
feels like
man.
it's all about. Oh, yeah, he realized he's like, nah, can't do it anymore. I have no vision. I don't know.
It's the outpost sees that one, right? Can we check? Does the outpost see that one? Did the outpost spot it?
Yeah,
He
sees the wood line.
That's so disgusting, that line of sight.
He's gonna try to
And
get
the
over to the
spearmen-
deer now.
The spearmen are going there immediately.
Oh, this
Where's he going?
Where's
He's so
the Keshik?
indecisive.
Where's the Keshiks? My question.
Oh, he made one without double production. Now he's making 2 without double production. He's not double producing them at all.
Oh, it was next to the TC. He never moved it out. Oh,
Interesting.
no.
Goodbye, brave villagers. Oh, and the archers aren't anywhere nearby. I mean, these are, what, 8 villagers versus 4 spears? But nah, the Keshik's gonna make it.
Cancelled. And a wolf. No.
Oh, man. Yeah. They're gonna be on the long run back. If only they
the
had
Keshick took
wheelbarrow.
bad pathing though. Keshick
Oh,
took bad pathing and the
Villagers gonna
archers
survive?
survive. This
the
doesn't. This
Keshik's
isn't
gotta
as
be-
bad as what could have been.
It's almost as bad as what could have been. One villager does go down.
If the catching path correctly, I feel like this would have been in 6 villagers down instead of what we've seen, which is only 2 now.
Leona's
Not
using the gap
3.
though. Leona's using the gap though now, and now the TC goes up on the board. Works as planned. Oh no! He's not there.
Please no.
He's walking. He's walking over. Oh no! Oh no! He's coming, and he's going for them.
Just a destruction! Oh no!
No! Yes! It's called it. Called it.
Oh, well,
man.
game number 1, it might not have been exciting if you're an Eliona fan, but it was still exciting for the casters over here. It's always fun to not be the player in that experience, but geez, the first game number 1 is just a classic. I'm trying to be too greedy with the second TC.
Yeah, understandable. Have a good game. I'll see you in the next one. Has been called there. And Valdemar is going to take game number 1 now.
And now this is Dry Arabia. We're seeing the ABBA versus Delhi matchup on Dry Arabia, which is leaving Ayubids versus Mali on Coastal Cliffs, is if it goes to game 3.
Yeah, so we're seeing Delhi versus Abbasid. Classic matchup. And I hope I don't butcher the name. Machiavelli, thank you very much for the big cheer tip there. Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. So now this is whenever I think of this matchup, the first game that comes to mind, I think it was like Wan versus Beastie Cutie when the old days of elephants and scholars, and it's not quite like that anymore. That was back when Delhi was, I mean, they're still pretty strong now, but they were like the powerhouse Civ that it was just like they're like 100% win rate, it felt like. But we'll see how this game ends up going on. Obviously, ABBA does like to expand, but they got to deal with some sacred site pressure as well.
All right, I'm going to influence chat. Are you ready? I'm going to gamble personally all my EGC points on Eliona on this one, just because he's a notorious Delhi main.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. Any betters in the chat? Oh, we see 9 Racing Cat with 200,000 EGC points going all in on Eliona. He knows. Sorry, 9. I'm destroyed. Oh my God, Epson with 250,000 points. All right.
I mean, you said it. I'm gonna follow you up with it.
Oh, the odds. Wait, the odds aren't getting much worse though. Valdemar, it looks like there's a lot of Valdemar supporters as well. Yeah, there's money to be made. Avely with 250,000 points on Valdemar. All right. He sees us there. He's raising the stakes, and okay, this is gonna be an interesting one. All the more, dude. How is this the most amount of points that we ever had like bet during a game?
Hey, I'm all for it. It's crazy seeing I mean, obviously, we watch a bunch of other streamers. There's a Magic the Gathering person that I watch who literally every single time he puts a prediction up, it's multiple millions on either side. And I'm just like, oh my God. So that's what we need to get to here.
A coworker recently showed me a stream that is running 24/7. Do you know Mugen? It's like these 2D kind of fighting games, like really old school, like
I think I know what you're talking about.
Like Street Fighter games, yeah, with like custom characters. There's like an AI running games 24/7 just so people can bet on the characters.
Oh, that's great. Well, enough about the betting, as obviously it's all about this game here that we're betting on. We got Eliona as the orange in the southern side, Valdemar as the ABBA in the north, and we're already at the point where Feudal Age is not too far away from being dropped. Sacred site locations look to be just kind of pretty centralized, nothing too out of the ordinary, nothing too that's going to be too easy to wall off, I feel like, and control or deny from either side.
Yeah. Whew. All right. Both players so far, just scouting on sheep. Did we already check how many sheep both players scouted?
Not sure if we did. Oh, okay.
Eliona on a couple. Yeah. On the other side, Valdemar, how's it looking for? Oh no.
Oh no. Well, I would bet even more now if, even though they're both berry lovers, like this is still quite a big difference when we're talking about that's probably about 2,500 food in the grand scheme of things. Military Wing's the choice from Valdemar, but still going on over to the stone. So this is kind of just to help protect his TC location and to put Deli on the heels for a little bit, not allow them to move out super early.
All right, Military Wing coming out for Valdemar, as we usually see from him. At the same time, Tower of Victory also coming in, Stone already being gathered. So it's likely going to be that 2TC Military Wing play that we usually tend to see from Valdemar.
Free upgrades going to be closer to coming on through. I assume efficient production's already on the way. And should see a Scholar actually get... This is what I normally will see people do, is once they get enough for a Scholar, when they're going Tower of Victory, they will go ahead and queue up one Scholar on the way up. And so that way they'll have two going into Feudal Age.
Yeah. Oh man, okay, yeah. Second Scholar does get queued up now. Just need a little bit more gold for that one. Military Wing is dropping now. What's the first building going to be from Eliona? Is he going to go for Blacksmith? He can't really afford going for Blacksmith immediately. I think he needs to go for Production Building first.
Stables.
Stables?
Even
True,
with,
I mean, the Spearmen aren't
even,
upgraded.
There you go. That's what I was going to say. Even with the Military Wing, it's like, the Spears have to stay in one little spot, or they really get easily... It was 17? Oh my god.
Can we check on Valdemar again? Get the comparison in. Get the comparison in, please. Oh no.
Okay. Well, he will be having to move on to other food resources very quickly. The fortunate thing for Valdemar is he has a ton of food resources on the backside of his base. He's got double deer, he's got double berries, and if he can get a TC up on one of those locations, then he will be feeling fine. That's a big if.
Yeah, this already hurts right now. I mean, at any one point in time, like, there is going to be a farm transition. Valdemar, he's going to have to move out on the map. Granted, though, looking at the map, he doesn't have to spread himself thinly, right? Because there's only one spot on the map that houses literally all of his food.
Yeah, and I mean, technically, if you know you're in this bad of a situation as far as sheep goes, he could invest into some walls early on to just try to protect up the backside locations, and knowing that is his pain point. Even still though, Eliona, all is going to be, it's Deli. We know military, it's archers was the first choice. It was not actually the stables for Ghazi Raiders. It's just, you want 3-4 archers to just push those initial Military Wing units away.
Now, Eliona has to be careful though. He's opening up with only archers, Valdemar. This is his typical play. He immediately drops down a stable. Valdemar loves making his horsemen, by the way. Like, holy, if there's anybody that enjoys making horsemen early on in the game, it's Valdemar.
I mean, it counters out those archers.
Oh, kill the sheep. Kill the sheep. The one sheep Valdemar has left. Kill it.
Oh, no.
Oh, he's not going for it. That would have been the ultimate disrespect.
So 2 archers should get picked off from moving out just a little bit early, and the third one actually might get taken out as well.
Yeah, that
so
hurts.
3 archers
losing
move
3 archers. Yeah. At this point in the game for Deli, like, losing 3 archers against Military Wing Abbasid definitely feels painful. And now Valdemar, he's getting that second TC up. Very nicely positioned there on the deer, and he's gonna have access to all of the food over there. So food definitely shouldn't be an issue for Valdemar at all.
Yep. So forget all the worry about the sheep. He's secured up food for a good little bit of time, and he is going to continue to try to keep Deli from taking the sacred sites for as early as possible. Let that TC to continue to pay off now that he is about to. Yeah, I think he just finished it now.
Yeah. Seeing some spearmen also coming out from Eliona, so no Ghazi Raiders yet so far. That's interesting. A little bit confusing, but might mean that he will have a lot of infantry in order to really quickly get those walls up on the sacred sites. Valdemar, though, running around with the horsemen, looking for any villagers that he could potentially snipe. Also now seeing the stable coming in. Sanctity, not quite finished yet. Wait, what is that? What is that I see in Q right now? It
Siege
is not +1
engineering?
pierce armor. It's not +1 pierce damage. It's, as he said,
Is-
siege engineering.
Is this
the
Vortex
first
we're
upgrade.
watching? Are we watching Vortex?
It feels like it, but I'm not sure you can play like Vortex against build from Valdemar, because Valdemar knows this build in and out. Like, this is, I want to say, signature Valdemar Abbasid. This is how he plays Abbasid like 90% of the time. You go military wing, you go for a delayed secondary TC, you pump out units like there's no tomorrow, and you just like crank the metal pedal to the metal, so to say, and just have it like units flowing out of your base nonstop.
Yeah, you just got to keep the pressure up. And Eliona said, yeah, I might not have gone with Ghazi's earlier on, but it's not just going to be one stables. It's not just going to be a stables with efficient production in it. It's going to be 2 stables, and one of those has a scholar inside.
Yeah. So that's definitely a lot of production coming up. But Valdemar is producing his own spearmen right now. Eliona has archers, but is it going to be enough? It's going to be a difficult choice. I mean, Valdemar soon will have to make his own archers, though. That's for sure. Oh. Scout gets taken down with the sheep as well. Valdemar could have used that sheep.
I guess we are maybe sounding like some robots at this current point.
Oh, we're trying to, let's see. Hello, 1, 2, 3. Is it fixed?
Apparently we needed to disconnect and reconnect.
Yeah, looks like it's fixed. We're back. We're back. All right.
Right.
Good.
Well,
We go.
there we go. We are all good to go now. Well, I know it might have happened in one of the games earlier,
Yep.
but
You're still underwater, I think. Am I underwater?
I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, never mind. It's fine now. It's fine now. Yeah, now everything's fixed. Okay, we're not underwater. No more drowning.
Huh. Odd. But we are all set up and good to go.
All right, more units coming out from both sides. 23 to 23 military at the moment. Valdemar on that second DC, so time is on his side. Scaling definitely looking good for him. Army value, slightly better for Eliona, but that is only due to those scholars being there. And we see an immediate ram right now. I'm not sure about the timing. There's no upgrade on the spear. These aren't hardened spearmen. These are not hardened spearmen.
Oh no, Valdemar! He never
He's
went on the goal,
on
never
spearmen.
realized he messed up. Oh, this feels so bad. Those spears are worthless.
You can't even call them spearmen. These are spear children.
I mean, they're essentially villagers at this point in time.
Man, that hurts. That definitely hurts. And Valdemar, just like that, losing a lot of value on his troops. And Eliona now probably has the military lead that he needs in order to afford going into rams.
You know what I think is hilarious? It's like, Eliona's like, I don't care about sacred sites. I'm just playing Delhi for feudal age military. I don't need any extra gold income. I'm not making more scholars. I'm only making military.
This is peak Delhi that you're seeing here. Once you go past the sacred sites, that is when you're truly peaking. Oh my god, Valdemar hasn't noticed yet. He's not on gold. He's not getting the upgrade. His pyramid are still Dark Age.
I mean, if Eliona spots this out, which I feel like probably maybe has at this point, your 17 Ghazi Raiders are untouchable. Like, literally untouchable.
Yeah, okay. Valdemar's doing the right thing, splitting off his army right now in order to go for an attack on the reinforcement line.
But Eliona's doing the same. He's actually circling around to where the berries are. Yeah, the spears are there, but we know a little bit something about those spears. I guess Eliona might not realize it either.
In the end, you probably still don't want to take those fights, but yeah, it's a rough one. And now here we go. First ram is coming out. Still needs 2 rams, I think. Wait, then again, I don't think the TC is connected through the network. So burn damage with this much, like, torturing melee units that Eliona has right now could definitely make an impact there. First ram is out.
Valdemar scouts it out. He sees the ram too, so he knows what's coming. He knows he needs to prepare.
He's making so many Dark Age spearmen. I'm scared. I'm scared for the next engagement.
I mean, I'm scared for all those bettors who bet against you now, or I guess us now, because this is feeling pretty good if you're Eliona. No second ram yet, but military
Avery,
mass
how does
is
it
quite
feel
scary.
at this point in time to be about to lose 250,000 points? Let us know in chat.
Dive
Fight is
going down
happening.
in. Ghazi Raiders just kind of holding those initial spears hostage. There's 17 Dark Age spears for Baltimore.
upgrade is
The
coming in.
engagement's happening. Upgrade. Better late than never. Archers firing around. The Horsemen have circled around. Ghazi Raiders have circled around as well. But it looks like Valdemar's numbers are just collapsing much, much faster than Elyona's. Villagers being pulled to try to jump inside the TC, heal up the TC as well. But Elyona is taking it to the kid.
And look at that, the Ghazi Raiders just taking down all the remaining units right now. Sure, the spears have been upgraded, but the majority of them have died in the previous engagement. Ram happily shooting, not shooting, but like hitting that TC. With that TC likely will go down. Valdemar, though, still has the villager lead.
Still has the villager lead, just leaving the location. There will be 6 villagers that are left out to dry there, but what did we talk about with this location? This is all of his food. He has no food if he loses this location.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it, right? There aren't... You might want to say, okay, just fall back to the sheep, but what sheep? There aren't any under his TC.
Yeah, there's no falling back to other berries. There's no going to other side of the map for deer or even boar because you cannot eat that haram. This is not looking good for Valdemar. That villager lead is starting to diminish very, very quickly. Villagers in the north just had to excavate where the berries were and run over to the side of the map, not able to do anything. So the villager lead doesn't matter if half of them are idle.
Exactly. And Valdemar, he's struggling on the food income. He has 1.3k wood in the bank, but no food to spend it with.
Villagers running around. Look at the 182 food per minute, and this is only going to keep falling as I don't think he is gathering from anything.
Yeah, villagers, they're just running around right now. There's one sheep remaining, but what can it do? Villagers actually get the shifts out there for a second. But Elyona, 2k army value, and GG gets called. And with that, the set is now going to be even between them.
And now
all right, pay up, Averly.
And now we're going to see if our predictions prove right. Molly versus Ayubids on Coastal Cliffs. So this is one where I think if you play the typical castle game as Ayubids, you lose. I think you actually have to play this feudal age, and this is actually what I've seen Magic been doing. Magic did this yesterday, actually.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Magic's done that. It's going to be interesting to see how this one goes. I mean, on paper, right, like Malians have all the tools that they need against Ayubids in order to deal with their tempo. I'm wondering, like, doesn't even make sense here to go for military wing as the Ayubids. I don't think so. I don't think it makes sense going for the military wing.
I mean, I think if you're the Ayubids, then you play... You can't play your Ayubids game because Mali does the Mali game better than the Ayubids do the Ayubid game. And that's just because the Grand Furimba, the Cow Boom, we've seen it time and time again. You can be down like 40 villagers and cows make up for that. So this is really where I do feel like you cannot allow Mali to start going off.
Yeah. Malians, they definitely do have that scaling that helps them with the cattle. And Ayubids are definitely... like the like civilization that puts the other one on the timer. Ayubids definitely have to do something here in order to like put some pressure on the Malians, because if it goes to Castle Age and the cattle are unharassed, it's gonna get ugly. But here we go. Game number 3, match point between Valdemar and Elyona, the decider game on Coastal Cliffs. And it's just started. Spawning in the color yellow. We get Valdemar playing as the Ayubids. On the other hand side, Elyona in the color orange as Somalians. It's going to be a little bit of a rough game color-wise, but bear with us. I mean, the last one was as well, but we suffered through the last one. We'll manage to suffer through this one as well.
Not too big of a deal. The big thing for the map to look at right off the bat is where the gold locations are going to be for Elyona, as I feel like you typically don't get back golds on this map, but somehow, some way, Elyona got a great spawn as far as the Mali goes and gets 2 necessary back golds, actually.
Yeah, so definitely some really, really good gold positions here for him. Oh, man.
Well, here we go. House of Wisdom coming up. Obviously, I expect still the military wing. What other wing would you try to go for? Would you just go for growth in the feudal age, then just get the couple extra villagers to give you a little bit extra tempo if you're a Ubits?
Yeah, I think growth might be a good start there for economic ring growth, and after that, advancement for like a fast castle age transition could also be coming in pretty nicely. Either advancement or the dervish one. Advancement is really, really nice because you're immediately like getting 500 resources worth of advancement as well as the faster age up. So you could potentially hit a very, very nice timing there. It's difficult to say though.
Elyona got those typical 6 houses on around that early pit mine, and in just a couple seconds we will get to see which wing gets chosen, as we still haven't quite gotten the AoE4 guys to update the overlay to show us.
Yeah, Ayubits, that's a brand new civilization. You can't expect the game to be ready for that one. All right, there we go. Military wing. Reinforcement is going to be coming in for Valdemar, so we'll get some military units out on the field. It's interesting.
Mansequari coming down as well as expected. Wouldn't be wanting to see the Saharan trade network, as there's no Mongol tower rush to force that out. There's no good trade boom that you would expect or anything like the old Mali days, and it's just all about passive resources. Passive resources.
Yeah, Mansequari providing you with 75 gold per minute. That's worth 2 villagers. And at the same time, the pit mine also providing you with like up to 90 gold per minute. That's another 2.5-ish villagers worth of resource that you're getting there. Definitely very strong. It's like the main strong point of Mali. It's just that passive scaling. It means that even if they lose a couple of villagers, it's not too bad for them, because like what you do basically is going from Mali and OP to like Mali and even with my Civ in the end.
There we go. And now my big question for Valdemar is going to be, is it going to be the magic feudal age aggression that I've seen him do against Mali in this matchup, or is he still just going to want to play his own game, go up to Castle Age as fast as he could? And I feel like he's looking, based off the resources in the bank, I'm feeling like it's going to be the Castle Age play again.
Yeah, definitely has a lot of resource in the bank right now, and yeah, feels like definitely could be that Castle Age play. We see Outpost coming up immediately. Interesting. So against the Malians, I don't like it as much against others as again.
And he's doing this is okay. I'm gonna go ahead and pick on Valdemar here a little bit. This is where you can't just do the same build against every Civ, against everyone. Like, there's no reason he needs to get an outpost up this early on with arrow slits, and you're taking a ton of extra walking time with those 5 villagers to get arrow slits for pressure that shouldn't be coming at any point in time soon, really.
I agree with you. Who's coaching Valdemar at the moment?
It's a good question.
It's not me.
It's not me, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, this is it's the same strategy, right? As you said, as we've seen, like him go for a couple of times. The question's gonna be: is it also gonna be like the +8 villager one now? It should be, right? Like, you still go for the +8 villagers, but then I'm even like more upset about him already having gathered 4 of the berry bushes off completely. That's -400 food.
Yeah, and this is where if Elyona scouts it out, which Scout is currently pathing in front of the gold vein in front of the berries, can see that there's absolutely like close to 0 production buildings. Actually, there are 0 production buildings. So all you got to do is deal with the few desert raiders that are popping out, which shouldn't be difficult at all. And everything else just goes into cattle, goes into cows.
Yeah, it's just full cattle production right now. Doesn't really need anything else, and he can just aim for a really, really fast castle age. Second pit mine is coming up now. Has the 2 javelin throwers there to protect the villager that's moving out, and yeah, he's gonna get that up relatively easily. Actually, 1 desert raider is over there on that second pit mine. Oh, he's not going to be able to kill the villager though.
Yeah, Javelin's too good.
The bonus damage against ranged, it's absolutely mad. This is why I say you should not go for the reinforcement wing in this matchup. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yep. I mean, it proven right there. And I love actually like comparing Molly games. I want to say there was a game we were casting earlier and it was the 9-minute mark and someone had 3 cows in. Well, Iona, it's the 6-minute mark, 6:30 mark, and we already saw 3 full cows in the ranch.
That's the difference, right? It makes so much. It's such a big difference getting them in early. But here we go. Age up is coming in for Valdemar and is going to be the economic win growth. And I'm mad. I'm a little bit upset, I gotta say. Like, look at the berry bush. 100 food, 200 food, 300 food. It's all gone. Okay, let's actually check if it's actually the economic win growth. It is. Oh man, he's losing out on so much food there.
And do you think he's going to be able to get the next berries?
That's the question, right? But what's also interesting is that we saw him earlier with the sheep. I'm not sure how many sheep he got. Did he even get a lot of sheep? I don't think he has that many remaining.
Don't do this again. Okay, he's got
8.
Well,
8.
4.5, I guess we'll call it.
Yeah.
And now we're up to 8 cows. Elyona's passive resources per minute is just skyrocketing. So as those 8 villagers pop out, Elyona's gonna go, huh, great. I'm producing way more than 8 villagers per minute worth of resources.
Speaking of strict build orders, are we gonna see Valdemar get? Oh, never mind. Okay, for a second I was like, are we gonna see him getting pop capped again with the bonus villagers? But doesn't look like it's happening. Already has 50 on the pop cap.
Ooh, Javelin villager though. Free villager kill.
They can stay under like those outposts for so long with their armor.
Yeah, it does lose 1 jab for it, but not too big of a deal. Valdemar dropping a stables. Would expect some camel lancers to come out and about roaming the field, but Elyona already is making the correct counter there, and Donzo coming to play.
Yeah, so definitely already has like the full composition of what he needs against whatever Valdemar is producing with those Donzos then. And yeah, I mean, even if it goes into Gulams, there's the Musafati warriors. Couple of Desert Raiders out there right now.
Watching the boar, I guess. Javelin throwers need to run on back home, or else they will get picked off by the camel lancers that are in queue.
Yeah. All right. Double barracks. So he's gonna get the Donzos out relatively quickly. Can we check how many cattle are out right now for Elyona in his base? Did he put in even more? Ooh,
I mean, this is feeling
good.
really good for Elyona. Like, yes, your opponent's castle age just now starting to send some camel lancers across, which you already have the unit that you need. And Molly's in the unique position that they don't find themselves having to fully idle production to get up to castle. When they have all these ranches, they can do a little bit of both still.
Yeah. Oh man, this is rough. Like Valdemar needs to hit a really, really good timing right now if he wants to make it work.
Yeah, Valdemar having
really
to move
rough.
out to the berries now as well, and that feels really kind of scary to do with this just now kind of moving out to take the map control, but moving out when you got 5 units. Like, that's not really map control for the taking.
It is. And yeah, Elyona is definitely able to just push back against all the units that are coming out here right now. Valdemar isn't going to be able to make much use of this timing. Behind that, does Elyona even have any villagers on food right now? Because his food income isn't even looking that good. He has a couple. He needs more. He needs more on food. He should be able to go up to Castle Age immediately.
If he so desires, but forces Valdemar off the berries immediately as he's being taken. And where's Valdemar getting food from?
Nowhere. He's moving out to the deer now.
And this is, I mean, we saw it the previous game being his problem, and we're seeing it again now. Food is Valdemar's big problem, and he can't really use this Castle Age tempo right now.
Yeah. Oh man.
Oh. Those jabs, just high base damage. The Donzo able to get some spear throws as well. Oh,
Yeah,
the deer
damage
gets
definitely
popped out.
there.
The mill
we're
and the
seeing
deer
some
get
archers
spotted
coming
out.
out. We're seeing archers coming out, but javelin throw is already the answer here. And yeah, villagers have to move away from the deer. This hurts so much for Valdemar right now. So much idle time with just the villagers running around.
I mean, every single time he moves out to one food source, it gets denied, and then he moves out to another, and all this time, he's barely gathering, he's barely able to continue production. He actually has 0 military in production right now.
Yeah, can't afford it. He's getting veterancy on the archers at least. I'm confused why Eliona isn't trying to age up right now. Like his macro behind this kind of aggression right now, it's very off. 1,000 gold in the bank.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Heavy onto the gold, doesn't need to be heavy onto the wood, doesn't need to be as aggressive there, but it looks like he just remacroed some on over to the forward berries. So he is starting to get a little bit heavier onto the food, and maybe it dropped a market because all of a sudden he has a ton of food in the bank.
Yeah. All of a sudden, he cancels a couple of units and buys some food. Definitely needed that. Definitely need to fix his eco there. Oh, but the outpost getting denied.
Deer again being denied, and Valdemar cannot get
so
food. We
rough.
might see another early GG coming out.
Yeah, this is really, really rough right now, and the H-up should be coming in any second now. Oh, he's moving out again. Grand Filani
there it
Corral
is.
is now going to be on its way. 5 villagers, 13 villagers, wants to rush that one out. And still, this military here right now can't contest with what Eliona has out on the field, but Eliona, he's moving away from the deer again. Oh, we don't even have the soil techniques right now in for Valdemar.
And Valdemar moving back on over to the berries.
Let's rebuild the mill, though.
Does he still get the bonus even though the mill's destroyed? They still had the little gate around
Yeah,
it.
he still gets a bonus. Like, the gather speed is completely independent of whether or not they have things around them, and the mill you only need to place once.
Okay. Look at this. And, I mean, still, Valdemar's trying to get some damage done with these Camel Lancers. Eliona's just been tracking him, has his Donzo, has the Javelin Throwers. Grand Filani Corral about to finish, and I'm about to be scared to see Eliona's food per minute. It's already at 1,000 right now, and it just immediately is going to turn into, like, 1,600.
Yeah. It's gonna be rough. Some Musafati Warriors in there as well. Camel Lance is trying to find some damage. There's some villagers on the gold that
good
Eliona might fight.
charge. One Vil falls, though. Another Musafati pops on out, and I mean, one Vil fell for. I feel like he had 6 to 8 Camel Lancers at the beginning of this attempted raid, and he's walking home with 3. And
Some were Desert Raiders, but yeah, he lost a lot of his military force there, and now Eliona with a big military force of his own.
behind this, Valdemar has been able to slowly start picking up the relics, but only has one in and another on the way back to speak for.
Some crossbows now coming out as well, but crossbows, I mean, against the sofas it makes sense, but still so many javelin throwers out. Javelin throwers, he will have to micro though. Yeah, looking at the economy right now, it feels really rough considering that Valdemar got the 8 villager bonus in. And it's Eliona that's ahead right now in the economy, and there we go, Eliona just pushing in forward. Actually, just the Donzos against the archers. He takes the fight there. Javelins, granted, do a lot of damage there. So this
Just because the Donzo are tanky enough, I don't care. Splits off a smaller group of those to chase down the Camel Lancers to split off onto the villagers on the deer, and the Javelin Throwers have more than cleaned up this front little mass of archers, as there are now maybe 10 archers left for Valdemar, only a few more Camel Lancers, and still tons more reinforcements coming for Eliona.
Screw the Donzos, I can make, screw the Donzos, I can make more, and more he will make, as there's a lot of units in the queue right now, a lot of Javelin Throwers as well. Might be a little bit too many, but
that's all the Camel Lancers left. Valdemar has 11 archers, and that's it. Villagers running home, trying to get through the gate, but a few more villagers are falling, and if Mali is ahead in villagers, that is never where you want to find yourself.
Yeah, and it feels at this point like GG is written all over the wall. Eliona looking really, really strong right now with the Malians against the Ayubids.
And why not, take the boar while you're at it?
I mean, neither of them can take it, but yeah.
now that he knows that Valdemar is not on the deer, he's like, well, where's Valdemar getting food from then? He's going to go on head on over to the berries and probably head on to those eastern deer because he knows exactly where Valdemar has to be. There's no way a full-on farm transitions happen. If so, this is already more than game, and it already is seeming like that too. Valdemar, 7 military units. He's got 5 crossbows in queue, but still too many jabs for crossbows to be in production.
Yeah. It feels so bad to say, but yeah, it's already GG at this point. Valdemar tries his best, though, to stay into the game. Villagers garrison inside the outpost, inside TC. Fire is coming out of these buildings, but against Javelin throwers, which have so much pierce armor, it doesn't really make a big difference. Sofa's there as well to tank it up. Valdemar out there on the deer, but if those villagers get fined, then it's truly found out, and it's truly GG, and there we go. Units making their way over. Looks like it has been spotted that Valdemar's out there.
The population count of Valdemar. And there it is. The kid throws in the towel. Elyona is able to pull off the back-to-back games after giving up game number 1.
All right. So Valdemar, sadly, couldn't make his way through to the Elite Classic. Elyona is going to make his way over to the finals for a shot at qualifying for the Elite Classic 2. In the meantime, we've got a very, very special set for you guys. One set that actually has a little bit of history. Well, not much history, but it has some history. Granted, the history started yesterday when Lash lost to 3D Cat. Now he gets to redeem himself in the finals of his bracket. Best of 5 Lash versus 3D Cat. Whoever wins this one is going to qualify for the Elite Classic 2. Can Lash do it? Can he pull it off? Can he beat the cat, or is cat gonna be too much here for him? We're gonna see in just a little bit. This is gonna be a very, very interesting one. A very interesting one. I mean, we know cat, right? Like, cat always gets some really interesting games out. He has a very interesting and unique playstyle as well. Being from the 3D clan, I feel like the 3D clan in general, they all play in such a unique kind of manner because they all train against each other. Definitely gonna be interesting to see what cat has to offer.
Yeah, it's one of those things with a lot of the people in the 3D. It's like, why are they doing this? It's like, oh, because they've seen it done to them before and it's worked against them before. So they're gonna do anything they can to make it work, to kind of have these off the wall strategies, everything in that sort. So a hype series in front of us. And another hype little announcement, as I saw it pinned in the chat a little bit ago, as the first Kickstarter goal has been achieved. So huge shout out to all of y'all out there who have donated, who've gone ahead and supported that goal in the first day that it has now become available. Keep up the support. And if you want to support another way, just continue watching here. Throw your Prime sub. Throw your sub if you want to do that as well. But any way to support is much appreciated.
Yeah, with the first goal unlocked, that means that now every single S-tier tournament is going to have an additional or at least $500 in prize money to the players outside of the top 16. So that's already pretty damn big. Like, having payouts outside the top 16 definitely is going to motivate a lot of these players now to be able to like push up even further. And the next goal is also going to be incredibly interesting. Hugely elevated production of all S-tier events. So, you know, there's going to be a lot of interesting stuff coming. So I suggest you guys keep it coming. Keep coming the support for EGC. It's definitely very much appreciated. But here we go. We can see the draft now coming in for our first game of this set. Lash vs 3D Cat. It's going to be Juji's Legacy versus Jeanne d'Arc on Gorge.
You know what? This is a pretty big a breath of fresh air compared to yesterday. For some reason, yesterday, I don't know why, but I saw so many Ottoman games, and I was just confused. I'm like, Ottoman's like this powerhouse. Today, don't even see the opportunity to see an Ottoman game because they have been banned out over and over again, as they should be.
Exactly. I mean, it is going to be an interesting one. Juji, very strong. Jeanne, very strong. Both received their fair share of nerfs.
Yeah, I mean, JD, ever since they changed the level 3 upgrade to actually need an upgrade, feels like not quite the same level of effect. That also wasn't the only thing. They changed some armor, some other couple things in that regards, but still is one of those civilizations that I've seen JD pull off for ever to be able to pull a win out of.
Yeah, it's definitely unique in the wait, are we freezing?
I
think
was I
Oh, hello?
Oh, it looks like it's going robot mode again.
Robot, let's go. Beep boop. Beep.
Eh, maybe.
Oh, never mind. It's only faces. Never mind. We're back. We're back. Okay. No, it's not the robot mode that I had hoped for. Anyways, our game's about to start. But yeah, as you said, like Jean wins some crazy games sometimes, like absolutely crazy. You feel like you did enough damage to her, or rather, you survived for so long. Surely there's no way she can kill you now. Suddenly she gets a level up. Suddenly you get these unique units coming out from her, and you're gonna be in a load of trouble. Like at the end of the game, like not at the end of a fight, when there's like only few units remaining, if Jean is still alive, that's a massive boost to your military value.
Yeah, and nothing feels worse than when you take these big engagements with JD, you pick her off, and then she immediately gets bought back. But enough of that. I feel like we're about to jump on into this first series, jump on into, I guess, the last set of the day, but the most important one is this will be our first deciding one.
Exactly. So let's jump into it right now. We got Lash in the color blue playing as the Juji's Legacy. On the other hand side, we got 3D Cat in the color red playing as Jean d'Arc, and this is going to be on Gorge, a very, very aggressive map. Question's going to be, what strategies will we see from these two players coming out? Looks like Lash starts off with the typical kind of China-like opening with the villagers on a straggler tree. The players looking for some sheep now. Wait. Oh, this could be dangerous if Lash scouts the way that he's doing right now. He might be trailing after Cat Scout if he continues that way.
It kind of looks like he is, but there could be a few stragglers that Cat had left and wasn't able to grab, but oh no, indeed. It doesn't seem like either player has gotten too lucky so far.
Oh, Lash is pathing back. He's trailing the scout. Oh, that hurts. That definitely hurts. You can't be trailing the scout on this map. If you trail the scout on this map, that's like almost an immediate game over. Looks like the scout's path is going to cross though. And maybe both players will find a relatively equal amount of sheep there before they meet each other. So far, it's not an immediate game over, but it's already a rough one and definitely will lead to a messy start of the game. Actually, Lash finding... Oh my god, how did Lash find so many more sheep?
Somehow... It was the big brain play the whole time. Lash somehow was able to pick off a...
Okay,
there
finds
we
it.
go. Okay. I mean, overall, Lash was up like 2 sheep, I think, from that beginning play. Maybe 1? No, 2. Looks like he has 7 trailing and Cat had 5.
Yeah, definitely looking good for Lash now with Juji's Legacy. Jean is similar to French, as in she really wants a lot of food under her TC. Now, it's not as bad for her as for French, because Jean naturally wants to go out, wants to kill the boars, which allows her to like get a food source out on the map. The question is always if you can really pull that off as Jean. Another question that I have here is, where is the meditation garden going to be for Lash? He's going to now scout the left-hand side. I want to see a villager already move out to that side, because usually on the left-hand side, that's where you want to place your meditation garden. That's usually where the berries are, and there are some potentially really nice spots out there. I hope it's not just going to be in his base, because then at most he's going to get like 65 resource per minute from a meditation garden.
There's not just JD on the School of Cavalry. We have another villager helping on out. So a little bit of a quicker night that should be produced for Cat on the other side. Already moved heavier onto the wood as well. Oh, boo.
That's going to be like, with woodline, like 70 resources per minute maybe? It's not good. Definitely not the best one. I feel like just getting one villager out to the left-hand side, you can get way more value out. And against Jean, you usually have the timing as well on your side, because usually players age up only with Jean and like +1 villager. So the timing is usually at like 4 minutes, 10 seconds, 4 minutes, 20 seconds, rarely below 4 minutes. So the knight isn't gonna like snipe out your villager before you can get the meditation garden up.
Right. Makes perfect sense. And obviously that meditation garden, as you might sacrifice some walking time, but it will immediately pay off with the extra bonus resources you're going to get for the whole entire rest of the game, as long as it doesn't get burnt down.
Yeah, exactly. And like, even if it does get burned down, if you repair it, you're gonna get even more. I think that still hasn't been fixed. But yeah, Meditation Garden is gonna go up now for Lash. So
They haven't
immediately gonna
fixed
get
that?
some
I swear
bonus
that- I thought
resource
they
boon.
fixed that one.
I'm not sure.
Who knows? At this point, I don't really even continue to follow him and whatnot. It's just like, I know it was a thing. Maybe they fixed it, maybe they didn't. Who knows at this point? But School of Cavalry finishing on up. Feudal Age is coming to play, and this is when the excitement starts to come.
That's right. Can we take a quick look at the scouting situation so far? How many sheep has Lash gotten? I'm not sure if he found much more so far. He's gotten, only 6 sheep, 2 carcasses. How's it looking for Cat? Cat has gotten 6 sheep, 4 carcasses, so slightly better so far for Cat from the looks of it. Maybe Lash can still find a couple, but it looks like it's going to be a 2 TC play here now from Cat against the Shushi's Legacy.
Cat was a little bit heavier on the wood earlier than expected, so I guess that is going to be his main game plan. The OG, send a knight on out, maybe even a second knight too, and then follow that up with some eco investment, which is kind of fun because it's one of those that when you go 2TC, usually your opponent's reactions is 2 ways. Either all in or boom up yourself. Well, if they're booming up themselves, that you get to continue to pressure with knights, and if they all in, you get free XP for Gen.
Exactly. Oh, we got the range Sean variant. So here we start to like see the interesting part of how the 3D clan kind of plays. So it's not really meta, and we are going to be seeing the range on variant. Also, Lash. It looks like he's going for a feudal age all in without Song Dynasty. That's something that I've recently done with Shushi's Legacy. It's like one of the main strategies that hasn't been directly nerfed, only indirectly with the Meditation Garden. It's still a pretty damn strong strategy. I'm wondering if the timing's going to be right here for him. Yeah, that's not the prettiest Meditation Garden. That's less than 70 resource per minute, but is still going to be a nice boost, and especially a boost on the important resources that he needs for Jugunu production, mainly gold and food. Oh,
JD?
She's going to kill a villager.
Oh, villager kill.
Yeah, Cat knows how many hits he needs on a villager to be able to finish it off with the ability.
And this is one of those,
That hurt.
just like you said, it's just that, meta picks, Lash, this might be one of the earlier times that he has actually encountered Archer JD. So he might not know what to do against it, might not know exactly what he should play up against it.
I'm wondering if we're going to see Horseman here at all from Lash in order to like get the bonus damage in against Jean d'Arc. But there we go, second TC. Not a bad timing considering that he's got a knight out right now already, as well as Wheelbarrow, and he killed a villager. So timing definitely isn't bad here for Cat.
No, not by any means. Second TC on the deer too just means that food at least secured for the time being, and the next deer spot is right up to the north of that, so he's got a couple different spots to produce from, and let those villager numbers start climbing on up while you are still going to be having knights roam, or a knight roam.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about a little bit when the expansion hit that I think like a passive or like a boomy playstyle for Jean d'Arc is going to be incredibly tough to play against, mainly because Jean d'Arc wants those fights. So being the one that is going to be the eco scaler and forcing your opponent to come to your side, like that just plays so much into like what she's good at.
Yep, and not only that, it's like you don't have to be risky with where she's at on the field, especially as Archer. If you're on the other side of the map, so easy to have her picked off. If you're sitting under your TC and you're getting all in, it's so easy to just get free XP, pick off units here and there.
Yeah, Blacksmith now coming in for Cat. Definitely needed because against Mass Jugunu, the most important upgrade in the game is going to be Pierce Armor. Those Jugunu firing 3 bolts at the same time means that just 1 more Pierce Armor is going to reduce the damage that's coming out significantly.
And Lash does already have a good bit of military out on the field. He's got double-digit chukes. He's got 8 spears as well. Scout gets spotted out, but good old volley sent onto the knight.
Feels like either he's mismacroing or he's gonna try to go for fast castle age. I think he scouted out the second TC. He must have at some point now. So I'm not exactly sure what the play here is gonna be from him. He does have the blacksmith out.
He's getting the pierce damage. But like you said, Cat already getting the Pierce armor as well. It feels weird to make this many units and then try to all in knowing that you're kind of not fully committing to an all in. You're almost playing into your opponent's hands.
Yeah. Lash isn't really moving out too much right now, so it does feel like this might be a Castle Age, like a fast Castle Age. Does have the food for it, just needs the gold. Do keep in mind that Juicy's Legacy, while in the Tang Dynasty, they get a 15% discount on their age up, so he doesn't need to get the full 1800 resource for the age up.
Looks like
Well,
that is going to be his game plan now, as you know, no other reason that you would pull your military that far back.
and it looks like Lash might just be trying to lure in the deer now with his military units. Yeah, look, that's going to be the plan here from him. Luring in the deer altogether. Definitely a nice one. Means that he's going to get a lot of very nice food income here. Could lure them all the way over to his berries, actually.
I mean, he's got the time to do it. You're not going to be doing anything else with this military for a little bit of time, so make your eco more efficient in the long run.
Yeah. Has a couple of Huganu there, though, which might... Yeah, they're going to disrupt it. But now Shaolin Monastery
They're hiding
is
in the
gonna
tree. He might not see him.
Yeah, personally, I'm not a big fan of the Shaolin Monastery. I gotta say, at least not at the moment in the game. I think a lot of people actually like don't read the full tooltip, the Mount Lu Academy. Oh, he rang the bell. Oh, that was a mistake.
Oh,
It was a
that's
mistake.
so... Oh, I hate when I do that.
Why is it? Yeah, I took it off the hotkey. Like I disabled that hotkey. I can't have that anymore. Oh, that hurts. Like you don't want to ever press that hotkey in like any... Like as soon as you're like past platinum, I would say you should probably unbind that hotkey.
And so Castle Age has been reached for Lash. Cat, he's like, all right, well, let me just fall back. I've had my 2 TCs, been working for a little bit of time. He's basically up 10 villagers at this point, just about. And send some more on over to the gold. So I think Cat's going to plan to match this Castle Age timing. Shouldn't be too far delayed.
Yeah, one thing though is that if Lash gets the +2 damage upgrade, which right now he isn't, he's getting the +1 Pierce armor upgrade. If he gets a +2 Pierce damage upgrade, he's going to be able to do a significant amount of damage to both the knights and the archers, to a point where there's not really a lot that Cat can do outside of outposts in order to like defend himself. So I think right now, if he gets the +2 damage upgrade, if he gets a ram out, he's going to be in a really, really good spot. Who is that Cat? He can't let him get up to Castle Age now. And he is moving out to the gold.
Oh, great timing push by Lash right onto the gold, which is the exact resource Cat needs. Cat's diving in with the knights right into the spear. Good spear brace. Archer's not yet able to take down the spears. And if they step up, the Chooks are free firing now.
Gone.
Only a few more spears left. JD taken on out of the fight. Chooks taking not only all the archer fire, not only the knight damage, but also the outpost help as well.
Yeah, and Lash, he needs to focus down the knights right now with his army. He actually lost way too much. This was not an efficient fight here for him at all. There was some miss-micro there as well with the spearman running forward instead of actually getting hits in. And it all was without... Never mind, he did get the +2 damage at one point, but it came in late.
And JD immediately got bought back. So yeah, she missed out on a little bit of XP, but by the time the rest of that fight got cleaned up, she was there for the rest of it. Far side relic, first one secured. Let's see if... I mean, those things...
Oh, activate the ability. Activate the ability. There he goes. He's glowing. He's taking less range damage.
So much. 50% less range damage.
Yeah, he's just walking by that one. Not even a scratch, but... Yeah, Lash is going to be in a bit of trouble because Cat is about to age up as well now. And Guildhall is coming in. Cat already has a 13 villager lead at this point in time.
And Cat was able to take a hugely efficient military trade there. So his army is still pretty alive. Yeah, he lost a few knights. Yeah, he lost a few archers, but much better than what could have happened.
Not rebooming, but Lash is remassing Jugunu. I don't like that. After the first initial Jugunu mass is done, you don't go into Jugunu again. You make knights or something like that. Because right now, Cat, he doesn't have any spears. If he goes in there with knights, he can at least do some damage. But now H-Up is going to be coming in, and Lash, with Mass Jugunu, isn't going to have anything in order to deal with the knights.
Archer JD does a great job at using that divine arrow as well, sniping out the few spears that are out on the field, even though he's got an archer mask to do that as well.
Oh man, this is gonna be rough. This is definitely gonna be a rough one. I'm a little bit scared for Lash right now. It doesn't have that many units out. Jiangnan Tower is coming in now, so Lash is getting that Song Dynasty. Question's gonna be, what's he gonna do with that Song Dynasty? He's getting some more units. He gets a discount on the farms. Is he actually already gonna try and go for farm transition? This feels a little bit early, 14 minutes in the game with still the boar and the deer available to him.
Yeah, I always found that really shocking when I first saw Zuji played a lot, where like they'd just ignore the deer and they'd be like, "Oh, look, I get cheap granaries. It's why would I not do that?" But now it feels like it's past that timing point. I feel like there was no reason not to go out and take the boar, not to go out and take the deer, and force your opponent out. God, Cat is just up so much eco. It feels bad if you're Lash to like wall and try to start to re-macro and play this defensive, but it just feels like you're so far behind at this point. I don't know what you can do.
Yeah, he's also getting some crossbows out. It feels like he's a little bit uncertain right now when it comes to what units he should make.
First relic has been dropped off. He's tried to go out and get a couple of the other ones. The far side one, the monk that we saw take that ranged tower fire got taken out by a knight, but luckily enough, Chooks arrive at the perfect time to escort the next monk on back.
Yeah, Cat now also making his first couple of monks. So we'll try to contest the remaining relics out on the map. There's only 2 relics left, 3 relics left though, and 1 is very, very close to Lash. This next fight, with the crossbows there as well, and only 5 knights being there, this is good for Lash. He can take a fight. He can definitely take a fight with the crossbows that he has.
Yep,
and
one knight
Cat isn't going to get a
gets
crazy
taken out.
timing. Yeah, and Cat isn't going to get like any crazy timings here with like Royal Bloodlines on the knights because he went for the guild hall. Ooh, Lash going out on the berries here first before the deer. Not too sure about that one. Granted, it doesn't like immediately reveal him on the map because the berries don't like disappear off the map. The deer disappear off the map even through 4 if you take them. Oh, relic. Can he sneak that out?
Going to try to yet again. I don't believe he should be able to make it out and around.
He's going around. The monk actually sees him.
And
They're
the
just
knights
looking
are
at each
chasing.
other. Yeah, they're just looking at each
Cat's
other.
gonna
My
snag this
relic.
one.
Oh, he should have Wallaloed. Now it's probably too late for the Wallalow. Yeah, too late for the Wallalow, I think. Should have bought a little bit more time. Oh, but not the entire army's moving. Not the entire army's moving.
A lot more knights in the fight this time for Cat, as he's gotten a little bit more time for that eco to pay off. So after the knights circle back around, wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of a flanking maneuver here. Not too many spears left for Lash on the backside. Crossbows are going to be that counter unit that he's utilizing for knights, but if they get the gap closed on, they will get cleaned up just as quickly.
The crossbows, though, is a really good addition. It is very difficult to micro against crossbows and Jugunu. Like, you can't really differentiate between them on the fly. JD just leveled up. Level 3 Jeanne d'Arc is out, and with her, Jeanne's champions are going to be out on the map now as well. Knights are getting taken down relatively quickly with the crossbows, with the Jugunus. More starter steps need to be happening. Nest of Bee is going to be in queue here for Lash. Is it going to come out in time? He's still very far behind economically. And the fight is going to happen. This micro there, not all the units are kiting.
And Cat just says that he could take this fight. He's diving the TC with level 3 JD. This doesn't feel as bad to do, but always could be one that you overstep a little bit, taking out almost all of the range mass, I feel like, if he stays here, though.
But now the Nest of Bees arrives. And Cat is going to have to retreat. Doesn't have any more knights in order to take it down, if it comes to it.
Divine Arrow from JD does do very well against Siege.
It does at level 4, but not against Clock Tower Siege, and yeah, it can one-shot Sprinkles, or rather it was able to one-shot Sprinkles. I'm not sure if it got nerfed at one point. I think I saw something relating to damage numbers, but there was so much text I didn't read it all. But yeah, Jeanne previously was able... Okay.
2 Vilkos?
Right.
Maybe 3? 3 Vilkos?
That's already been 4. Imagine if he used the plus 50% like damage reduction there. He could have killed even more. But yeah, he killed a lot of villagers there actually. That monk definitely paid for himself.
A little bit of a catch up there, but still in it quite the deficit. Nesta B Fire takes a good couple shots onto the Archer mass, but Cat still has the numbers in not only economy, but also military, and also has JD.
Let me take a look at her Q ability at the tooltip. Oh, Lash actually went for a second TC at some point. And it does 100 damage. Now, Nest of Bees, Clock Tower Nest of Bees, I think they got like 200 or 9 health. Something like that. 180? 140, okay. Wait,
So,
no,
I
these
mean-
aren't Clock Tower. What? These aren't Clock Tower. We're not talking about normal China. This is GG. These aren't Clock Tower Nest of Bees.
Oh, you're the Chinese expert over here. I was just going with it. I wasn't even thinking about it, but yeah. I mean, 140 a pop though, and she does 100. That means you don't need too much. Yeah, technically 2 volleys of the archers would be enough to kill it, although that's not what you want to be focusing with archers. And essentially just 1 night charge.
Yeah. Look at that. Lash actually not on 2 TCs. He went for a third one. Walling in the food access that he's got. Knights very likely aren't going to make it out alive. Actually, the top side is only mostly Zhugunu. No crossbows there. Oh,
Lash
but Raid
is
on the other
3
side.
PCs now. And the chop through that quick wall. Wow.
Oh,
wow.
that was
what a
nice.
quick reaction from Lash. That is unbelievable. I mean, that would have been 10 villagers down probably. He would have been able to jump inside 5 villagers down, we'll call it.
It would have been a lot. That definitely helped him. Like, helped a lot.
Unbelievable reaction time. Horsemen now circle around. They're going to take out some of these outposts that aren't upgraded, that are providing some solid vision points for Lash, as he doesn't have anything to defend him over here.
Epson, I think it's time to look at something that we might not want to look at in the situation. It's time to look at the guild hall from Cat.
No, I didn't even think about the guild.
Yeah, that's Imperial Age Brewing right there. Potentially.
That is what JD French players both love to do when they go guild hall, is they'll just start stacking up a ton of extra gold, and all of a sudden you'll be like, why do they have 2,000 gold in the bank? What are they doing? And then you're like, oh, because they just grabbed 3,000 gold from their guild hall. They're going.
Look at what Cat's doing. He's denying the meditation. Okay, never mind. He's walking away. For a second, like he was just walking back and forth. I thought he was actively denying the meditation garb. He did for a good time. He did for a good while.
Hey, it's at 65 less resources a minute your opponent's getting. It's worth it.
Yeah, totally. Meanwhile, farm transition has come in for Cat. Lash, I don't even think he's dropped the first farm. He might have just started dropping the first granary in the corner of the map.
Yeah, he's got a granary.
No,
farm.
it's close. It's too close to the edge of the
wall.
map.
Yeah,
You can't even. Oh, no. Please just delete that.
Hey, it's protected. It's protected.
It hurts. It hurts a lot. Lash getting his siege out now. But 58 units out on the field compared to 52 from Lash. But it feels like the military that Cat has is just better because there's Jean there as well. And Jean counts for so much. So much. Now, a couple of spearmen also getting added in. Lash definitely a better front line, but he's lacking in the food department.
He needs to make that granary transition. He needs a lot right now, and it just feels like Cat is going to be a step ahead in every regards just because of how far ahead his eco's been for this extended period of time. Looks like Lash, though, starting to step up in this mid-map. Tons of Springalds already out, though, for Cat. 4 of them, so that is enough to deal with those Nest of Bees pretty efficiently.
Lash is going to be able to repair that wall, or rather keep it up long enough. So it's in the middle. There's already an outpost with a Springald emplacement out there, and Cat, if he... Can we take a look at the guild hall? Did he already cash out? I don't think he cashed out yet.
Oh, he has not. He can go in.
He can go in any second now, any moment he wants.
Great snipes by the Springalds there, was able to take out one of the Nest of Bees. Horsemen are still circling around and might actually use, I was going to say, if that wall wasn't up, they would have been able to use their mobility and had a perfect wraparound in this middle army, but walls for Lash prevented that from happening. Cat still trying to press up in this fight, and the siege is kind of getting left behind.
This is so rough. This is so rough. Cat can't really like close it out completely there. Actually, now with the horseman, he might be able to. He might. Oh, Nest of Bees, they're firing. Oh, getting a good shot, but they're all getting taken down.
Springalds trading out with each other. Lash able to take out Springalds on the other side, and the other one's got about like 5 health, it looks like, on that last Springald.
Really close to dying. Some Spearmen, they're stuck on those outposts up there. And Cat, he took the food out. He already has enough resource to go up to Imperial again. Has enough stone for almost 2 keeps immediately. And I think he's just gonna go for like map control now, secure the big gold mine with keeps, and I think it's over at this point. I don't see a way back. It's just economically, Cat is just way too far ahead. There's the keep now. He's gonna get it up in time. Well,
Horseman gonna deal with the spear raid, which is like, whatever. At this point, Cat, we see his resource bank. He does not care in the world if he is taking maybe not the best trades. Lash is stepping up in the middle. He's got the nest of bees, but there's a mangonel there. Should be able to take out the mangonel. Springald stepping up for Cat though. First nest of bees. Last nest of bees should get taken out, and now it is just Springalds as the siege that's left. JD's still alive on this front line. Horseman finally arriving to the fight, and it's just ranged mass left here for Lash.
Yeah, it's a range mass, but it's also just still so many horsemen there. Granted, with this many crossbows and Jividu, he should be able to take them down, but after he takes them down, what is remaining? Oh, might be able to get a kill on John.
I mean, I'm scared for how much XP John has after those couple fights.
Yeah,
a lot of XP
very
goes
close to level 4. Yeah. And now all the upgrades are coming in on those Arbaletria, plus attack speed. Elite upgrade as well. Roller shutting triggers coming in as well.
Yeah, the Siege Superiority, right when Roller Shutter Triggers comes in, it feels impossible to go into Siege when you're playing against someone else who's Imperial. I mean, 2 extra tile difference is just absurd.
Yeah. The writing's on the wall at this point in time with the Imperial. I don't see Lash really being in a position to take any kind of map control. We take a look for Lash, and the setup isn't great, right? Like, there aren't really that many farms. It's kind of awkward on this map, which is why I personally don't like playing Zhuji or China on this map. There aren't any great spots for Grand Reset, usually. Like, maybe once you chop through the entire wood in the back of your base, but sometimes you get these spots from these small wood lines that like completely block a Grand Respot, because you need a lot of space for a Granary transition. Those are some really building, or to be optimal and efficient, you have to make use of all that space.
Yeah, and this is the point where you might be wondering why Cat's not producing a ton of knights. Horsemen are going to do more than enough of the job. He's not depleting his gold as much, and this is allowing him to get some other Imperial Age upgrades instead of investing into knights, because the horsemen, again, they do the exact job needed. They're going to counter out all those ranged units on the other side, and even causing a ton of idle time here in the wood line as we see villagers circle, but as they clean up that one horseman, a couple more arrive as well.
Yeah, this is just really, really rough right now. And I mean, the horsemen, another really good benefit from them is that they're fast. They're so fast. 1.88 tiles per second of movement speed. Compare that to 1.62 from knights. So the horsemen, they're just able to stretch Lash really, really thin.
Were those archers that Cat just decided to delete? He's like, hey, we don't need you anymore. We got better things out there.
Yeah.
But now Cat has retaken the map control. He's dropped some keeps, so there's no abilities to, real raid on the backside onto some of those golds. He's even on the 8k gold down on the southern side that Lash is supposed to have next. But that's where Lash is going to figure out after this last 4k gold he's on. That's his only gold left.
All the gold access is gone. Now Zhuji's library is coming in.
And just as Imperial Age, like you said, is coming in for Lash, Cat stepping up with his whole entire military mass, going to start burning production buildings, going to start all-inning the base, as this finally is going to be the time that he says, enough is enough, I'm ready to close out this game.
There we go, Imperial Age reached. An issue though with Imperial Age, with the one that he went up with, Zhuji's library doesn't immediately provide your army with any additional bonuses. Bloodshine triggers, Spring, an SFBs gets taken down. And the army from Lash is next.
I mean, army numbers are technically even. We're fighting in between two TCs for Lash. It's not like there's a ton of units inside those TCs. No keep helping defend either, and the ARBs have already been those upgraded with the gold hats. As you can see, JD's still in the fight as well to provide some extra support, and I swear we're about to hear level 4 come out any second now.
Yeah, should be coming in very, very soon. There's just so much experience coming around now in these fights, and once JD level 4 comes out, I feel like Lash will know that he probably doesn't have a chance anymore in this game. Already felt like that for a while. Grant, he did manage to finally get his food income going. He's up to like 2.4k food per minute. But he's just not able to get enough out on the field against like 40 Arbaletria out on the map. Horsemen at this point don't even cut it. Like, he can't even beat these guys with Horsemen because they have the +5 Gambers and armor. They're elite, they get more attack speed as well. And Cat has Horseman as well to buddy block.
And right as you mentioned the food economy being all stabilized, well, Cat's going to burn the wall and start hitting that food economy. And so Lash is not going to be able to breathe. Lash is not going to be able to stabilize at any point in the near future here.
Let's take one last look at the guild hall, see what's remaining there before the game is coming too close. It's going to be on gold, up to 1,000 gold on there already. So even if Cat runs out on the map, he's still going to have a lot more gold in the guild hall.
Yep, Lash dipping back below 100 villagers for the first time in a while. Meanwhile, Cat up at 134 and still has this mass in the base, still has a full just red line streaming across the map when he has the population space to do so. And there is level 4 JD hand cannoneer.
And let's take a look at her Q ability now at the tooltip, because it went from 100 to 150. Now she can one-shot SOPs. I think it ignores armor too. I think it's siege damage.
Just unbelievable ability. And JD, she's getting closed in on by spears, but so tanky, still able to stay alive.
Yeah, and now the food income from Lash is collapsing behind all of that. Meanwhile, Cat now up to 2.6k food per minute. Still has so much gold income as well.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen Cat just come and drop a get out of my game keep, as some people call it, and just right front and center on the town center, on the back wood line, on the secondary town, wherever really, and just have another just position point that goes, you're not going to be able to take this down.
Yeah. Yeah, GG should be coming in any second now. Like, at this point in time, we know. We definitely know. There is no way back from this one. Lash, though, still trying his best, tries to get the unit out, tries to stop the swarm of that are coming out from Cat. But no matter how many units he's getting out, Cat is getting even more out. This is a swarm of units that's never gonna stop.
No, it won't. And a ticking time bomb is there's only a limited amount of resources over in this corner that Lash has 6-layer walled himself into at this point, and there's a lot of holes in those walls as well.
Yeah, and Cat now takes control over the large gold vein on Lash's side of the map as well. So even long term, like, even if Lash manages to break out from this one, there's nothing on the map left for him to secure gold-wise.
Oh, he's
and
been
now
on
another
that
key.
8K
Yeah,
for a
there we go.
while. I wouldn't be surprised if that 8K is almost gone, actually, in the south. Yeah, he's already mined out half of
There's
it.
keeps everywhere, and now this keep. That's gonna be the end of the game.
This is the get out of my game keep that I was expecting. I mean, all those farms, the TC, everything just basically becoming worthless, and Lash should just move on to game number 2 and say, hey, I made you work hard for it at least. Extend it out a little bit longer than need be, but you know, this is a best of 5, and he could be trying to tire Lash out, attack Cat's mental over there, or something of the sort. But Lash finally gives up on game number 1, and Cat takes the lead of the series so far.
Indeed, 1-0 now for Cat, but I feel like, personally, like, staying in really long in a game, I think it might hurt your own mental more than your opponent's. That's my personal opinion there. Like, some point, sure, you can be like, okay, yeah, I'm done with the game. I'm still gonna stay in for a little bit longer. But I think Lash, from the way he played, he really tried to hang in there. And trying to hang in there and then ultimately, like, still losing the game, that can tilt you. That can really tilt you. So Lash has to be careful here. Cat, though, looking really, really great there. Look at that villager count. Lash tried to come back. I think the first initial push if he had like a single ram there to get past the outpost, because the outpost never went down and it actually killed a lot of the spearmen there as well. If he had a single ram there to like indefinitely get Cat off the gold, he could have really gotten in a great timing there.
Yeah, I mean, again, it felt like early on we couldn't really tell exactly what Lash was wanting to do, as he made a lot of units and then he went to castle and then he took a big fight, but didn't really feel like had a lot of the upgrades. So, I mean, I kind of feel like it was one of those where Lash was in the middle ground and wasn't really committing to all in, wasn't really committing to the boom, wasn't really committing, and that was what ultimately made him just fall behind overall. But now we're going to see Rocky Canyon Ayubids versus Delhi as the next setup for game number 2.
All right, yeah, Delhi versus Ayubit. That's definitely felt like the theme of today, right? Like we've seen this matchup now a couple of times coming in. So it's going to be interesting to see how they will play it. I know Lash definitely practiced a lot of Ayubids, not Ayubids, of Delhi. I'm not sure how much Ayubids Cat has practiced, because Cat on the ladder, he usually plays on Smurf accounts. Rarely do we see him on his main account. So it's always a little bit difficult of like keeping track and like seeing what this guy's preparing. So definitely a tough one to look out for.
Exactly. We do expect, I feel like we've seen a lot of Delhi
Wait a second, it's too good of a segue. Speaking of Smurfs, our sponsor, Surfshark. Do you want to be undercover on the ladder? Surfshark's got you covered. Change the country your account is from. Nobody will know it's you. There we go.
There you go, Surfshark. Big shout out to them, as Pesty gave a little bit of some talking points to Surfshark during the 10-minute intermission, and followed up with Crackety here.
Exactly. Not just are you able to watch all your favorite shows and like no matter the country restriction or anything like that, you can too change to Indonesia like I did. Thank you, Avely.
Oh,
it's still like marked to my main account though, right? So it doesn't count.
Oh, well, in the meantime, too, big shout out. We can see Choom just exclamation mark on the Kickstarter. We are already past a third of the way to the 10,000 goal, which is the hugely elevated production for the S tier events. We already hit the first goal, which is just throwing in that extra support to players outside the top 16, just a couple extra $100 or 500 extra bucks going into each tournament, which you might not think like that's much, but when these players are kind of debating if they should practice, debating if they should play in the next tournament, when they're like in this little edge spot on the outside, just a couple dollars does end up going a long way and give some extra incentive.
Exactly. Definitely some very cool stretch goals that we have there over on the Kickstarter. So head on out, check it out there. And yeah, it's definitely like all the support, very much appreciated. It does go a really, really long way. But here we go. Game number 2, about to start. Rocky Canyon, Delhi versus Ayubids. 2 berry civilizations once again clashing off against each other.
And here we are checking in on the spawns. We have Lash in the color blue playing as the Delhi. We have Cat in the color red playing as the Ayubids.
All right, Rocky Canyon. So that's definitely a map that probably a lot of you will find is somewhat familiar, because there have actually been 2 popular tournament maps that in the latest DLC have been combined into one and the same map. It's Rocky River. And Rocky River is a combination of Dry River and Rocky Mountain. So the layout is relatively familiar. It's like Rocky River, but instead of having fish in the middle, you don't have fish in the middle.
I remember when those initial maps came out, I was constantly getting them confused, casting them over and over again. It was like, oh, they're going to go for fish. Oh, he's not going for fish. There's no fish on this map. I even remember watching a couple games of casters making the same mistake, but now it makes it a little bit simpler for ourselves. Just think about Dry Arabia, but, couple little patches that aren't just trees and stuff.
Yeah. All right, House of Wisdom coming up now for Cat, and look at that! Look at the villagers. This is how I imagine somebody that's going for economic and growth has to play. Villagers evenly spread out on Cat's side on the berry bushes, makes sure not to exhaust any of them. So if he goes up in Castle Age or even in Feudal Age with the economic win growth, he's gonna get the maximum amount of food out of that age up as possible.
Yep, we have definitely been kind of picking on some of the players for that when they have gone growth wing, and almost every single time we've seen growth wing, a full set of berries has already been depleted, and it's like, well, maybe this will be the first time we get to hype up a player, congratulate a player for doing it right.
Exactly. I mean, speaking of which, like the last game that we had there in the set between Valdemar and Eliona, think about that. What was the main resource that Valdemar was lacking? It was food at the end there. If he had like the full 600 bonus food there, that could have made a difference, just saying.
Indeed, it could have. Villager distribution was the exact same for both players, but Cat flicks the age up, starts to remacro it a little bit, and it is indeed the growth wing. So big congrats. He still could get to close to depleting these bushes. Nah, he's still got 140, and even still, if he may realize and just shoot them on over to the other couple bushes that he hasn't grabbed from yet.
Yeah, this is going to be an additional 300 food for Cat, and not just any food, but like really, really fast gathered food. Like, I think somebody once did math that food from berries faster than food from deer. And yeah, that's pretty nuts, right? Like 300 additional fast gathered food. That can make a hell of a difference when it comes to your timing in most situations.
Yep. So scouts now should be starting to head towards your opponent's side as you want to start having some sort of idea of which wing, or is it Tower of Victory or Dome of the Faith? Although in this matchup, I assume it's Tower of Victory the majority of times. But you never know. If the roles were swapped, I might say Dome of the Faith from Cat, as you never know what these 3D boys are going to be doing.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, this is gonna get close. I think Cat might actually exhaust some of the berry patches. Can we take a look at that? At Cat? I think it's getting really.
Oh,
he switched. He's paying attention. Look at that.
Big
Look
shout
at
out
that.
to Cat. Big shout out.
Good macro and attention paying. Damn, nice. I'm already rooting for Cat here. Not to discredit Lash though. Like his deli is also really, really good. Just saying. But yeah, that was really good. And a 3D micro. Exactly.
So Tower of Victory finishing on up for Lash, and we've seen Deli kind of go for a couple different routes against the Ubits today so far. Is he going to go for the early Blacksmith? Is he going to go for immediate Ghazi Raider production? Archers popping out. First things first, get all the free upgrades started and queued on up, and then decide what military you're going to be going with.
Not actually immediately getting that stable up. I'm wondering if Cat could actually like make some Desert Raiders, like just out of the stable. It's gonna work against like any of the Ghazi Raiders, so it's not a bad unit to like get 1 or 2 out of. They're actually not that expensive, food-wise. I think they're like 80 food, 30 gold, 30 wood, something like that. We're getting an outpost up on the gold now as well. Lash already has the first Ghazi Raider in queue.
And so it is going to be the Ghazi Raider out onto the map immediately. And this is, I feel like this is what the Deli build that I like the most. Just, maybe it's just taking map control that I like, and I think typically rewards players. But Cat should be able to get this outpost up right before the Ghazi Raider arrives and does enough damage to take out a villager. Oh, look at the micro! Love the pathing. Love the pathing. Great job. Sometimes you can play the pathing game and you know how it's going to work, and saves that villager.
And look at that. He's got 4 villagers of stone. Now, usually you need 2 drop-offs, but because he has wheelbarrow, he only needs that single 1 drop-off in order to get enough stone in for that emplacement. Flash, though, he's hanging around with the Ghazi Raider. Oh,
hello?
Has to be careful.
Cat? You did so good. Don't do it.
Oh my God. So close.
Calculated.
Yeah.
But this is one of those that you don't want to leave that villager out and about onto the gold. I'm pretty sure he actually just pulled that to go under sheep under his town center. So, all right. Well, Cat's doing all the correct moves that I like to see. These are all the little tiny things that you talk about that you don't think as much, but when they all combine together, it does end up making a pretty big difference.
These are the kind of players that castles just love. Like, you look at something, you call it out, player immediately react.
Yep.
No,
It
they're
does
not
make
listening.
things-
There is a delay.
Makes things a little bit easier for us as you know, they're doing what we're expecting over here.
Right, Lash soon is going to be exhausting his first batch of berries. Now, there are a lot of berries out on this map. So, that's definitely not...
the Gazi Raiders on the
Oh, the distraction on the berries. Lash.
one villager has
gets the
gone
villager.
down. Hasn't
one
seen the
villager
other
is
one
down.
yet. And it's Gazi Raiders versus Horsemen, and Cat actually is making archers and not spears.
I'm wondering if this is like supposed to be mind games, just in order to eventually switch into Desert Raiders. But it feels like Cat, with the resource that he still has in bank, still trying to go for Castle Age behind all of this.
One of the key things that we saw just happen, though, Lash depleted his first initial berries. We said that Cat had his own horsemen, so those are starting to head out and about across the map. Will they be able to potentially find some damage onto Lash's berries that he just moved out to?
Lash doesn't have any spearmen. Oh, villagers to make it to safety. One of the Gazi Raiders gets taken down by the arrow fire from the TC. And now Sacred Sites, they're starting to get captured up, but Lash doesn't have anything out to protect the scholars there. And I think he's going to lose both of them there, potentially.
I mean, yeah, those horsemen, they're just going to run right on by. A spearman is in queue for Lash. The Gazi Raiders way out of position to be able to defend this initial scholar. I do think he at least secures one of the sacred sites that's near his home base, but needs to react with that scholar quickly or else it will fall.
Yeah, pretty much immediately. Gazi Raiders, they don't have the +1 Pierce armor yet. That is still in queue. And the second scholar, it looks like he's going to get caught off. There's only one spearman, but it's not even hardened yet. It's unlikely to be enough, and there we go.
Good cutoff. I love the pathing with the horseman there by Cat, making sure to cut off the route home. Doesn't take too much damage from the spearman, and then just walks on away.
This isn't enough horseman. Only hardened.
Yeah.
Like, the spearman isn't hardened. Gets taken down easily.
Takes the free pick while he's got it. Lash has continually been trying to deny the berries, deny the gold. Cat reacts to this one, gets a little bit of extra arrow fire down
is aging up.
onto the Gazi Raiders, and Cat is aging up with the advancement wing.
Man, oh man, this feels really rough. This is so well played so far by Cat.
Yep. Denying over the second sacred site. I think Lash should be able to push him off that just with reinforcing units, as once he has a spear or two go over there, that should help on out. Gazi Raiders, though, able to get around to the backside.
Wait,
But
actually,
even still, no villagers went down. Not
did the
one
villager
villager.
teleport? It felt like the villager teleported through the Gazi Raider into the outpost. That felt
One of
body
the
block.
Gazi Raiders fell. It died, like right in the perfect spot as it was body blocked.
Oh my god.
But the horsemen just run on home, and what a huge... I mean, it's crazy that we're seeing Cat go up to castle and have the military number lead.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, look at the destruction value. Lash lost so many of these Gazi Raiders to the TC, to the outpost. He lost 2 scholars as well.
Yeah, he was causing a good bit of idle time, which obviously doesn't get included in the destruction value, but it just losing to Gazi Raiders over the course of time now makes this advancement wing pay off a little bit. Makes it a little bit easier.
And Cat is immediately going to have a really, really good composition based out of archers and camel lancers. And I don't think he's too far off of Golden Age 2 as well. Can we take a look at that? How far is Cat along to Golden Age 2? 4 more buildings.
And he's building a house right now, so we'll call it 3 more. And this is one of the things I love about Ayub, it's just with the way that their Golden Age works. Like, their fast castle's so much stronger because once Golden Age Tier 2 comes out, which is usually after the fast castle, now all their research is twice as fast, which is exactly when you're needing that research to come in quick, have this really, really nice castle timing pay off.
And now Lash tries to circle around only to find that Cat is fully walled in. Cat, how's the food situation? I mean, he's out on the berries now again. He exhausted pretty much the entire sheep. Oh, Cat notices. Loses 1 villager though. But
one villager does fall, and he goes a little bit further than he maybe should have under the TC fire, but only 1 Gazi Raider falls.
Try to go around the other side at the same time, but archers are going to split up, and that's enough with veterancy in order to take down pretty much just about anything with the camel lancers.
Yep, and those couple horsemen that Cat still had from feudal age are now going to circle, try to maybe hit some berries, maybe try to hit the wood line themselves.
Yeah. Sacred Side in the middle has been captured up for Lash, and he isn't too far away from getting up to Castle Age himself. And he did even out the villager count compared to the economic win growth. I think sometimes players play a little bit too much all in against the Ayubids. You gotta realize that Ayubids aren't like the Abbasid. Like, they're not really getting this.
Oh, no. Oh, quick reaction from Lash.
Is Textiles in? I don't think he has Textiles. There's no Textiles. He's gonna lose at least 2 villagers then. Yeah, 1 villager goes down. And that's gonna be the number 2.
Oh, yep.
Yo,
Number
the
2
Bluetooth
does
hit.
fall.
The Bluetooth connection comes in strong.
Looks like Cat, now that he has taken some control, says, all right, I'm going to move out to these deer. Archers stepping up as well, and those few spears that were forward are cleared.
Definitely hurts at the same time, though. Lash now going up to next stage himself with the compound of Defender.
Gazi
Raiders, they're running. Oh, that's
I don't want to do this.
Trap.
You're past the wall.
That's a death trap.
Villagers?
Wait,
what?
Villagers?
Villagers? Cat?
He has textiles.
Textiles.
He can actually. What? He can take the fight. Textiles. Oh, I hate horsemen.
Those are Gazi Raiders, too, not even horsemen. So it should be even better than horsemen.
That is so tilting right now. I feel like
return raid onto the deer that was spotted out. Lash reaches Castle Age.
Granted, he does have 3 sacred sites, right? So it's not all bad. It's definitely not all bad, but it still feels pretty bad.
He's just been losing a lot of resources as far as just these trades have gone. He's like, it feels like he's like Cat's eco should be down 10 compared to Lash with how much raiding has been going on. Everything has been on Cat's side of the map, and then you look up and you're like, oh, it's even. It's like, oh,
yeah.
What? How?
Lash now, starting to gather up that stone, compound of Defender, so the longer the game goes, the better actually for Delhi, in this matchup specifically. At the same time though, yeah, Ubits, they got some crazy siege out there as well.
Berries on the front side. There isn't a ton to defend this on up. Lash does have to fall back away. Another villager should fall. Gazi Raiders trading into Camel Lancers as well. Ooh, and you are right. The stone's forward. So Lash basically having to fall back with military and a ton of villager idle time.
Oh, and the villagers, they're not pulling the shifts, but they can't take the fight either there. Oh, no villagers in the TC for Lash. Cat might just dive this. Without any villagers inside TC, there's barely any damage coming out.
Oh, elephant!
The elephant isn't getting affected by the camel on ease. It's doing so much damage. The elephant is MVP. What the hell? It's shredding the camel lancers. Holy!
And now the Camel Lancers can't turn to fight the Gazis, or else the elephant gets actually attacked. Cat taking damage onto the deer. It finally is starting to pay off for Lash here.
1 elephant to change the entire flow of the... Look at that! The Camel Lancer just gets obliterated.
That was just the perfect timing for the elephant to pop out.
Oh
The Cat still hasn't seen the 4 spears onto his deer.
Oh my god. Oh my god. He's getting stomped, man. He's getting obliterated right now. He's losing so many eco units at the same time. Lash can go back out onto the stone now.
Elephant's OP.
Oh my god. He's doing so much damage with that one single.
He's clearing up. Villager on the deer died.
Cleared up. That is GG. I thought it was over for Lash, but now it's over for Cat.
It's just invisible spear raid. It's just, that's what'll happen.
Yeah.
Cat finally, he saves 1 villager on those deer, and that villager will be telling stories. He's like, you'll never imagine what I saw.
Oh,
Camel Lancer though is almost doing the same thing that the
Lash has textiles though.
And the villagers react. They're pulling out the shivs for the camel
And there's
lancer.
one man at arms in there to do damage as well.
Oh, okay.
Definitely annoying, but it's gonna get cleaned up. Tips one more time. Camel lancer's down.
Man, that is a tilting thing to see if you're a cat. You played such a good game up to that point. I talked about how the whole map was played on his side, and he just like wasn't really taking as much damage. And then 4 spears proved to be the difference.
Yo, what is this though? Cat getting 3 relics and looks like Lash didn't try to go for any of the relics. And he's lost all the sacred sites.
So there is at least a little bit of that passive resource boost for Cat. He doesn't have a ton of safe resources, as we just saw him go over to the west side. Berries had to drop an outpost over there. Lash scouts it out, and it's not just a few villagers that are going out to the berries. It's like 25.
Yeah, that should be the main point right now that you want to attack. And Cat, he doesn't actually have that many units right now that can deal with the elephants. He has 6 spears, 4 crossbows. But Lash has crossbows of his own, and he should be able, like, relatively easily to snipe the enemy crossbows and the enemy spearmen with his own crossbows. So move out should be happening sooner rather than later here. I also want to see the scholars go back out and take the sacred sites.
I mean, he's literally standing on the sacred site. You might as well. Looks like the compound of the defender about 3/4, maybe 80% of the way up, so shouldn't be too far until we start seeing Lash dropping keeps and taking even more of this map control that he's doing with walls.
Yeah, and that's very important on this map especially, because there's so many of these berry bushes out on the map. If you secure all of them with keeps, you have so much food for such a long time. But there we go. Finally, first sacred site for Lash is getting taken again, and there's still 1 relic in his corner. I'm not sure why he hasn't taken it yet.
We do see Cat invest into a TC, so he says, "Yeah, I made a mistake, but I'll invest into some eco another way. I'll start to climb up my villager count now."
Yeah, I like this play from Cat, like getting 3 scouts out right now, because what he mainly needs is vision. He wants to raid, he wants to get damage in. Lash does have multiple outposts on his deer that he went up with, so he should be fine in that regard. But I think Lash might very soon go for like an all-in with the keep. Just needs to make sure there isn't any siege from Cat at the same time.
Yeah, and so while that TC sounds great, Lash's compound's about to finish, so as those keeps start to drop, Lash will have extra TCs, essentially.
Lancers are getting spotted by the outpost. Lancers aren't being too active yet, and there we go. Forward keep is coming in. Lancers finding some of the villagers there, hopping inside the outpost. The keep, that's not a lot of villagers on it, actually.
It's only 5 vills, but if you look at Lash's military mass that he has, not to mention he's got an elephant there with him, Cat just doesn't have the numbers to defend this. Doesn't have the numbers to try to deny the keep. He has a couple camel lancers raiding that, again, should get cleared on up. Lash is, it's weird me saying this in this game, but Lash is in a really good position where it felt like it was all over for him earlier.
At the front side, though, Mangonel has finished for Cat, or rather Manjanique. Lash has to be careful. He pulled back the elephant, is kiting with the crossbows. Play there from him. And the keep is going to finish up.
A good dodge there by the crossbows, stepping up into the fight. Was not
Takes
able to
one
dodge
shot there.
that one, but could be
But
worse.
he snipes the crossbows.
Elephant on the Mangonel!
It's going down so quickly. It's done. It's done.
Elephant does end up falling for it, as that elephant, quite an expensive unit, but I will say it paid off. It paid off.
Yeah,
for
it
sure.
definitely paid off for itself there. Holy moly, that elephant has gotten value out. And Lash so far, he's killed 23 villagers. Grand Cat also killed a few. Another Manjanique is coming in, but Cat, look at the food income. He quite literally like cut off from the middle of the map now. Something else that's interesting is that Cat, he buffed up the berries there in the front side. His buff up is actually more important than Lash's one, because he's getting even more food now on those front berries with the economic ring growth.
Yeah, and that's for Lash. That keep he dropped, he can actually just send those vills right over to those berries and start gathering from them if he wants.
Keep is now also starting to make villagers. Lash once again on stone as well. Oh, wants to definitely put it up all over the place.
Headed on over to where the second TC was dropped. Manganique, sorry, in good position. Farms being idled on out, but Cat is... Oh, Manganique got a really good shot. Oh my god.
That was a godlike shot there. Holy! That just took down like 8 crossbows and reduced 3 more to a sliver of the health. Now the keep, though, is going up, and this time on a sacred side. Lash finally taking the middle sacred side as well.
He's dropping the siege workshop, too.
Yeah, he's getting himself into a position now where he can actually like get that timer going on Cat. And Cat, he needs farms. He is desperately running out of food right now.
And I believe Lash can actually just set up where his first keep that he dropped is on the berries and a little bit further forward and just start sieging down the main landmarks of Cat and just win the game that way.
And he is getting trebuchets out. This might be the play. Manganellis inching forward.
Vils
shot on the villagers. Lash
Vils reposition over to the backside. Next set of Vils, take another shot.
They got textiles. They're fine. 6 and
I
7
wouldn't want to be one of those villagers.
They're limping, but they can still
Cat's
do
dropping
it.
a third TC on the north side of his wood line that he just repositioned to. So
He's keeping even with the keep.
I feel like he knows this situation that he's finding himself in. The big problem is this isn't Ubits dropping multi-TCs. This isn't ABBA. You're paying full price for it. You don't really have as many eco boosts and bonuses in comparison. And the triple relic spot is actually going to be the first thing that Lash wants to deny.
Yeah, if that goes down, I mean, keep there.
It's all the gold. He's denying all the gold.
Yeah. And Lash is even gonna find the next set of berries that Cat literally just went to. Puts an outpost there. Oh, Angelique dodges it. Does he have the speed upgrade yet on his man-at-arms? He could get the activatable speed upgrade. What was it? Force March? Marching?
Force March.
Force March, yeah. With that, he could immediately just jump onto... Oh my god, that key. It's going to buy so many resources. Jump onto the Manganique there.
TC, Springled, and placement on the outpost just getting ignored, and Lash can ignore those. He has so many units out on the field. He's taken so much map control with all these keeps. He spotted out those villagers onto the berries, and so denying yet another food location. Cat is trying to save up those relics, but TC goes down right as the third one got built not but a minute or two ago.
Yeah, and now Cat once again gets the night off of food, and I gotta say, in retrospect of this game, Cat macroed on microed the early part of the game incredibly well, perfectly, absolutely perfectly. But now, at one point, missing out on a raid happening and losing 20 villagers in the process, I feel like that probably cost him the entire game. And now Manganique, it's cornered. It took a lot of really, really good shots on. Actually, can he even get to it? He has to go through all the crossbows in order to get to the Manganique.
What a good positioning. There is a good old men-at-arms sitting on where that third TC was. The keep has gone up in the north. There's keeps everywhere, actually, for Lash. Manganique goes down. And this is just where Cat now is at the point where we feel like he should forfeit and go on into game number 3, even series. We basically, now we're starting the best of 3, 0-0.
Yeah. Oh man.
What a wild game.
He has, what resource does he have access to? Grant, there is still 1 gold in the corner of his base that he could have access to. But Lash is just gonna start nuking down the landmarks now. Still only 1 trebuchet. Could definitely just go into 5, 6 trebuchet. What you can do is you just make a little stone wall in your front side. That way your opponent's Springles can't hit you. And then you just start nuking down the landmarks.
I don't think Cat can afford Springles. He's at 172 gold per minute.
Yeah.
Oh? No. And that just forced Lash into more villagers. He was like, all right, I won't attack the Manganique. I'll just go ahead and kill more villagers in the meantime.
And there's a lot to be killed there. Manganique gets taken down. Cat, 60 food per minute. no units in queue, no units on the field. It's over.
It is all but over.
He's
but
just
this
AoE.
series is not going to be called yet, as we have a lot in store for us still compared to these first two games. They have lived up to the expectation. Cat throws in the towel, and Lash, it definitely seemed like a tilting game early on for him, but held strong and took the dub.
That's right. I mean, this definitely you can definitely tell at what point Lash like killed all the villagers there after Castle Age with the spearmen, and suddenly the game looked up again. No food for Cat out on the map. Keep comes in, and from there on out, clean, slow and steady push by Lash in.
Yeah, it's just wild to me that was 4
Elephant,
spears.
man.
Like, 4 spears did that much damage.
The elephant that could, man. The elephant that could.
Yep. And then the elephant
too
did
good.
pop out at that perfect timing. It was like right as the archers and the camels were pushing on up into the TC, and it's like, oh wait, you forgot that I have production right here. Hello.
Oh man, like the one elephant actually won the game.
Well, and now we're going back to lobby. We get to see not
China.
the civilizations that I was going to be guessing for Coastal Cliffs.
Yeah, I thought we would see China on bridges, but instead, it's gonna be here on Coastal Cliffs against the Abbasid.
You don't have as much space. You don't have as much map to boom on up. Although if this were like a normal ABBA versus China, I'd be like, all right, get ready for a bunch of villagers. We're not going to see anything happening until like 10-minute mark with both players having 100 eco, but maybe a little bit different with Coastal Cliffs having your stone in Narnia.
I mean, the good thing here for China is you don't need that second TC to get an eco bonus with the Song Dynasty. So you're already going to be ahead in villagers there. And also on Coastal Cliffs, there is usually a lot of really great spots where you can get a granary transition in. So China on this map, actually not bad. And I complained about it earlier about how quickly those Nest of Bees died. Not going to be the case with China compared to Juji. Those Nest of Bees with Clock Tower, they're going to be really, really tanky.
You are absolutely correct there. It's going to be hard to start denying that siege, boom that we'll see a lot. And a lot of times with China, it'll be spears just protecting the siege, or just the palace guard spamming the eco, kind of depending on how that game is starting to go, what route it's starting to take. Nothing's worse than seeing the point where China's eco is fully online with granaries, and it's like it's just going to be palace guards for the rest, and I can't stop it. There's nothing you can do to stop it.
Yeah. I see a lot. Okay, I'm gonna do the gamble thing again. I'm gonna go all in on Cat actually for this one. I think Abbasid is very much underrated.
Okay. All right. Well, here we go. Crackety's going all. How much is all in this time?
I all in like 10K earlier, so now I'm at 17K. We're building it up. We're building it up. The reason why I'm only at 17K is because previously my all-ins haven't worked that well, but that was rigged games.
I'm at 790,000. So I
Come
don't know
on,
if
as
I
soon
should
as I say all in on Cat, everybody's signed to go on Lash. Okay, you guys are giving me great odds. I can't not go all in there.
Let's see.
These
There
are
we
some
go.
amazing odds right now.
Yeah. Nugify put 112K over on Lash. So
I'll take your points. I'll take your points, man. Not even bothered by that.
not at all. I always kind of love when people come out with their tier list and it's like ABBA, F tier, D tier, whatever you want to call it. It's like, if you're comfortable on a Civ, there's always going to be good matchups. There's always going to be good maps, and you can always play your own game. It's not like you have this matchup where it's going to be like, oh well, you just auto lose.
Okay.
But
Mad, you're ruining my odds, man. What the hell?
Oh, Mad Matt coming in with 100K, and there clearly were a couple other bigger votes coming in, and we're getting a pretty even, actually just tilted it back over to Cat.
Damn. I shouldn't share my strats here, like my betting strats.
I will say, well, the betting, usually when you say something, we get a lot more bets coming on in, and we got over 1 million points on this game now.
We're gonna
Oh,
wait. We're gonna wait. All right.
yeah. Oh, well, just 10 more seconds till we're gonna start hearing the sheep spawn, seeing what openings we have in store for us, what type of what gold spawns we have, everything of that sort. So keep those bets coming in. I want to see 1 million on each side at least.
Yeah. I mean, this is gonna be very even, but I think Cat has it. I think Cat has it.
Yep. Overlay should be initiating here now. Game number 3 in a tied up series. It's a best of 5. So we at least are going to have one more in store for us after this, but hopefully another too.
Exactly. Jumping into our game number 3 now. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Spawning in the color blue as the Chinese. We got Lash here on Coastal Cliffs on the other hand side. Spawning in the color red. We got 3D Cat playing as the Abbasid Dynasty. All right, let's see. I mean, Lash, he's got that scout with the longer line of sight, so should be able to make scout got stuck there a little bit for Cat. Could be dangerous. Flash. Lash doesn't quite manage to loop around there. I'm not sure if it's gonna look good for him with the sheep. I mean, he has a larger line of sight. Oh, that's
Who's gonna get it?
Sheep. Yeah, that's far. Wait, he got what?
That's his.
All right.
I'm not sure about that one. I'd be kind of mad already. Starting off, Lash did that on purpose. He's like, I'm gonna start the game. I'm gonna get Cat tilted here.
Oh my god. He stared into that sheep's eyes and was like, you are mine. I look at Cat. He's actually immediately going to the other side. So the scouting game, definitely on Cat's side here. He knows how to scout this. Like, just based on what Lash has found so far, where he found Lash's scout, he's now going over to the other side and he's cutting Lash's scout off. I think Cat is gonna find a lot of sheep in this game. And he can be out on the map for a long time without needing to go back.
Yep, this is that huge benefit of playing any of the berry civs that you start there. It allows you to just be aggressive as you want to with your scouting pattern, and he could actually be even more aggressive, although I think Lash's scout now is on that southern side, and so should have been able to gather up the rest of the sheep that he can, but that should be kind of all of it for Lash now.
Yeah. Granted though, Lash, looking at the map, is not a bad spawn for him. If he walls off towards the cliff, he's got the back gold, double back gold, back stone, and the deer there.
Yeah,
so
and that's a very short wall.
Yeah. Can we take a look at his sheep? I think he also found 4 sheep over there. I think Cat overall, yeah, okay, Lash is trailing. Actually, Lash didn't find too few sheep, 7 heritable sheep, 4 sheep carcasses. Yeah, Lash is good when it comes to sheep. It's not like a GG go-re. Cat has 12 heritable, live sheep, but that's only because he hasn't killed any of them yet. So overall, the scouting was really good here from Cat. It's not like an immediate game over. Economic wing. Okay, so even though the stone is far away on this map, it looks like we will definitely see Cat go out for a second TC.
I guess so. He's not playing a Ubits. That's not going to be the growth wing. It's not going to give you some free villagers. It's just going to make quite a few buildings cost cheaper.
Yeah. So it looks like we're just going to be seeing a typical China versus Abbasid game, where it comes down to TCs. Probably 2 TC versus 3 TC. China going for their 2 TC, a little bit faster castle age timing. I could also see China going for 3rd TC here, but then the timing is going to be a little bit rougher. You got to go for a food transition a little bit earlier, and then it becomes tough against a civilization that gets so many bonuses from berries out on the map.
Yeah, and that's where Lash does a great job with the scout, though. He sees the villagers right as they move out to the stone, so it's not like he's going to be blindsided by it. Seeing Eco Wing, you assume 2 TC, but even with far out stone, it's weird saying it still and seeing it still.
Are we gonna get something wild like a Barbican Rush? Surely not.
Now you're talking here. I'm all game. Drop a Barbican on front gold, take the deer on behind it, and just delay your kind of hurt your opponent's food economy in the long run.
I'm seeing villagers move forward. I wonder what that could be. Nah, it's not a Barbican. Right? It's there in the front.
It
It's
is a
safe.
Barbican.
Yeah, it is a Barbican. That is getting rushed up by 4 villagers. That counts, right? That is the official Barbican rush. But yeah, overall, I mean, eco, pretty fine. Cat, nice macro here, is going to get the stone relatively soon. Only needs, like, what was it, 260-ish stone in order to go for that secondary TC. Already has the wood for it.
Yeah, I believe it was 262.
Yeah.
And the question is he just going to drop that TC right next to the stone, right next to the berries, go back onto the stone and go for a third? That's going to be my guess.
Could be. There's definitely going to be that second TC play, though, from Lash. Something that I don't like, though, is how he's going for the straggler trees right now. Instead of dropping an earlier lumber camp. Never mind. There he goes. Okay. Nice. Goes for the lumber camp. That way he can inspire it. Well, not really inspire it, but, like, supervise it. And yeah, Cat building that TC on the stone, so could very likely be a 3 TC play from him. Makes sense. He already saw that Lash is also on stone, so it just makes sense for him also going on that. Is Cat laming the deer? I think he's laming the deer. He is giga laming the deer.
Oh, at least this is in vision. Nothing's worse when they lame the deer out of your vision and you go build a mill and all of a sudden you look over and you're like, what did I just build a mill on? I swear there were deer over here.
Yeah. Yeah, this hurts. This hurts definitely. Like it's gonna be very inefficient. You need like 2 or 3 mills in order to gather somewhat efficiently from that.
And Cat did exactly what I was expecting him to do. Drop that TC right onto the stone, and it will be a 3 TC play.
3 TC play is gonna be it from the looks of it. Hasn't put an IO onto stone, so the stone income is coming in relatively slowly here. Scout just being annoying. Now starts hitting some of the villagers.
Stone drop off though. Lash has got all he needs for his second now as well, and the third is already being dropped for Cat on the front side where the gold and the deer are.
Oh, I don't like that TC spot. Put it further out on the resources. That way you can have like another tax drop-off point. This way, all he's doing is blocking space from his Imperial Academy.
Well, the second TC for Lash is gonna be up here in the near future. Cat is going to have his third TC up not too far behind that Chinese secondary TC, and it does look like they've both made an agreement. You can have 3, I can have 2, and let's chill out on the stone for a little bit.
Yeah, Lash so far with Song Dynasty already a couple villagers ahead. Cat, though, he should be catching up relatively quickly here with that third TC.
Yep. Let's see if there's any no attempted deer lambing for Lash, as if he would try too much, then he would be in TC fire range.
Oh my god, Cat.
More deer lambing for Cat, though.
Walls coming in for Lash now. I mean, it's nice having the walls out, but that's also a lot of wood investment. Meanwhile, Cat, he's aiming straight up to Castle Age. And he's got a lot of income there as well with the berries.
Yep, he's going ahead and grabbing up Wheelbarrow on the way, kind of boosting up all the rest of his villagers, and Lash doing the same. It's really important to get these eco upgrades when you have invested so much into making this many villagers.
Yeah, and especially with China, you need to get these eco upgrades because you're also generating a lot of tax from them. So in the end, they kind of pay for themselves.
Wait, can he block the wall with the deer?
He could.
Oh, not quite.
He's trying to. He's actually trying to.
Oh,
He's actively trying to.
So close. Oh! No way. Did it do it?
Okay, no, the wall is finished. Yeah, the wall's going up.
I couldn't tell.
Man, Cat, that is filthy.
What if all of a sudden there was just a tiny little gap? The deer's tail is in the wall.
Oh, man. Right, some laming happening here as well now. Look at that. Lash actually walling in the berries that he had there at the front side as well. Some spearmen coming out as well. But Cat should be aging up now. Should be the military wing. Indeed it is. So he's immediately going to get some camel lances out as well. And most importantly, all those really important upgrades. Composite bows, boot camp. For his military composition then.
Yeah, the crazy thing is, it's just due to Chinese's build speed. They Lash not too far behind in the resources, and by the time he drops his castle age, he'll be same exact timing basically.
Yeah, there shouldn't be too big of a difference between them. So gets Imperial examination, so lots of gold should be coming in for him. He didn't grab all of the upgrades yet. Did he even get the faster chopping speed from the lumber camp? Like, that one is great. That definitely pays for itself. He didn't. You pay 50 gold, you get 64 gold out of it.
Things you this is why you listen to Crackety when you watch anyone play Chinese, as he has those little insights that help you when you're
Also
trying to learn
mining
Chinese
upgrade.
yourself.
Yeah. All right, Astronaut, 14 villagers. Yeah, that one's gonna get rushed up really quickly now.
Yep, it will be scouted out, as Cat has a scout burning a mining camp right over there. It's forcing one villager to rebuild that. Not a big deal there. And Cat has finally taken the villager lead with the TC play that he had.
I would have loved a horseman at one point from Lash just to be able to kill that scout. That way, Cat isn't gonna see what military Lash would have gone for in the Castle Age, because now Cat, like, he can just walk forward and see what's happening.
I'll say the huge benefit that that Lash was able to do with those 2 spears that he made was deny the walls on the west side that Cat was trying to make. So there is a clear path if Lash wants to do some raiding, and Scout denies the eastern walls as well. So multiple clear paths if Lash wants to do any raiding on the other side.
I feel like this is gonna be tough though for Lash, because look at that Cat. He still has a lot of the berries accessible for him right now. The deer as well. Like, the army pump that he can make, it's just gonna be much more persistent here. Gets crossbows, gets the golems out, and right now Lash doesn't really have that much that can deal with that, if anything at all.
Scout
should be going down.
Didn't realize that there was a wall already made, and now had to path in front of the Barbican.
Yeah. Looks like Cat, though, is going for really, really early pickup there on the relics. Monk immediately in queue. No Monk yet for Lash. He's getting a horseman out.
Lash has walled in 2 of the relics, though, I believe. At least one for sure. With the one in his base, and a Palace Guard into those eastern side berries.
Yeah, he's getting some idle time at the very least. I'm still confused by the horsemen. Like, what are the horsemen gonna achieve? There's already 2 camel lances out on the map that are guarding the relics right now. Might be for raiding now, but I feel like it's a little bit too early. You don't have an established food economy at this point in time.
Oh, one villager
That's
does
one
fall
vill.
from that Palace Guard.
Yeah.
No textiles in.
Camel, yeah. The Camel Rider should definitely, like, has so much more attack speed. Granted, neither of them have armor, but the Camel Rider actually has very fast attack speed. 1.12 compared to 1.38 on the Palace Guards.
Able to
so much
clean
more
that
health as
up.
well.
Villager, though, still walling right next to that Camel Lancer that Cat has, I don't think, spotted out.
Looks like Lash is going to move out to the boar now, but the army from Cat is moving somewhat in that direction as well. It's going to be a lot of crossbows, some golems as well. And Lash doesn't quite have the response to that though yet, and it feels like this relic is going to go over to Cat, like most relics are from the looks of it this game.
Wall could get denied. Hello? Units? Units?
Hasn't reacted to it yet. Neither of them have.
Dude, how bad would it be if Cat ends up getting all these units walled in?
Would be quite bad, especially with SSBs coming out. There we go.
Okay.
There's already 2 SSBs out. That's kind of crazy how many there are. Lash is quickly getting some units out there. Oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Monk is getting
He just
denied.
flew the wall.
Oh, the monk goes down in time. It was close though.
Ooh.
Oh, there's another one. Number 2.
Was chopping a tree there next to it. I don't know if that was on purpose or not. Maybe it was just waiting to rebuild the wall once the other monk came on in. Deer being taken, relic still being guarded by Cat.
Some spearmen, but this time Cat surely is gonna react. Cat suddenly has a lot more villagers compared to Lash earlier. Like it was like just a minute ago, the difference was like 2-3 villagers. Suddenly it's 10. I'm not sure if Lash maybe had some idle time. Like both players killed some.
And the Nest of Bees pretty far out. There's some spears here, but nothing really. The spears are stepping forward to step on the crossbows. Villagers
very
repairing.
hurting him right now.
Gulams though, so not. I mean, yeah, the Nest of Bees might stay up, but now you're losing a couple villagers, and there's still nothing there to clean up those military units.
Yeah. Nest of Bees finally spread out far enough in order to get some shots in, but I feel like at this point, Lash might need a third TC. This is hurting him right now.
And
now
now
Gulams
Camel Rider headed on over to the Nest of Bees, and oh my gosh, Vodka just highlighted 2,000 food per minute compared to 600.
And this is just from berries and the remaining sheep. The farms are just now coming out.
Granary transitions in play right now, yeah.
Yeah, Lash needs to get these granaries out very, very quickly. Does have a lot of food, wood still in the bank for them. But this definitely hurt him. He's down now more than 20 villagers.
Yeah, and not only is he down in villagers, behind this, you said it earlier, he didn't focus on the relics at all. Cat has now had 2 relics secured, bringing back the 3rd, and the 4th one is in his base.
26 Gulams, 12 crossbows. And Lash barely has any military out on the field. Look at that. So many production buildings trying to go up inside of his base, but... And Cat, he's attacking at the side where the farm transitioning is taking place.
I mean, even the granary transition coming online, it's not coming online fast enough. There's 32 Gulams already out on the field. Your counter unit crossbows, you need like 50 crossbows to deal with this effectively, I feel like.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like as soon as he saw like Cat building the TC on the stone, I think he should have also gone for 3 TC. Because the tempo is always there with
shots there from
that was a good one, but the front line is too weak. It's only spears against Gulams.
Yep, and then the next round of Gulams coming on in. Spears have gotten cleaned up. Gulams on top of the Nest of Bees now. No villager pull this time to heal him on up, but he cannot afford to do a villager pull. Granary villagers are just watching. He needs as much food as possible. He does have the 2,000 food per minute now. It's just too little, too late, as now the whole entire economy is going to be idled. We got some Gulams that split off into the wood line, others taking other villagers down as they pop out of TCs, and not too much looking up for Lash's eco.
Yeah, 50 military here right now compared to 9. There's a lot of units in queue, but they're just not coming out. And Lash, he opted for Spearmen other than Palace Guards, but Spearmen, they're just not tanky enough. And so many villagers have gone down. More Nest of Bees, but they're getting sniped immediately. And I feel like, yeah, this is getting really, really rough.
We're at the point now where Lash is more than doubling, or sorry, Cat is more than doubling Lash's overall unit population, whether it's eco, whether it's military, everything is looking up for Cat, and game 3 goes his way. He takes the leg up on the series, but it is not over yet.
Yeah. Damn. Damn. I mean, told you so. That's why we bet on Cat, right? That's why we bet on Cat. But jeez, that was a really, really rough one there for Lash. I mean, look at the villager count. Abbasid with more villagers here than China. The 3TC definitely didn't work out there. Definitely didn't, like, it didn't go for the 3TC. Yeah, didn't, just didn't work out. The timing didn't work out at all.
Wow, what a series this one has already been so far. And game 4, we see the map, it's bridges. It's HRE versus English. And that is an interesting one for sure. I've seen it played out a couple different ways. I've seen, English, obviously, they like to do their own boom fest themselves, but you can't let HRE do that.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that we're seeing HRE here for Lash, because Lash was actually practicing HRE on Frisian Marshes a lot. Maybe he's just pulling them out right now because he definitely wants to like this one on bridges. I'm not sure. It feels weird right now to be pulling HRE here when I know that he's been doing a lot of practice on Frisian Marshes with them. Especially since it would have very likely been HRE versus Mongols on that one.
Yeah, I mean, this is Frisian Marshes is an HRE map. I feel like it plays into their hands. You got 95 sheep, so you never really have to move out from under your chapel until it's way later in the game. And if you're way later in the game, then you're at HRE sweet spot.
Yeah. Hmm. I mean, it's HRE against English still. HRE versus English isn't that bad if you're able to get up to next age, if you're able to get up to Castle Age. It's difficult though. The Longbows, they have a lot of range, and I mean, could get some outposts out on the gold. I feel like this matchup would have been much better for either Byzantines or French on this map in particular. Byzantines, I feel like, are great sometimes into English if you get the timing. Like if you get a back berry spawn, Byzantines are great into English because then you get the javelin throwers out in time. Then you have something to deal with the longbows. If you get your berries forward, then Byzantines isn't that good into. It's a gamble either way, but still, like HRE here, I'm not sure. I feel like you would have definitely want to keep HRE on for Frisian Marshes because now he can't go French on Frisian Marshes because there's Mongols. And Mongols are just really good against French and Frisian Marshes. But you also can't go Byzantines on Frisian Marshes because it's Mongols. And Byzantines aren't that good into Mongols either.
You're going to pick the lesser of two evils there, and you're going to pick French on Frisian Marshes. Because Frisian Marshes is at least a French map, I will say. But he's got to get there first, as we will have to deal with bridges. We got to deal with HRE versus English here. And it is kind of a shortish rush distance. So going to maybe deal with some longbows.
Yeah, exactly. All right, but our next game should be starting soon now. Cat, he's on match point, best of 5, so this is gonna mean a lot for him, but also for Lash because he wants to qualify. And it's getting really tough now, very tight. And here we go, on bridges, spawning in the color red. We got 3D Cat playing as the English, already opening up with 2 farms. Interesting start, and on the other hand side, we got Lash playing as the Holy Roman Empire.
Yep, here we go. So I'm really excited to see what Cat has in store for us as far as the English goes. There's so many different ways that the 3D players play, and there's so many different ways that English can actually be played. I like watching some of those ways. The majority of them, I don't enjoy watching English because usually it's a wall up in my own little corner and just wait until I can break out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, HRE, they kind of have to turtle in this one until they reach Castle Age, which they're really good at. They're really, really good at doing that. English are also really good at punishing turtling, though. Like, having a lot of these longbowmen out and, yeah, being able to harass on the sides, getting villager kills early, especially against HRE, where, like, every single villager that you kill with Inspiration would have been worth, like, 1.4 villagers. Makes them really good there. And HRE need a lot of sheep here. Lash went for 1 scout. So he's not gonna get like the bonus sheep from like going double scout potentially. As we have recently seen a lot of HRE players going for double scout again. And Cat, I hear a lot of sheep dinging. And indeed, he does have a good amount of sheep behind the scout.
And he doesn't even need those sheep. Not only is he English, but he's also doing the English early farm build where you just drop 2 farms next to your TC very, very early on. No mill needed. Just this helps you deplete your sheep less. They're very, very cheap. And once you hit feudal and drop a mill there, those farms become a little bit buffed up and better of a food gather rate for you.
Yeah. They're still finding some sheep though. Now has to go out to that upper island if he wants to find any more. I'm not even sure if there are sheep on the upper island, but I think there should still be some sheep to be had. Cat, though, definitely happy with the amount of sheep that he's found so far. Now Age Up coming in. Got the Archon Chapel there. It's going to be a decent one, gathering up from the berries from the wood line as well as from the sheep under TC. if he turns them around. And Lash Cat definitely like that. That's a good amount of sheep.
Yep, won't have to worry about moving out, but more importantly, we'll kind of know that your opponent is going to deplete their sheep quicker, and so you can kind of play that into your game plan. There's 6 total sheep under Lash's TC, and that is including carcasses.
Yeah, and then it becomes really rough going up to fast castle age with the H3 when you don't have as many sheep under your TC. Still has the berries, so that's gonna help a lot, but eventually he will probably have to move out a deer. Now he does have a deer spot that is relatively nice to wall there. Like it's only one wall if you wall through the gold or just in front of the gold in order to get the deer in as well. That should give him enough food income in order to be able to go up to castle age. Comfortably.
Yes, but the only thing I'm worried about is like, what if Cat just does like the 3 longbows into my own castle age build? Action, probably horsemen. And it's just that's where sometimes you can see English kind of match up this own castle age. And if you're starting to make horsemen, that's more food that you're depleting, that's delaying your castle and forcing yourselves to move out even earlier.
I think horseman is fine though, because you want to probably make some knights anyways once you reach castle age, just in order to be able to like fight relics. And Lash is actually going somewhat heavily into wood, which is interesting. There, like the age up hasn't happened yet. I'm not sure what exactly he's gonna go for. I hope it is just gonna be horseman, but not investing too much into it. Instead, it's gonna be an archery range, blind archery range.
Wow,
I don't like it.
Okay. And a lot more villagers going over to that wood line for Lash as well. And Cat scouts it out too. Might even have scouted out the archery range, but if he didn't now, he should when he does this full circle around the base.
Yeah, and I mean now Lash invested into archery range. Cat isn't even making any archers right now. First longbowman is going to be coming out, but look at that. Horticulture, double broadaxe, already on its way for Cat. He's playing an eco game.
Yep, not always what you would be expecting when you're seeing this matchup played. Lash is moving out right as that scout circles to go wall right through that gold vein like you had mentioned.
Yeah, Horseman coming out as well, so Lash is getting a good feudal age army up, but is that going to be the right call? I'm not sure. Still 3 villagers on gold. Might just be for a like slow but consistent push with English. That could be the game plan here, like a later push, but a consistent one behind all these economy upgrades. Lash going for the military approach here. Should be able to buffer that out, like with the horsemen. Is there a barracks yet from Cat? I'm asking myself. It is coming up right now. Oh, Scout has to be careful. Might be going down.
One more volley after this. Yeet. Oh my gosh. Calculated.
3 health remaining. But look at what's happening now. Cat is gonna catch that scout at the bridge. I swear it's gonna happen.
Okay, we'll see. Scout is circling back around. He will try to deny that vision ability from Lash. Oh wow, you're 100% correct. Scout's going for exactly that.
Oh, he missed him. He just missed him.
And now, even if
man.
he did close the gap, I think the Scout's going to heal enough to where it'd be 2 shots.
Yeah, now it's too late. Now it's too late. It's plus 10 damage for the scouts. Oh man, that was so close. That was so close.
So close, yet so far. However, look at the remacro from Cat. He just moves heavy onto the gold. It looks like he's going wheelbarrow. He's going all eco upgrades into castle himself.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Lash, he's invested into 3 production buildings so far. Granted, he still has some more economy in the bank right now to go up to Castle Age, but the timing feels like it's pretty... Look at Cat with the big vision play here. All the longbows all around the base. He will see any move out. Like, this is also going to deny any scouting right now from Lash.
This is a play that I have not seen done too many times. You had mentioned it, I think earlier today with GUA when he had lost his scout against Soldier. You were like, he just needs to place a longbow out with palings to get some sort of vision. Well, that's exactly what Cat was doing here.
Yeah. Oh, and the TC fire comes in, doesn't commit to the last hit, isn't even getting that longbowman as a trade-off. Archers aren't moving out for Lash, and he's investing his resources. He's investing his gold right now. He doesn't have any villagers on gold. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt so badly.
It's like they reverse roles. Like Cat feinted that pressure like he was. I said 3 longbows into castle. He did 6, and now he was like, yeah, hot joke. I'm turning back around. I'm gonna go ahead and go up with my own castle timing. And not only castle, he's got farms. He's got production on, well, 1 barracks other than his council hall, but mainly he's got a full set of farms, almost a second set of farms to be able to continually support that castle too.
Yeah, it feels like Lash is just confused right now. Like, he's looking at that and he's starting to hurt himself here with what he's doing. He's just now starting to rallying villagers out onto gold again. He needs to pull all of his wood villagers right now and put them on food, put them on gold. He needs to age up as soon as possible here. Oh, he's going into farms.
He's just going to be so blindsided by this castle age play just because he hasn't been able to move out across the map. Your HRE, naturally, you expect someone else to pressure your side. Cat has scouted out the units coming across the map and might just try to bait some in just like he did previously with the few longbows he had. Utilize that range, get a couple pot shots in.
Yeah. Archer count right now is favoring Lash, but the Longbowman with the attack speed, I think Cat could probably still take some favorable trades here. Age up is about to come in now.
Yep.
There we go.
King's Palace right next to the wood line too, right where the military units from Lash just walked away from. So there isn't going to be any denial, isn't going to be any villager kills. And now that the age up's on its way, Cat starts to probably make some more longbows again.
I'm honestly just confused right now at why Lash is playing this the way he is. Maybe he's like overestimating Cat's like earlier weird plays and is now playing this in a weird way himself. He now sees the gold, but there's fewer villagers on gold, and he can just tell by looking at how much gold has been mined that Castle Age must be coming in any second now.
Yeah, trying to bait those longbows out a little further away from the TC than need be, so then the archers can close the gap with a little bit of extra mobility. Villagers have to pull off of the gold. Still, just a couple decent trades still coming in for Cat, all things considered. Lash not too far away from aging up, but Cat already going to be aged.
Yeah, and I mean, in the end, Scout goes down.
Oh, no.
And all that Cat needs is a single knight in order to clean everything up here that Lash has, or even just get veterancy on the longbows. That also works. Doesn't have the gold for it right now, though. He just invested some gold into something. There he goes, veterancy. It wasn't Q. So veterancy is coming in on those longbows.
Ragnar's Cathedral on the way. The question is will he still be able to secure enough relics to make that worth it? Will he still be able to move back out, take map control, getting some knights in production, as he does already have his stables?
He needs to move out with Prowls right now, I feel like. Like, as long as he knows where the longbow mass is, this is his timing to move out with Prowls to immediately secure relics. But now veterancy has come in.
Villagers forced off of the gold yet again. A few more villagers were headed back that way. One does fall, so we do see the first Vill pick of the game. Are we going to see a second one? It does not look like it. Archers are going to just be traded out under TC fire. Not a good one for Lash there, but they were going to get cleaned up anyways.
Yeah. Prelates haven't moved out so far yet for Lash. Meanwhile, Cat, he's about to get his first prelate out relatively soon. Double stable, like an additional 2 stables have been added in. That feels excessive, but he's immediately able to queue 3 knights.
Yep, and the prelates are moving out. One looks like it's headed towards the northern side relic on the island, and Cat has secured the middle central relic, though, I believe. Nope, that was the scout. That was not a monk. Where's the... Oh, it's in queue.
There's one... Yeah. Monk is in queue, so still all 5 relics are remaining on the map. Single longbowman moving out now in order to deny that top relic. Not sure about the timing.
I don't think he's going to get there in time, and even if he does, I don't know if he gets enough damage to take it out before he's made enough distance back to the bridge.
Yeah, maybe could cut off at the bridge. There we go, Flash moving out now. 3 knights out, but there's also 3 crossbows out. And now knights also coming out from Cat, but +2 pierce armor is already on its way. But the prelate, the monk from Cat, time. Looks like he's going to be able to take that relic.
Longbow sniping down the archers. Crossbows trying to focus in on the knight. Knight immediately spots out the crossbow, goes for it. It's just going to be a little bit late, a little bit delayed here. Crossbows do need a fallback for Cat, though, as does not want to lose those to the Night Mass.
Yeah. There's enough crossbows, though. Knights need to be careful here, and Relic is getting picked up. If Lash gets 3 relics here, then he can be really fine. I think less than 3 relics is advantage for Cat. Needs at least 3 relics here. The main issue, though, is that Cat behind all of this is on 2 TC. And Lash is producing a lot of military right now. Lash needs to go either for Imperial Age or do a lot of damage now.
Oh, look at this scouting too by Cat. He perfectly followed this prelate going for the relic on his side. Yes, there's a horseman. Yes, there's a couple knights here, but is it going to be enough? His monk is on the way as well.
Blocks the charges there with the scout from the knight. First knight going down immediately. Crossbows trying to get focused down.
And there's a knight that arrives for Cat.
Yeah. Crossbows, though, are getting focused down, and the relic gets picked up.
By Lash.
Lash, yeah. Lash gets that relic up. And makes his way out now. Knight, though, notice it. And he's charging for it.
I feel like Cat just he went with crossbows, and the crossbows just weren't able to group up and get enough damage onto those knights early enough to make a difference.
Oh, that's in line of sight, though.
Oh?
Nope. Oh, it's not.
No, it's not.
Oh, it's so barely out of line of sight. What the hell? Oh, Lash, he's just waiting there. The knight is like, wait, where'd he go?
He knows he's somewhere, right? And Cat actually doesn't know about I mean, I guess if you played the map enough, you should know that the 5th relic is on the southern side island, but he's not making a move for that southern relic, instead going for the more contested one on Lash's side.
Yeah. Lots of crossbows, though. Still moving out. Prelate might make his way over to the island yet. But this might actually be 4 relics for Lash if he now gets control over the last remaining couple.
Yep, he's got archers already positioned and posturing that way. Cat being greedy, not going for the island relic, but trying to go for the more contested one that, again, already fully defended.
Yeah. Relic gets picked up. Now also crossbows coming in from Lash. Lash, now he needs to think about Imperial Age soon. It looks like he also already has a good amount of farms around his Archon at this point in time. Yep, that's a good amount. So food income is looking pretty solid for him right now. Prelate just out of line of sight. He's not moving into the bottom relic though yet. Definitely needs to go there as soon as possible, because now the monk from Cat, he's gonna make his way over there for sure.
Yep. So we'll end up at least being 3 relics into the bank for Lash, potentially a 4th, but I'm saying doubtful on him being able to deny and grab up this 4th one, unless Cat makes a little bit of a misstep, steps on the sacred site, alerts Lash real quick.
Yeah. Right now, Lash's military is looking good. Cat knows where the last relic is. So farm's already out now for him. Food economy looking really good. He does have that tier 2 on the food upgrade, as does Lash.
And it's men-at-arms crossbow versus knight crossbow, knight crossbow and still a few archers for Lash.
Yeah. Looks like Lash is finally deciding to go into that fast Imperial Age transition now. Not producing any more units, instead banking up the resources. Knight gets found out. Cat still hasn't gone for the relic at the bottom side. Whoa, okay, we're seeing... Oh, no, it's been denied! The dock has been denied! Oh my god.
Is that... Demo
It's gonna
ship
be
to
demo
both
ships.
bridge? Okay.
Yeah, exactly. He's gonna blow up Cat's bridge.
Does not want to allow Cat across that bridge. Cat walling, attempting to wall Lash's side bridge.
Huh? Horseman? Oh, okay. He took a break there from fighting for a second. Cat still hasn't moved out to the bottom relic yet. Lash hasn't done so either.
That villager count lead has jumped on up to 20. Obviously, that doesn't matter too much once Swabia ends up coming out, but for now, it should help should help Cat potentially try to either defend this push or try to get some momentum going.
I'm not sure if Lash is just like completely fine with that third relic, and he's just gifting the last one over to Cat now, or why there hasn't been any move yet from him towards that side.
He hadn't scouted it, but
he must
knowing the
know,
map.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like at least send a horseman there or something. I mean, Cat has one there and he hasn't even taken it yet.
And the Cat's being friendly too. He said, "Look, we can call it even. You won't have it. I won't have it."
Age up should be coming in any second now. I feel like Lash immediately needs to get a market up as well, buy some stone, and need some emplacements on his outposts.
Yep, men-at-arms starting to run across. Villagers starting to run on across. It looked like as well. I think there were 3 villagers into the mix that were, and that is moving out to build an outpost, extend that network of castles bonus.
Yeah. Right now though, Cat, he's definitely got the military lead. Could just be running in now. Villagers on stone are moving back in time.
Can he do enough with this, though? He's diving. Outpost does get finished, so cannon emplacement, I'm sure, was planning to be prepped, but only 133 stone in the bank. I bet Lash wanted more than just one emplacement upgrade on those outposts.
Yeah, definitely needs a market in order to just buy resources. Definitely has the gold for it. Of passive income as well. Age up comes in. Crossbows. Focusing down the men-at-arms. Archers firing against the crossbows. Some good micro there, but is it going to be enough? Because these are definitely superior numbers right now for Cat. Looks like it might actually be enough, though.
Yeah, he's tanking up the TC fire, tanking up the outpost fire as well. Outpost upgrade is on the way. Men-at-arms, though, are proven to just be so tanky, even in the face of a bunch of backline crossbows.
Slowly but surely, they are getting taken down. And now the crossbows sitting under TC fire without any armor, also under the
horseman
swap. Horseman now. All right, I can see that.
A bunch of horsemen coming on into play, and it's not just horsemen; it's still the men-at-arms. It's still the crossbow onslaught. So a little bit of everything here.
Also, horseman from Lash. Is he gonna be able to hold this?
I mean, his food per minute is definitely struggling, but once those cannon emplacements come to fruition, all infantry needs to run.
Yeah. And behind the Slash, I mean, he's getting more villagers out now, right? The Swabia is constantly producing. First couple of replacements are going to be coming in now. And Cat has to run.
Is. Yep. Cat has to turn around and run. He is dropping an outpost on that front side wood line, on the front side stone, so there's actually not any other stone to get. There's actually no other gold other than the one that Lash is on currently, so if he can kind of just make sure Lash doesn't break out of this base, then he should be good to go, and he's actually headed right on over to that other gold vein.
Yeah. Emergency repair network has been, like, forward all the way over to that. No more gold though for Lash. Still has the 3 relics, so that's 500 gold per minute for him. He's also starting to capture the sacred side once again. Gets up to 600 gold per minute.
I'm not sure about moving out with those horsemen this early, as you need as many military units as you can just to hold, defend under your base, and stabilize.
He's baiting them into the outpost range every now and then. This outpost, though, is going to get denied. Actually needs to reinforce the outpost that he has in space right now. Too many horsemen, and they'll get one shot.
Yep, sprinkled emplacement has come to play for Cat as well. Starting to move into that west side. He's on top of the stables. A siege workshop rush down for Lash, and most likely Mangonel would be my guess.
Yeah, there's not that much range units anymore. I feel like at this point you can just transition once again into Knights, because right now it's Men-at-Arm and Horsemen, mostly. And with Knights, you can have like these high-value units that you can heal up every now and then with the Prelates, and just be fine like that.
Yep. Well, Cat is dropping rams. He's burning down more and more of these stables. It's not Knights, it's Horsemen that have been coming out still, which doesn't seem like the greatest first ram finishes, and the wall up on the north side finishes as well, so no real places for Lash to go here.
Now forward siege workshop is coming in. Ram has been completed. Cat, 2.5k food per minute here.
I mean, we saw him earlier with like 4 full sets of farms. Ram running straight towards the outpost. Horseman chasing down on the Mangonel that popped out. Villagers here to try to repair, but a huge surround coming in. No ability to out-repair that. Emergency repair will need to be utilized on that outpost. It still is there.
Lash?
Needs to be used. Lash!
Emergency
please,
repair! Lash!
Please use it! No! What? It goes down, and villagers are remacking to a different wood line. He ran out of the back wood line. Back wood line is out. Front wood line has a sprinkler placement on it. Ram gets taken down. Villagers are in the midst of all of the army of cats, and Cat is up 40 villagers with Swabby on the other side. It is not going to matter. It does not look like Lash can hold.
As Horseman crossbows out there as well. Lash below 50 eco right now. Cat doubling in the eco count. Dwabia can make wonders happen, but not here in this situation.
It is just non-stop red units streaming across the map. Lash has finally gotten to the point where he's almost at like 20 military units, and he's eating hand cannoneers out onto the field, but I just feel like this is going to be too late. That could even stop right now and go up to Imperial, I feel like, if he wanted, but no reason to. Keep it going, keep on the pressure. Lash down to 40 eco.
No wood income. He doesn't have enough wood right now to even drop a lumber camp. And there are outposts. Actually, he does have a lumber camp there already. Okay, so that's fine. But still, it's very terrible for him right now.
Yeah, if Cat gets another Sprinkle in Place outpost on the west side, then it's all but over. But Cat, he's going into Trebs. He's got his line in the sand. Just start sieging down the landmarks, just sieging down the whole base. All those houses, farms, production buildings, whatever it may be. But first, it's the outpost.
Yeah, outpost without reinforcements right now. Gonna take a lot of damage, and look at that. Look at the income. Cat is getting enough food, like as much food as Cat is gathering right now. Lash isn't even gathering from all the other resources combined.
He did use emergency repairs here, but that will only last for a couple more seconds. I think 2 Treb shots, one shots the outpost if they fired at the same time, but
He
they are
has
just...
enough for reinforcements. He's just not queuing it in that outpost. It's only 75 stone for HRE.
Either way, outpost goes down. Relic is on the ground. He will need to reposition that. Trebuchet's getting dove by a few of the horsemen, which, yeah, they take down a Trebuchet, but they will end up falling. There's still 2 Trebs that are up onto the field, and Men-at-Arms number is very, very healthy.
Yeah, I feel like this all-in is just going to continue, and it feels like it's too much for Lash now. Horsemen are surrounding the crossbows, are surrounding the hand cannoneers. Hand cannoneers down to 2. Getting sniped now as well. After retreat. And 1 outpost is not going to be enough here to hold this. And it looks like Cat is going to qualify.
It does look like that. I see some red back on that gold vein, so Cat is just making sure the only gold that Lash can get is from those relics that he has. Treb's chilling for a little bit.
This feels so rough.
I mean, Cat is about to be at max population. Meanwhile, Lash is sitting at 67.
Yeah, and then Imperial Age is going to come in, right? Like the trebuchets, they're just moving further and further forward. Up to 3 trebuchets again. And now the last outpost is gone. Lash's last line of defense has been destroyed. And now villagers are getting killed once again by the horsemen.
I mean, this is another game where we see the writing on the wall, but I've seen crazier comebacks before. The hard part now is that there's no cannon emplacements. There is really no way to hold here. The Trebuchets move on over to the west. I think they're shooting more production buildings or houses even. Somehow Men-at-Arms have gotten to the back line, gotten to the wood line. They're literally everywhere. Lashes down to under 40 population, and good game gets called. Cat makes it through to the, I guess, the official main event.
All right. Yeah, Cat qualifying, one of the 20 players that is going to be participating in the main event of the Elite Classic 2. And he's not the only one. Let's take a quick look and see how many players have qualified. So we had 12 players initially that were already invited that have qualified before the qualifiers. We had Puppy Paw, Anatan, Beastie, B, Demu, Louis, Lucifron, Marine Lord, Recon, Zerton, Vortex Wham. Then yesterday in the qualifiers, we had Avely, Baltune, iMagic, and Kiljadi qualifying. Now we have Cat, and with him also qualifying Aliona, Numudan, and CSO.
See, there, CSO. It was one of those names that yesterday had a very close series. Ended up you barely got taken out by him, and so now you can feel a little bit better too, saying, hey, I got taken out by someone who qualified.
Exactly.
hmm But what
All
a
right.
wild day. We had a lot of excitement. We had a crash, but the next game that came after the crash was just as exciting as what we were watching then. The brother duos just all over the place with some crazy series, some crazy strats, but ultimately now we have the main event solidified. We had a ton of support from the community today with the new Kickstarter being added and everything there. So big shout out to all of the viewers out there.
Exactly. Kickstarter. Once again, big shout out to that. There's still a lot of stretch goals to be reached. And thank you all for being so active there already today. We had over 3.2 thousand euros collected today. So, really big shout out to the community. Thank you guys so much for supporting EGC TV out here. They're doing a lot for the community, and it's great to see the community also doing a lot for them.
Well, now I believe we're figuring out who we're gonna send y'all off to, as we always like to continue the support in the Age of Empires 4 community to another streamer, viewer, caster, player, whatever it may end up being.
There we go. And it looks like it's going to be fun, man. So I hope you guys all enjoyed today's broadcast, the Elite Classic. Don't forget to tune in again next week, as we'll be commencing with the main event. Very good games today. They're only going to get better as the main event goes on.